Chapter 4166. I am Lin Hu, the head of the Lin Mansion. May I know how to address you, Lord? Lin, who cupped his hands towards Ningqi. River, Yin City, Ningqi. Ningqi smiled lightly. It really is Jiangyin City. Hearing this, Lin, whose body trembled slightly, then he glanced at Ziyin. In his heart, he could already determine Ziyun's status. I see that you are in a dilemma. Do you already know why we are here? If you have any difficulties, you can say it. I am not an unreasonable person. Ningqi smiled. Of course I am in a dilemma. Lin, who couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. At that time, he'd bought this house for the sake of currying favor with the Z clan's young master Zitian. Yet who would have known that this house didn't belong to Zitian? However, since Zitian had spoken, they had no choice but to brace themselves and buy it. After buying, they were actually relieved, thinking that with Zitian around, even if the owner of the house came looking for them, they would not be afraid. But who would have thought that today the person who came looking for them would be a superior of 6 doors? A purple Qilin robe. Wasn't this an important person who was almost on the same level as Gongsun Taiho of 6 doors? Master Lin, if there is anything, please speak your mind. My time is limited. I have rushed all the way from Jiangyin City to the capital. It is time for me to have a good rest. Ningqi said lightly. Lin Hu, Lord is asking you a question. You better tell him everything you know, otherwise I will take you back to 6 doors. Lu Heng said coldly. Lin, whose heart thumped. Then he said in a low voice, reporting to Lord, this house was indeed bought from Zitian. Was the deed complete at that time? Ziyin asked coldly. Lin, who glanced at her, his lips moved a few times, and then he muttered with a voice that was like a mosquito. Although the deed to the house wasn't complete at that time, young master Zitian guaranteed that this house was ownerless, so this commoner directly spent a large sum of money to buy it from young master Ziyin. Lu Heng's eyes flashed with a hint of ridicule. He looked at Ningqi. Lord, do you want to capture this cunning fatty and bring him back to 6 doors? I have 100 ways to make him spill everything about how he peeked at the widow next door bathing when he was a child. Your Excellency, please wait. I have never peeked at widow Zhang bathing. Lin, who quivered and subconsciously defended himself. Lin Bin's expression suddenly became a little strange as he glanced at Lin Hu. Lin, who also seemed to realize that he had said something inappropriate and hurriedly shut his mouth. Even if you didn't peep at the widow bathing, if you don't answer His Excellency's questions honestly today, I'll capture you and bring you back to 6 Fan School. You didn't even know whose house this is. How dare you buy it without the deed? Taking a step back, you're trespassing on the residence of the commander of 6 Fan School. According to the law, I can kill you 10 times over. L.V. Heng's expression darkened, his eyes flashing with killing intent, causing Lin Bin and Lin Hu to feel the temperature in the room drop by several degrees. They could not help but shiver. When you took over this house, you should already know that this house belongs to my wife, right? Ningqi said carelessly. Lin, who hesitated for a few moments, then made what he believed to be the best choice he had made in his life. Your Excellency, this commoner doesn't dare to hide anything. At that time, this commoner wanted to curry favor with young Master Zitian, so I proposed to buy a house under his name at 10 times the market price. So young Master Zitian sold this house to this commoner. At that time, this commoner asked for the deed, but was told by young Master Zitian that this house belongs to the Z Mansion of River Yin City. However, the Z family of the capital is the main branch, and the Z Mansion of River Yin City is only a side branch. Therefore, this house also belongs to him. This commoner didn't speak carelessly. It was all said by young Master Zitian himself. This commoner had no choice. I've already given the money if I don't. I'm afraid that young Master Zitian will feel that this commoner didn't give him face. This commoner is only a small merchant. How can I go against the Z family? Lin, who did not hide anything and said everything. Lin Bin was dumbstruck. Father, He didn't know why Lin Hu didn't hide anything. In this way, as long as his testimony came to light today, wouldn't his Lin family completely offend the Z mansion? When he thought of Z Tian's temper and that incomparably gloomy swordsman who followed him all day long, Lin Bin's hair stood on end. He saw with his own eyes that swordsmen killed 5 or 6 martial artists of the pugilistic world who dared to provoke Z Tian with a single sword strike. Lin, who looked at Lin Bin with a stern gaze, stopping him from continuing. Then he carefully looked at Ning Qi. In his heart, he didn't know if his frank confession would be exchanged for an opportunity. Lin, who was a merchant, so he was very shrewd. He was shrewd enough to buy a house that didn't belong to Z Tian at 10 times the market price, just to curry favor with Z Tian and use his relationship to take on a few big business deals. Earning back the money he spent to curry favor with Z Tian by 10 times. Therefore, after he confirmed that Ning Qi was the commander of 6 doors, he didn't care how Ning Qi could sit in such a high position at such a young age. He used an extremely short amount of time to weigh the pros and cons, and finally concluded that Z Mansion couldn't compete with Ning Qi. This was the intuition of a merchant. If he was asked to give a reason, he couldn't. You're honest. Ning Qi smiled. My husband, should we go to the Z family? Zi Yin suddenly asked. Ning Qi found a trace of expectation in her eyes. He smiled and patted the back of her hand. We have to go sooner or later. But just now, someone secretly went to Z Mansion to send a message. We might as well sit here for a while and wait for the Z family to come. It won't be too late to go with them. Lin, whose heart skipped a beat. He glanced at Lin Bin, who nodded with a bitter face. Seeing this, Lin, who directly knelt down in front of Ning Qi. Your Excellency, I didn't teach my son well. Please forgive me. What crime did Master Lin commit? Ning Qi smiled. Why don't you help Master Lin up? Yes, Your Excellency. A constable walked to Lin, who sighed and lightly scooped him up, feeling the power contained in the constable's palm. Lin, who became even more fearful of 6 Fan School. Ning Qi smiled and chatted with Lin, who, inadvertently mentioning some aspects related to Xianggu Temple. He had obtained a lot of information about Xianggu Temple from L.V. Hung, but he also wanted to see the views of ordinary people like Lin, who about Xianggu Temple. Lin, whose view of Xianggu Temple was very ordinary, just like that of ordinary people. When mentioning the abbot of Xianggu Temple, his face was full of reverence. After chatting for a while, they heard a slightly sarcastic voice coming from outside. Hurry up. I'd like to see who gave the girl in Jiangyin City the courage to set foot in the capital again. She's such a jinx. Isn't she afraid of killing the main branch of the Z family? Could it be that this girl has such a motive? Chapter 4167. Zi Yan's face changed when he heard this voice. Ning Qi's face darkened. Seeing this, Lu Heng signaled his men with his eyes. Very quickly, a group of people filed into the guest hall, and the person in the lead was a young man with an arrogant and domineering expression. As soon as he saw Ziyin, a look of ridicule appeared on his face, and he was just about to speak when he saw Lu Heng and the others dashing forward like wolves and tigers. A middle-aged swordsman with a thin face but extremely sharp eyes beside the young man shouted. The sword in his hand was like a flash of lightning, stabbing toward Lu Heng. You dare to fight with the arrestor of 6 Fan School. Lu Heng suddenly shouted angrily. He turned his body, directly dodging the sword of the middle-aged swordsman, and then hit back with his palm. In a very short period of time, the two exchanged dozens of moves. Lu Heng's strength was slightly weaker, and Lu Heng did not like to use weapons, so he could not take down the middle-aged swordsman for a while. Ning Qi suddenly flicked his finger, and a stream of innate qi pierced through the middle-aged swordsman's right arm joint. His hand holding the sword instantly lost strength, and his forearm was like a broken lotus root. Except for the skin that was still attached to the arm, the bones were completely crushed and drooped down powerlessly. A swordsman with a broken arm lost at least 70% of his fighting strength. He was taken down by Lu Heng without much resistance, and knelt on the ground with both knees bent. The middle-aged swordsman finally reacted and let out a miserable howl. Then he immediately raised his head and looked at Ning Qi in panic. At the same time, the other subordinates of the young man were also subdued by the other arresters. The young man himself was also subdued and was taken to kneel in front of Ning Qi. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Zetian roared in disbelief. He never thought that the other side would directly attack him. Did they not know that he was the young master of the Z family? Ziyin, the main branch of the Z family in the capital, is really generous. Such a spoiled brat can actually arrange a first-class expert in Jianghu to guard him. Ning Qi laughed. Everything happened in a flash. Lin Hu and his son did not have time to react. They saw Zetian, and the group of people he brought were all subdued. The middle-aged swordsman, who was extremely strong in Lin Bin's heart, was also subdued. When Lin Bin saw this, his eyes flashed with shock. He suddenly understood Lin Hu's plan. The fact that the other party dared to attack Zetian directly showed that he was not afraid of the Z clan at all. Thinking about it carefully, although the Z clan was considered a first-rate clan in the capital, there was still a huge gap between them and those top existences. Husband Zetian is the sole heir of the Z family, so the Z family attaches great importance to his personal safety. Ziyin took a deep breath and said, "First-class experts outside the capital can easily be a sect leader, but now they are willing to be someone's bodyguard. It seems that the Z family has some tricks up their sleeves." Ning Qi smiled. The middle-aged swordsman looked at Ning Qi with more and more fear in his eyes. Ning Qi was too young, but such a young existence had actually released a wisp of true qi. He wasn't sure if that surge of Zhen qi was Hotian or Xiantian. The only thing he was sure of was that the other party's cultivation was definitely top-notch. He had heard of Ziyun of Jiangyin City, and he often heard people from the Z family mention him. When those people from the Z family mentioned this name, they basically gloated and showed disdain. Therefore, he thought that Ziyun of Jiangyin City was really nothing special. But according to today's situation, the Z family might have kicked an iron plate. "Ziyin, how dare you join forces with outsiders to deal with me? How dare you? How dare you? If my grandfather knows about this, he will never let you go." Zetian shouted at Ziyun angrily, and then his eyes fell on Ning Qi. "Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am?" "Slap yourself," Ning Qi said lightly. "Yes." LV Hung nodded slightly. Then he stepped forward and gave Zetian 100 slaps, which made Zetian dizzy. "Can we talk properly now?" Ning Qi said with a faint smile. "You continue to slap yourself." "Yes." Slap, slap, slap. Another 100 slaps. LV Hung was very careful. If he used his full strength, not to mention 100 slaps, just one slap would be enough to kill Zetian. But these 200 slaps only caused superficial injuries to Zetian, not to mention 100 slaps. "Can we talk properly now?" Ning Qi looked at Zetian with a faint smile. Zetian's eyes were full of horror. The anger in his heart was completely dispersed by LV Hang's 200 slaps. And now there was only fear left. His eyes were so scary, as if he was going to kill him. In the capital, there was really someone who dared to do this to him, regardless of the background of the Z family. "You, what are you going to do?" Zetian said, trembling with fear. "Let me ask you, I bought this house with my own money. Why did you sell it to others?" Ziyun said coldly. Zetian's expression changed slightly, as if he was organizing his words in his mind. "I saw that no one lived in your house for the time being, and Lin who needed a house to stay in the capital, so I lent to them for a while. Anyway, you are a member of the Z family, and the Z family has the right to use your property. Temporarily lend it." Ziyun smiled. "Temporarily lend it at 10 times the market price. The house deed is yours, and I didn't give it to him. Naturally, temporarily lend it. Zetian looked innocent. What right do you have to lend my house, temporarily? My Z mansion has been separated from the main branch for many years. What's mine is mine and not your Z clan's. This point should have been made clear when your Z clan didn't allow me to step foot in, right? Ziyen's voice gradually turned cold. Zetian was annoyed, but he dared not to vent his anger at this moment. He could only say in a low voice, "At worst, I will return the money to Lin Hu, and you can take the house back." In his eyes, this was not a big deal, or he would not be so unscrupulous. LV Hung, this man has violated the criminal law. Put him in prison first. Ning Qi said with a faint smile. What? Zetian was dumbfounded. He was thrown into prison just like that? Did he still take the Z family seriously? Yes, Your Excellency. LV Hung slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Immediately, his subordinates caught Zetian and dragged him out of the Lin family's reception hall while he was screaming. Lin Hu and Lin Bin were dumbfounded. The young master of the Z family was put in prison, just like that? Your Excellency, Your Excellency, I will move out of this house immediately, Lin Hu stammered. There's no need for that. I'll get the money from Zetian. You guys can stay here if you want. Ning Qi smiled, got up, and said to Ziyun, Madam, let's go to the inn for a night. Okay. Ziyun nodded. At the same time, Prince Chund was listening to a constable's whisper with a solemn face. Your Highness, Master Wushi is really dead. This matter has not been spread out for the time being. You should make a decision immediately. The constable looked a little frightened. The chief monk of Xianggu Temple was killed. If this matter was spread out, it would cause a great disturbance in Jianghu, the imperial court, and the people. Chapter 4168. Master Wushi is dead. Prince Chund rubbed his temple. The constable who reported in front of him could not see Prince Chund's attitude at the moment. He was a little restless. Is this news accurate? Prince Chund's voice was very calm. Absolutely true, the constable whispered. What is Gongsun Taiho's attitude? Prince Chund said. Gongsun Darren should be on Ning Qi's side. Now Lu Hung and a group of constables have become Ning Qi's subordinates. You can imagine Gongsun Darren's attitude. The constable said, I see. Prince Chund nodded. You can leave. Your Highness? The constable's face showed a trace of surprise. Shouldn't such a big deal be dealt with immediately? The chief monk of the Xianggu Temple was not an ordinary top-notch expert. If the news of his death were to spread, the entire Divine Tang Empire would be shaken. I told you to leave, didn't you hear me? Prince Chund's eyes flashed a cold light. When the constable heard this, his heart thumped and he quickly left. Not long after he left, Prince Chund just stood up, but he heard a noise outside the door. What's the matter? Prince Chund pushed the door and shouted, Your Highness! When Madame Hua saw Prince Chund, she quickly rushed up and then pointed to a servant behind her and said, He dared to stop me from seeing Your Highness. This servant offended his superior. Your Highness, punish him quickly. When Chun Prince saw that it was Madame Hua, his eyes flashed a touch of impatience. This is my order. No one allowed it. I will not see any guests today. Don't blame him. Ah, Madame Hua was startled. Then she immediately put the matter aside and said her purpose of coming here today. Your Highness, today I went to Six-Fan School and was bullied. Who is so bold to bully you? Don't they know that you are my woman? Prince Chund said lightly. They know. It shows that they don't put Your Highness in their eyes. That woman is from the countryside, not from the capital. She doesn't know how powerful Your Highness is. Madame Hua said. He's not from Beijing? Prince Chund's expression changed slightly, and he said calmly, Tell me in detail. 10 minutes later, Madame Hua had already narrated how Ning Qi and Zi Yin humiliated her, adding oil and vinegar. She then said in a low voice, Your Royal Highness, someone must have bribed Marquis Gongsun Tai-ho to become the commander at such a young age? Why don't we take this opportunity to expel Marquis Gongsun Tai-ho from Six-Fan School and replace him with your own people? Anyway, this old man has never helped us sincerely. It's not good for us to let him continue to be the master of Six-Fan School. You're thinking too simply. Do you know that the person you met today killed Master Wushi with his own hands? Prince Chun said lightly. What, Master Wushi is dead? Madame Hua subconsciously covered her mouth, and her eyes showed shock. Master Wushi is a top master, and his Dharma cultivation is extremely high. How could he die in the hands of that boy? I think he is only 18 or 19 years old. Even if he started cultivating in his mother's womb, he can't reach the level of Master Wushi, right? Some people are born to be evildoers. Maybe this time we met such a person. Prince Chun said lightly. After a pause, he said, It's a pity that his surname is Ning. If his surname is not Ning, I may have a chance to meet him. Surname Ning. Is it? Madame Hua seemed to think of something, and the shock in her eyes became stronger. Her voice trembled a little. Your Highness, what should we do? Even Master Wushi is not his opponent. Even if we send troops, I'm afraid we can't kill this boy. You go back first. Don't show up for a short time. I'm going to Xianggu Temple. Prince Chun waved his hand. Madame Hua left the mansion in a daze. The maids and servants around her did not hear the conversation between her and Prince Chun. Seeing Madame Hua like this, a maid could not help but say, Madam, is the prince not willing to avenge you? Revenge, Madame Hua suddenly shivered and then whispered. Don't go back. Let's go out of the city. Go out of the city? A group of servants suddenly felt strange, but they did not dare to ask more questions. In the prison of Six-Fan School, Zi Tian was thrown into the dark prison with a frightened face. The air inside was turbid, and the ground was full of rat droppings. There were other prisoners curled up in the corner of the prison. When they saw Zi Tian, they stood up one after another and surrounded him. You, what are you doing? Don't come over. I am Zi Tian, the young master of the Zi family. If you dare to touch me, I will let you die in prison. Zi Tian cried in horror. Ha ha ha, the young master of the Zi family? Even if you are the young master of the Zi family, once you enter this place, you will never get out again. Do you think I am afraid of you, threatening me? A bearded prisoner walked in front of Zi Tian and looked down at him, his eyes full of ridicule. There was a burst of noise in the nearby cells. Everyone crowded in front of the fence and looked at Zi Tian. Boss Zhao, hurry up and wash this newcomer's hair. Then he will know how to be filial to you in the future. This kid's skin is soft and tender. Boss Zhao is in luck. Ha ha ha! Zhao Jiaolong, who was called Boss Zhao, could not help but laugh in a low voice. His laughter suddenly made Zi Tian shiver. Zhao Jiaolong! Suddenly a cold shout sounded. Unbeknownst to him, there were already a few jailers standing outside the cell. Seeing this, Zhao Jiaolong's face suddenly showed an embarrassed smile. Boss Lin, who is this newcomer? He is the young master of the Zi family. Don't have any bad intentions towards him. The leading jailer snorted coldly. Is he really from the Zi family? With Zhao Jiaolong as the leader, the prisoners looked at each other, then revealed a trace of fear in their eyes. They slowly retreated back to the corner and continued to curl up. Zi Tian immediately heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the jailer gratefully. The jailer said in a low voice, Young Master Zi Tian, do you have anything to say to me? I can make a trip to the Zi family for you. Zi Tian's eyes suddenly revealed a look of surprise and quickly whispered a few words. After hearing this, the jailer nodded slightly and turned to leave. Not long after, a group of the Zi family's masters, madams, young masters, and young ladies all gathered together, listening to the narration of the young man in the center. That damned bastard, he brought people to put Zi Tian in the Six-Fan School's prison. Suddenly, an old woman screamed. her voice full of anger. How could Zi Yun do this? Could it be that he bribed the constables of the six-fan school and put on this show for him? A woman of the same age as Zi Yun said with a frown. Chapter 4169. Was it an act? A look of contemplation flashed in the eyes of everyone from the Zi clan. Although there was such a possibility, it was not very likely. At this time, a servant hurried over and whispered to a middle-aged man who was sitting in the middle of the crowd. The man with Zi Yun is the son-in-law who married into the Zi family. Zi Yingfan, the head of the Zi family, said lightly. Son-in-law. The crowd was in an uproar. What kind of son-in-law knows the constable of six-fan school? Father, what's the background of this son-in-law? The woman, who was the opposite of Zi Yun's age, asked again. I heard that he's just the son of a poor family in Jiangyin City. Zi Yingfan said. After a pause, he continued, but according to Zi Tian's situation, this information is obviously not accurate enough. If we want to know the truth, we have to ask the girl to come. No. If the girl comes, she will definitely ask for the object, left by her dead parents. But we have already sent it to Xianggu Temple and given it to the abbot. How can she take it out? Someone said hurriedly. Master, Zi Tian has never been to jail since he was a child. How can he stand it? Go and ask Gongsun Taiho to release Zi Tian, the old woman from before said in a stern voice. Then immediately send someone to capture that girl Ziyin. I want to see if she has eaten the heart of a bear or the heart of a leopard to dare make a move against Zi Tian. She had a son in her old age, and there were rumors in the capital that she doted on Zi Tian. This matter is not that simple. I need to think about it carefully. However, it is feasible to send someone to invite Zi Yun to our mansion for a talk. I warn you, when the time comes, don't say anything that shouldn't be said. Treat him with respect. Zi Yingfan said after a few moments of silence. Treat her with respect? Everyone was stunned. At the same time, Chand Lord also came to Xianggu Temple. When the reception monk saw him, he immediately led him to the backyard where ordinary pilgrims couldn't go. This was the place where the abbot of Xianggu Temple cultivated. Chand Lord waved his hands and walked slowly to an old man. He cupped his hands and saluted. Greetings, master. Lord, how many times have I told you not to call me master? I've never accepted you as a disciple. The old monk stood up slowly and said calmly, although this disciple has not officially shaved his head to become a monk, his martial arts are indeed taught by master. So this disciple should be like this. Chen Wangye said, up to you. Why have you come here today? You called Wu Shi out last time. Why didn't he come back? The old monk asked two questions consecutively. Chund Prince was silent for a moment, then slowly told the story. When he heard that Wu Shi died in Jiangyin City, the old monk's face was no longer indifferent. Although Wu Shi's cultivation is inferior to yours, his methods are also extraordinary. How could he die in such a small place? You said the person who killed him was surnamed Ning? You're only 18 this year? The old monk looked at Prince Chund with a solemn expression. Exactly. Prince Chund nodded. 18. To be able to kill a peerless expert. In this world, is there really someone who can bring along their memories and reincarnate? The old monk muttered to himself. Master, are you saying that this child was born with knowledge? But even so, he only had 18 years to practice martial arts in this life. How could he have reached such a level? This disciple is more willing to believe that this child has a secret. If I can figure it out, it may help Master take the last step. Prince Chund said. The old monk glanced at him. I know the purpose of your visit today. Well, this old monk will go with you. Thank you, Master. Prince Chund was slightly happy, although before coming, he was sure that the other party would be willing to help. Now that the old monk personally agreed, he suddenly breathed a long sigh of relief. There must be something wrong with things that were abnormal. For some reason, Prince Chun just wanted Ning Chi to die quickly at this moment, and he didn't even want to know the secret of Ning Chi. An hour later, "Your Highness, they live here," Prince Chun's subordinate said respectfully. Not far away there was an inn. This inn was extremely luxurious in the capital city, and it was bustling with people coming and going. "Clear the area," Prince Chun said lightly. Yes, countless figures ran out like ghosts. Soon, the nearby streets were blocked, and all the pedestrians were isolated. Even the irrelevant people in the inn were called out, although they were dissatisfied when they saw Prince Chun riding on a horse not far away. They didn't dare to say a word and ran away. "What are you doing?" LV Hung and his men had been guarding the inn. When they coldly watched Prince Chun's people clear the place, they slowly stood up. "LV Hung, I hope you don't intervene in this matter. You are still young and have a great future." Prince Chun smiled. "Your Highness, if you want to see the commander, you can ask the others to leave openly." "What do you mean?" LV Hung said lightly. Prince Chun smiled and did not answer LV Heng's question. Instead, he turned around and helped an old monk out of a carriage. When LV Hung and his men saw the old monk, their faces changed. When the old monk came in front of them, they hurriedly cupped their hands and saluted. "Your humble servant greets the master." "This old monk is just a nominal member of your six-fan school. Don't really treat this old monk as your boss." The old monk smiled. LV Heng's face changed several times. Before he could speak, Ning Chi's voice suddenly came from behind. LV Hung and the others heard the words and hurriedly protected Ning Chi's left and right sides. They looked both vigilant and dignified. They never thought that Prince Chun's reaction would be so fast. In such a short time, he invited the abbot of Xianggu Temple. This was one of the two martial arts peak masters of the Divine Tang Empire. Even the top masters had to respectfully salute him. "Your Highness, that is the abbot of Xianggu Temple." LV Hung lowered his voice and quietly reported. Ning Chi's eyes swept over Prince Chun and the old monk. Then his eyes showed disappointment. "Alas, he is not the person I am looking for." What was he talking about? Prince Chun frowned slightly. The old monk seemed to be thinking about the meaning of Ning Chi's words. "Commander Ning, this is the first time we meet, right? I didn't expect you to be younger than the rumors say." Prince Chun said with a smile. "Let's get straight to the point. I don't have time to waste with you," Ning Chi said lightly. Prince Chun's face changed slightly. His subordinates subconsciously wanted to rush forward, but they were stopped by him. "Commander Ning, this is Master Huineng, the abbot of Xianggu Temple." "Hello, Master Huineng." Ning Chi nodded. "Benefactor, you just said that this old monk is not the person you are looking for? May I know who you are looking for?" "Old monk," Huineng said with a faint smile. "Someone stronger than you," Ning Chi said lightly. Chapter 4170. What a joke! Chun Prince couldn't help but sneer. Someone stronger than Master Huineng? Even the current national master doesn't dare to say that. Ning Chi smiled. "I met two guys some time ago. They were much stronger than Master Huineng, but they were as weak as ants compared to the person I'm looking for." "You're joking." "I think you're a joke. You're a frog at the bottom of a well." LV Hung and others looked a little strange. There were probably only 2 or 3 people in the capital who dared to humiliate Chun Prince in front of him, including the national master and emperor of the Divine Tang Empire. However, they were very curious about what Ning Chi said. In this world, was there really a martial artist who was stronger than the Xianggu Temple's abbot and the national master? Their Commander Ning had actually seen so many of them. Could it be that Commander Ning obtained his martial arts inheritance from those two? Could it be that the former martial arts peak had not died for many years and was hiding in the mountains to cultivate and was met by Commander Ning? LV Hung had many speculations in his mind. "How dare you insult the prince like this?" The subordinates around Chund Prince were furious. Chund Prince's face was also slightly livid because of Ning Chi's words. He was silent for a moment and then looked at the Xiangu Temple's abbot, Master Huining. I think Master Wu Shi died in the hands of this man. With Master Wu Shi's identity, even if the emperor wanted to kill him, he would have to go through a joint trial. This man dared to kill Master Wu Shi. I hope Master Huining can kill this man at this moment. As for his identity, you don't have to worry about it. I will personally report this to the emperor. Buddha doesn't kill innocent people. Master Huining chuckled. Chund Lord's face changed slightly. Before he could speak, Master Hui Nun continued to say with a smile, "But Commander Ning is full of monstrous, murderous aura. I am afraid that countless innocent people have died in his hands. No matter how merciful the Buddha is, he will help this devil." Chund Prince suddenly grinned. With Master Huining's help, everything would be. Puff! A cold light flashed. Master Huining didn't even have time to react, and his neck was directly cut off by the dragon's saber. His head flew into the air, and after a few rounds, it landed on the broken neck. However, his face was no longer facing Ning Chi, but Chund Prince. LV hung. He felt that this scene was too similar to what had happened in River Een City. Master Wu sure seemed to have been cut in half in this manner. However, the person who came was the abbot of Xiangu Temple, one of the two terrifying existences at the pinnacle of martial arts in the divine Tang Empire. How could he be killed with a single slash? After the rest of the constables recovered from their shock, they looked at Master Huining's corpse, which was still standing on the spot with a complicated look in their eyes. Then they trembled with excitement. This time they had really followed the right person. If he could kill someone at the peak of the martial Tao, what else in the world couldn't he kill? To put it bluntly, even if Ning Chi directly attacked the imperial court, he could still easily take the head of the current emperor and master. It took Chund Prince a few breaths to react, and he looked at Master Huining in disbelief. However, Master Huining's eyes had long lost focus. Looking closely, there seemed to be a trace of doubt in the depths of his eyes, as if he was wondering why he would die so easily under the opponent's saber. After the group of men who followed Chund Prince reacted, they were so scared that they threw the weapons in their hands to the ground. Then they immediately picked them up and looked at Ning Chi in horror. The look in their eyes was as if they were looking at a devil coming out of hell. "Chund Prince, do you think this Master Huining is very strong? Why can't he even take one slash for me?" Ning Chi's index finger gently stroked the blade and wiped the blood on it. Then, with a flick of his finger, the blood suddenly shot on Chund Prince's face, making him tremble all over. He woke up from the shock and looked at Ning Chi in disbelief. You killed Master Huining?" Chund Prince reached out to wipe the blood on his face and took a few steps back. Because the surrounding area had been cleared by Chund Prince, no one saw this shocking scene except for them. "Yes, I killed him." Ning Chi smiled. The shock on Chund Prince's face gradually dissipated, and then he put on a gentle smile and said to Ning Chi, "I didn't expect Commander Ning's martial arts cultivation to be so high. Even Master Huining is no match for you. It's a blessing for me to see this scene today, but I still have some private matters to deal with, so I will leave first." After that, he gestured to his men and was about to turn around and leave. "Go? Why do you want to go?" "Invite Chund Prince into the inn to talk about the old days." Ning Chi said lightly, "Yes." Lu Hung immediately took his men forward and directly grabbed Chund Prince and brought him into the inn. As for his men, none of them dared to make a move. Even Chund Prince himself did not dare to resist and was brought into the inn obediently. In the inn, Ning Chi sat boldly, with Lu Hung and others standing beside him. Chund Prince sat opposite Ning Chi. As for his men, they only dared to look outside the door and did not dare to leave. They did not dare to step into the inn without Ning Chi's consent. Master Huining's body was still standing there. Even the peak of martial arts could be killed in one move. They were nothing. Chun Prince, do you know your crime? Ning Qi suddenly shouted coldly. Chun Prince was stunned, and then said with a smile, What crime did I commit? In fact, there may be a misunderstanding in this, I don't know. I am the commander of Six Fan School. You brought Master Huining to kill me, and you ask me what crime I have committed? Do you know that murdering an official of the imperial court is a triple crime? What's more, you are a prince. I think the current emperor will not say that I did anything wrong, even if I execute you here. Ning Qi said lightly. Chun Prince looked more and more flustered. He had never been so nervous in front of an 18 or 19-year-old boy since he was a child. Execute him on the spot. When he thought of Ning Qi's means just now, Chun Prince subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Perhaps Ning Qi really dared to do such a thing. Commander Ning, you haven't killed me yet. I think you want to ask me something. Ask away. I will tell you everything I know. I only hope that, after today, we can shake hands and make peace. Chun Prince said slowly, Let me ask you, is the strength of the Divine Tang Empire's national preceptor similar to that of Master Huining? Ning Qi said lightly, Well, the two of them are similar in strength and… Chun Prince hesitated for a moment and whispered, The national preceptor and Master Huining are brothers. They came to our Divine Tang Empire in the early years. I suspect that the sect behind them is very powerful because the two of them dare not take a step out of the Divine Tang Empire. Chapter 4171. Remember, in 1 second, 800 mail signs small/say net wonderful pop-up window free reading. They dare not step out of Xintang. LV Hung and the others' eyes moved slightly. As the arresters of Six Fan School, they knew countless secrets, but they knew very little about the imperial master of the Xintang Empire and the abbot of Xianggu Temple. It was really surprising to hear Lord Chun say that the two did not dare to leave Xintang. It should be a cultivator sect. It seems that there is no one I'm looking for in the capital. Ning Qi smiled. A cultivator sect? There was a trace of confusion in everyone's eyes. Only Lord Chun's eyes moved slightly, but he immediately calmed down. Judging from your reaction just now, you seem to know a little about this cultivator sect? Didn't you say that you would tell me everything you know? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Lord Chun was slightly stunned. He calmed down so quickly and didn't show any flaws in his expression. How could the other party see through it? This… Lord Chun hesitated for a few seconds. Seeing that Ning Qi's eyes were getting colder and colder, he sighed softly and told him everything he knew. Master Huining once told me that there is a mysterious realm above the peak of martial arts. The peak of martial arts is just the limit of mortals. The real experts can walk in the air. Some time ago, the Z family sent something to Master Huining. If there is no accident, he can use this thing to break through the bottleneck in another year and take the most important step. You said that the Z family sent something to Master Huining. What is it? Zi Yun appeared behind Ning Qi and looked at Lord Chun with a solemn expression. A Buddha bead. Lord Chun said, My husband, that Buddhist bead was obtained by my parents from a foreign merchant. Due to some reasons, it was temporarily kept in the Z family. Later on, my parents died tragically in an accident, and the Z family didn't even allow me to enter. Now it seems that they deliberately hid this Buddhist bead. Ziyin said in a deep voice, Maybe the cause of your parents' death is not that simple. Ning Qi smiled and glanced at LV Hung. I will immediately send someone to investigate this matter thoroughly. If it was really done by the Z family, there must be some clues left. Lu Hung cupped his fists. Zi Yin was slightly stunned. If Ning Qi hadn't mentioned it today, she would never have thought that her parents might have been killed by someone from the main branch of the Z family. In other words, if she didn't know that the Buddha beads were given to the abbot of Xianggu Temple, she wouldn't have known that the beads were so important. She wanted to get it back because her mother once told her that the beads were for her. Go get the Buddhist beads from monk Huineng first. He should be carrying such an important item with him. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Lu Heng was slightly stunned. He immediately turned around and walked in front of monk Huineng. Although he was dead, his body was standing firmly on the ground. It was enough to show how strong his martial arts cultivation was. It was hard for ordinary people to reach. Master, I'm sorry. LV Hung hesitated for a moment, but finally put his palms together and bowed. Then he started searching monk Huineng's body. Soon, he discovered something strange about the Buddhist bead bracelet on his hand. One of the Buddhist beads seemed to be shining with golden light. Although it wasn't obvious, it was very different from other Buddhist beads. LV Hung took off the bracelet, returned to Ning Qi, and respectfully handed it to Ning Qi. When Prince Chund saw the bracelet, his face changed slightly. In fact, he had long known that monk Huineng carried this Buddhist bead with him, but he didn't know why he was bluffed by Ning Qi, so he couldn't help but say it. In the end, the Buddhist bead fell into Ning Qi's hands. Ziyin, is it this Buddhist bead? Ning Qi reached out and crushed the rest of the Buddhist beads, leaving only the larger Buddhist bead that emitted golden light. Ziyin subconsciously reached out to take it, but her hand froze in midair. Not only her, but even LV Hung and Prince Chund seemed to have their acupoints poked. Ning Qi frowned slightly and stood up abruptly. The air seemed to have stopped flowing, and time seemed to have paused. Ning Qi's expression became more and more solemn. After a few breaths, he suddenly saw the bodies of Ziyin and others quietly flicker a few times. It was as if an afterimage was about to disappear. Is all this really an illusion? Ning Qi's face suddenly calmed down. The next moment, a golden light suddenly shot out from the Buddhist bead and went straight into Ning Qi's eyebrows. Then, scenes flashed in front of Ning Qi's eyes. The scenes began with Ning Qi marrying into the Z family, but later, it was not the appearance in Ning Qi's memory. Ning Qi in the scenes was a weak scholar. After he entered the Z family, he was ridiculed by many people. Only Ziyin treated him quite well. Jiang Tianshu often came to humiliate Ning Qi. Then there was one time when Ning Qi attacked out of anger and killed Jiang Tianshu. Then the Black Tiger Gang attacked. The Black Tiger Gang first killed Ning Qi's parents and his younger brother and sister, and then joined forces with Li Hu to kill the Z family. After sacrificing countless servants, Ning Qi and Ziyin fought their way out of the encirclement and ran to the capital. In the next few years, Ning Qi and Ziyin lived in the main branch of the Z family until one day, the abbot of Xianggu Temple came to the Z family. Monk Huineng didn't stay in the Z family for long. After he left, Ning Qi found that there were more memories in his mind. It was a set of cultivation methods that could help him cultivate to become an immortal. Ning Qi felt as if he had found a treasure. He devoted himself to cultivation for decades and finally rose to power, uprooting his former enemies, such as the Black Tiger Gang. With his help, Ziyin also set foot in the field of cultivation. After that, Monk Huineng often talked to Ning Qi about cultivation. After a long time, Ning Qi's status in the divine Tang Empire had become slightly higher than the emperor, and the martial artists in Jianghu regarded him as a god. One day, Monk Huineng invited Ning Qi and Ziyin to Xianggu Temple, but Ning Qi didn't expect that Monk Huineng had set up a trap in Xianggu Temple. Suddenly, a few people with cultivation more powerful than Ning Qi appeared and interrogated Ning Qi about his cultivation methods. Ning Qi tried his best to escape with Ziyin. From then on, he set foot in an unheard of realm, the world of cultivation. The scene suddenly stopped here. Ning Qi subconsciously opened his eyes and found himself in a gloomy temple. His body was wrapped in white spider silk, and these spider silk were constantly extracting essence, blood from his body. sucking his cultivation. Beside him and opposite him, he saw countless dried corpses wrapped in spider webs. In the center of the temple, a huge spider was crouching. This spider was extraordinary. It had 18 heads, and the face of each head was that of a peerless beauty. Ning Chi rolled his eyes calmly. This spider seemed to be in a deep sleep and didn't notice that he had woken up from the illusion. So I've been in this state all this time. Is this spider the existence in that giant city that even the silver dragon is afraid of? Ning Chi looked at the spider. The next moment, he found that the eyes of one of the spider's heads trembled slightly, as if it was about to wake up. Chapter 41:72. Ning Chi held his breath. He could feel that his cultivation base was restricted by the spider silk on his body. If this spider with 18 beautiful women's heads discovered that he had woken up, he would probably fall into the illusion again. The pair of trembling eyes gradually calmed down, but they did not open in the end. Ning Chi waited for a few breaths before calling out softly in his heart, "System, the netherworld spider mother is devouring the host's essence and soul." The system notification sounded. "How long has it been?" Ning Chi asked in his heart. 130 years. The system notification sounded again. 130 years? Ning Chi's expression became extremely strange. It seemed like only a few months had passed in the illusion. He did not expect that 130 years had passed in the outside world. "I haven't returned for such a long time. I wonder what's the situation in Shenlua world. Has the great worlds that Heavenly Star God King mentioned already invaded, and that illusion? Could it be that the last scene was what I experienced in real life? Is there really a Shintang in this world? Is there really a purple mansion?" Many questions arose in Ning Chi's heart. However, the most important thing now was to find a way to leave this place. In just a short time, Ning Chi felt that his cultivation base had dropped by a few %. This meant that if he continued to stay in the illusion for another year or so, he might die silently like the group of corpses around him and be trapped here forever. "System, is there any way to leave this place?" Ning Chi asked in his heart. "The netherworld spider mother has been guarding this place since the beginning of this world. Its cultivation base is much higher than the host's, so there is no way to leave for now." The system notification sounded. Guarding this place since the beginning of this world? Wouldn't that mean that it was stronger than those divine masters? Ning Chi's eyes flashed with shock. Who knew how many divine masters there had been? At least one divine master that he knew had fallen. Otherwise, the group of divine kings would not have. Thinking up to there, Ning Chi glanced at the corpses in the surroundings, and his face became extremely strange. Were these people the god kings of the same generation as the silver dragon? Even the divine kings have turned into corpses. I'm just a godly venerable. Ning Chi's heart skipped a beat as he thought of an extremely terrifying guess. The system said that the netherworld spider mother is guarding this place. What is it guarding? Why did those divine masters step into the starry sky when they reached the 9th step? Those divine masters disappeared without a trace in the past. Don't tell me they are also here? Ning Chi's gaze swept across the dark temple hall, sweeping across the dried corpses that were wrapped into cocoons. 1, 2, 3. 301, 302. The more Ning Chi counted, the more alarmed he became. At his realm, there were many things that could no longer make his heart flutter. But this time he was truly shocked. Those who could make it, there were at least ultimate gods, and there was a high chance that these mummies were divine kings. 490. Ning Chi's eyes gradually condensed into needles. 490 corpses. If these corpses were all godly monarchs when they were alive, then it was unknown how many generations of godly monarchs were among them. It was possible that the godly kings from the great worlds that Heavenly Star God King had mentioned had also come here before. However, Ning Chi did not believe that the Shenlua world could produce so many godly monarchs. This netherworld spider mother can even devour godly monarchs. How can I escape from this place? Ning Qi frowned slightly. Suddenly he thought of something. The reason why he was able to escape from the illusion was that he had obtained the strange Buddhist bead in the illusion. Logically speaking, it was impossible for the things in the illusion to affect reality unless it was. Ning Qi slowly closed his eyes and looked inside his sea of consciousness. As expected, he saw a golden Buddha bead floating in his sea of consciousness. The appearance of the Buddha bead was very different from the illusion. It emitted golden light and dyed the entire sea of consciousness gold. Apart from that, there seemed to be tens of thousands of Buddhas in the Buddha bead. Buddhas were sitting on lotuses and chanting constantly. Ning Qi stared at the Buddha bead quietly. He did not know when it entered his sea of consciousness. Before entering this giant city, Ning Qi was sure that he had never seen this Buddha bead. There were two possibilities. First, the Buddha bead came from this giant city. The other possibility was that this Buddha bead had always been in his sea of consciousness. It was just that Ning Qi did not have the opportunity to activate it, so he could not discover it. This time, when Ning Qi was captured by the netherworld spider mother, the Buddha might have sensed that he was in danger, so it appeared. After thinking about it, the second possibility was the most likely. Since the Buddha bead could wake me up from the illusion, and even the netherworld spider mother could not detect it, its power is probably far beyond my imagination. It might be able to help me leave this place. If I continue to be absorbed, I will become a dried corpse. Thinking up to this point, the Buddha bead seemed to have sensed Ning Qi's thoughts. The faint chanting inside grew louder, and the golden light it emitted became hotter. In the outside world, Ning Qi, who was trapped in the spider silk, gradually split open between his eyebrows. A golden Buddha bead slowly appeared. Ning Qi abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a look of shock. He noticed that the spider silk, which had been absorbing his strength, was actually continuously sending power back into his body. Soon the white spider silk was even dyed with a layer of golden light, and the power it was sending back to Ning Qi was getting stronger. The power that had been absorbed for the past 130 years was not only replenished in the blink of an eye, but it was also rushing towards a higher direction. What's going on? Ning Qi was bewildered. Would the netherworld spider mother wake up because of this? He was a little anxious and quickly looked at the netherworld spider mother, looking at its 18 beautiful heads. The netherworld spider mother was still in a deep sleep and showed no signs of waking up. It seemed to still think that it was absorbing Ning Qi's cultivation base. It did not realize that not only did it return the cultivation base it had extracted to Ning Qi, it even sent the cultivation base of those existences it had extracted into Ning Qi's body bit by bit. Those existences were either divine kings or ultimate gods. The power in their bodies was so majestic that Ning Qi almost could not withstand just a little bit of it. However, just when Ning Qi felt that his body was about to explode and die, the Buddha bead between his eyebrows suddenly emitted a wave of power, instantly allowing the external power to perfectly merge with Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi's cultivation base was skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to a 3-tribulation ultimate god. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully advancing to a 4-tribulation ultimate god. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system's beeps kept ringing, and Ning Qi also felt that his strength was countless times stronger than before. The last notification, in particular, shocked Ning Qi. Chapter 4173. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the Divine King realm. Ning Qi was pleasantly surprised by the final system notification. Through the power he absorbed from the netherworld spider mother's body, he had skipped the 3rd tribulation and 4th tribulation ultimate god realms and stepped into the 8th step. The terrifying power in his body swept wildly. If the power of a 2-tribulation ultimate god was like a small pond, Ning Qi's current divine king power was like an endless, turbulent sea. There was no comparison between the two. Where did this Buddha bead come from? It can even eliminate an ultimate God's fourth tribulation and directly let me step into the eighth step realm. Ning Chi's eyes showed a hint of contemplation. He felt his power was still rising. The Divine King realm was a big realm, and there was no division of small realms. However, there were also strong and weak Divine Kings. In the past, Heavenly Star Divine King and the other human race Divine Kings from the three great creation divine realms could only fight to a draw with the Sea King alone. Ning Chi felt that his strength might be comparable to Heavenly Star Divine King, but there should be a slight gap between him and the Sea King. However, if he used all his trump cards, the gap would not be too big. Moreover, his strength was still rising rapidly. The Netherworld Spider Mother had devoured countless ultimate gods, divine kings, and even divine lords. The terrifying power in its body was unparalleled. What Ning Chi absorbed was just a drop in the ocean. As time ticked by, Ning Chi gradually felt a sense of saturation within his body. At the same time, the eyelids of the 18 beauties on the mother of Nether Spider's body began to twitch visibly. This was a clear sign of awakening. Ning Chi tried to break free from the spider silk on his body, but he found that even if he reached the Divine King realm, he still could not break free from the spider silk. The Netherworld Spider Queen's eyelids trembled more and more violently, as if it would wake up at any moment. If it discovered that not only did it not absorb Ning Chi's power, but Ning Chi had instead stolen a lot of it, Ning Chi could imagine what would happen to it. Just as Ning Chi's mind was racing, the Buddha light between his eyebrows shone again and shot out a golden ray. The golden ray was like the scorching sun that fell on the snow. The spider silk instantly melted when it came into contact with the golden ray. Run! Ning Chi's reaction was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already left the temple hall. He was indeed in the depths of a huge and silent city. After scanning with his divine thoughts, Ning Chi found the way out of the city. Just as he was about to move, a horrible aura of destruction suddenly came from behind him. Ning Chi didn't look back. He only had one goal, and that was to leave this giant city. The flow of time around him seemed to slow down. Ning Chi, who had already seen the city gates and was about to leave the city, suddenly felt his movements become very slow. It was as if he was a mortal trapped in a swamp. Behind him, the distance between him and the mother of Nether Spider was extremely close. The 18 beautiful heads on its body all opened their eyes and stared at Ning Chi. The distance between the white spider silk and Ning Chi was less than an inch. God's grace, time reversal. Ning Chi's mind moved. A terrifying power surged out from his body. In a split second, the surrounding heaven and earth were affected by this power, as if they had fallen into some kind of domain. The spider silk that was about to touch his body abruptly retreated an inch, and Ning Chi's body also broke free from the quagmire, rushing out of the giant city. An extremely shrill scream came from behind him. Only then did Ning Chi turn around to look. At the gate of the giant city, the mother of Nether Spider spread out its bony spider legs. The 18 beautiful heads on its body were all staring at him. It can't leave this giant city, but there must be some secret hidden in this giant city. Otherwise, it wouldn't be guarding this place. And those divine kings and even divine masters wouldn't come here again and again. Ning Chi's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. He had a feeling that he might step into this place again, but even if he reached the divine master realm, he didn't have the confidence to fight against this mother of Nether Spider unless he figured out the secret of that Buddha bead. Thinking of this, Ning Chi reached out to touch the space between his eyebrows. Unknowingly, the Buddha bead had already gradually disappeared, leaving only a faint circle mark on his eyebrows. After taking one last look at the mother of Nether Spider, Ning Chi turned around and returned to the Shenlua world. Ever since the creation, celestial territory and the Shenlua world completely merged, countless living beings immediately felt the terror that came from the divine kings. The sects of the creation's celestial territory launched an indiscriminate attack on the Shenlua world. Even if they surrendered, it wouldn't stop their massacre. The massacre continued until half of the living beings in the Shenlua world were killed. Countless sects were destroyed, and even the Supreme Saint Council was broken into pieces. Only then did the massacre gradually stop. At this time, it had already been 20 to 30 years since the two places completely merged. In these 20 to 30 years, all the cultivators lived in fear. No matter where they went, they could smell the stench of blood. The entire world was dyed red by the blood of the dead living beings. The previous heavenly court had already changed owners. Perhaps because of the calamity of the world, there were many cultivators who were willing to stay behind and follow Silver Dragon. However, most of them followed Ningqi later on, and Ningqi's true foundation had basically all left with Fang Lingming and the rest. Fang Lingming led the group to another barren place. Only in such a place could they avoid contact with the outside world to the greatest extent. Not to mention cultivators, even mortals wouldn't be willing to come to this place. There was only a little bit of greenery in the mountain range, and most of it was yellow soil. There was a huge building that extended continuously in the shape of a circle. In the middle of the building, there was a huge tower that was more than 100 zhang tall. Fang Lingming, Wang Shui, Li Exan, Zuoling, Little Yu, and the rest of the girls were riding on Qilins, standing in the void. Bull Demon King, Li Macho, Niu Dezhuang, Deguzi, Dongfang Haojie, and the rest stood around Fang Lingming and the rest, vaguely protecting them in the center. In the void, not far from them, there were 4 experts with auras comparable to the peak of the Great Emperor, and these 4 experts were carrying a carriage. On the carriage sat a figure. This person's torso was as thin as firewood, and his head was as big as a bucket. He looked like a dwarf. Zhao Tong, there were some cultivators who had come out of the ancestral star who had a strange expression on their faces when they saw that dwarf. This was obviously Zhao Tong, who had joined the Mystic Sword sect with Ningqi. Who would have thought that after so many years, his aura would actually become so profound and unfathomable? After so many hardships, I have finally returned to this world. I didn't expect to meet old acquaintances as soon as I came back. I can feel Senior Brother's aura from you guys. Where is Senior Brother? Ask him to come out. Zhao Tong said with a smile. Fang Lingming had seen Zhao Tong in the Mystic Sword sect before, but it took her a long time to remember who he was. Chapter 4174. How could it be him? Fang Lingming's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness as memories gradually surfaced in her mind. He remembered that, at that time, Zhao Tong was always against Ningqi in the Xianjian sect. Whether it was because of his despicable nature or the jealousy in his heart, Fang Lingming naturally did not have a good impression of him. However, he was awakened by Ningqi's scolding and eventually left Xianjian sect, possibly even the ancestral star. From then on, even when the devil race invaded, Zhao Tong never showed himself. After a long time, she almost forgot that such a person existed in this world. Why aren't you guys talking? Could it be that Senior Brother isn't here? Zhao Tong said with a smile. He swept his gaze over and saw quite a few familiar faces. Unfortunately, none of these familiar faces had a cultivation that could compare to his own. Ever since he left Ancestral Star, he had encountered the most precious opportunity in his life. Due to an accident, he came to an extremely magical place. In that place, immortal emperors were like dogs, able to walk everywhere in 3 steps. With his cultivation at that time, he was truly as weak as an ant in that mystical place. However, ever since then, Zhao Tong's luck had become countless times better than before. He had one fortuitous encounter after another and was now a sect leader and one of the youngest ultimate gods in the Fangyan Great World. You're Zhao Tong, Fang Lingming said slowly. That's right. Zhao Tong looked at Fang Lingming for a while and could not help but laugh. So it's sister-in-law. He paused for a moment. Things are really unpredictable. I remember when I left, including senior brother, you were still fooling around in the celestial world. In such a short period of time, all of you were able to advance to the 6th step. He looked like he was really sighing. That was the truth. When he came to Shinluo World as the advanced team, he immediately sensed a familiar aura. He did not expect to see an acquaintance he knew in the celestial world when he came to take a look. For a moment, it brought back countless memories in his heart. I was still very weak back then. Zhao Tong could not help but sigh. Everyone's expression became a little strange. At that time, Zhao Tong was indeed very weak. They did not expect to see Zhao Tong again in the Shinluo world one day. What was even more unexpected was that his cultivation had already reached the 6th step and reached the ultimate God realm. They had Ning Qi's protection and all sorts of opportunities. But even Fong Lingming and the rest had only reached the 6th step. My husband is not here right now. If you want to see him, come back next time. Fong Lingming said calmly. This won't do. If I come back next time, who knows if I'll be able to see senior brother again. Perhaps even you guys won't be here anymore. Zhao Tong smiled. After thinking about it, if senior brother really isn't here, how about I wait here for him to come back? Don't forget that you were defeated by Bei Xian. Are you waiting for him here? If Bei Xian comes back, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Li Exan coldly snorted. I remember you too. Zhao Tong's face twitched a few times when he heard the words defeated. His eyes became slightly sinister as he looked at Li Exan from head to toe and smiled. I remember when you were in the immortal world. You were so noble that I could only look up to you. I didn't expect to see you here. He paused for a while. I'm lacking a maidservant. Why don't you come with me? You're quite talented, and I can guarantee that you'll reach the ultimate God realm in the future. Look at these 4. As long as they help me carry the carriage for another 100,000 years, I'll help them reach the ultimate God realm. The 4 peak great emperor bearers remained calm. Not only did they not feel humiliated, but they were also looking forward to it. They only needed 100,000 years to get the rare opportunity to reach the ultimate God realm. What's wrong with being a slave for 100,000 years? How dare you? Li Xian's eyes flashed with anger. Why, you're not willing? Zhao Tong raised his brows. Do you think I'm not as handsome as senior brother? Do you know why I don't change my appearance? It's because I want to prove that even if I'm born this way, I can use other means to make up for my lack of appearance. As long as you follow me, you'll know that I'm not any worse than senior brother. What a joke. What makes you think you can compare to our husband? Wang Shui sneered. Little you, or could not help but say, even young master's toes are prettier than yours. You look like a carrot, Zueling said coldly. You're still so stubborn. Zhao Tong smiled and glanced around. Don't tell me you think that you can block the might of an ultimate god with just a few Qilins and a bunch of great emperor realmants? I'll show you how extraordinary an ultimate god's strength is. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura swept out from Zhao Tong's body. Before Fong Lingming and the others could react, the aura had already arrived in front of them. Junior brother, I haven't seen you for so many years. Why hasn't your temper changed? It was unknown when a figure had appeared in front of Fong Lingming and the others. With just a light touch, the aura immediately swept back and rushed back into Zhao Tong's body at an even faster speed. Zhao Tong spat out a mouthful of blood while his eyes revealed a wisp of astonishment. When he saw the appearance of the person who'd arrived, he was even more astonished. Husband, master, young master. Fong Lingming and the others were overjoyed to see Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled and nodded at everyone. His gaze fell on Zhao Tong. Junior brother, we haven't seen each other for so many years. You're still so weak. You've really disappointed me. Zhao Tong's expression changed several times. He stared at Ning Qi. Ning Qi had only used one move to injure him. Ning Qi's strength had exceeded his expectations. Impossible. I've gone through many fortuitous encounters to reach my current cultivation level. How can he be stronger than me? Carrot Head, why aren't you saying anything? Li Xian smiled. Didn't you want me to be your maid just now? You couldn't even take one move from Beixian? I forgot to tell you that I've killed many ultimate gods. Your cultivation level seems to be only at rank 1, right? Fong Linming smiled. Killed many ultimate gods? Zhao Tong's expression changed slightly. Even he had never killed someone of the same cultivation level since he stepped into the ultimate god realm. In a battle between ultimate gods, it was impossible to kill one another unless the difference in strength was too great. Zhao Tong took a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. Senior brother, we haven't seen each other for so many years. Why did you attack me as soon as we met? If I didn't attack just now, would you have killed my people? Ning Qi smiled. Although the smile on his face was gentle, Zhao Tong suddenly felt the temperature around him drop by tens of degrees. Chapter 4175. Important notice. A new website has been launched. Baidu search is no longer available. Please save the latest website. Senior brother, you must be joking. I was just excited to see so many old acquaintances here, so I acted a little too aggressively. Zhao Tong was silent for a few breaths before he grinned. Since I've seen senior brother today, I'll take my leave first. With that, he was about to leave. Zhao Tong had been paying attention to Ning Qi's expression. Seeing that Ning Qi didn't stop him, he heaved a sigh of relief. When I return, I'll ask a divine king to kill you. Zhao Tong thought to himself, did I say you could leave? Ning Qi suddenly smiled. Zhao Tong's body stiffened slightly. He turned to look at Ning Qi and smiled. Senior brother, is there anything else? Nothing much. I saw that you insisted on waiting for me here. Since I've returned, don't be in a hurry to leave. Stay here for a while. Ning Qi smiled. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and Zhao Tong and the other 4 peak stage great emperor bearers were drawn to Ning Qi. They're guests from afar. Take them down and entertain them well. Ning Qi smiled. The 4 great emperors revealed a trace of fear in their eyes as they looked at Zhao Tong in panic. They were Zhao Tong's subordinates, so Zhao Tong should stand up for them. The other party's strength was terrifying. Who knew what would happen if they were taken down and entertained? But Zhao Tong didn't care about the 4 great emperors. He only wanted to know what Ning Qi wanted to do to him. Senior brother, I come from the Fangyan Great World. If I don't return for a long time, a divine king might come looking for me. Zhao Tong said slowly after a few breaths of silence. Fangyan Great World? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. No wonder he felt that something was wrong with the aura of the Shenluo world when he returned. It seemed that the Shenluo world had completed its integration, which allowed cultivators to descend from the great worlds. Perhaps at this very moment, in an unknown place, there were people fighting because of this. Senior brother, you also know about the existence of the great worlds? That's good. Zhao Tong's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. He had been afraid that Ning Qi did not know about the existence of the Fangyan Great World. Now that he knew, he should know that the heritage of these great worlds was much stronger than that of the Shenluo Great World. Among the myriad heavens great worlds, Fangyan Great World could be ranked in the top 10, while Divine Civ Great World was ranked at the bottom because it had just become a great world. I've heard of it, but I'm curious. Did you advance to the ultimate god realm because you went to the Fangyan Great World? Ning Qi smiled faintly. That's right. After I left the homeworld that day, I coincidentally stepped into the Fangyan Great World. And because of that, my cultivation base has improved tremendously. Zhao Tong said with a smile. Ning Qi sighed. He had come to the divine Luo world due to a fortuitous encounter, causing his cultivation level to skyrocket. However, the other party had directly arrived in a great world and had a much higher starting point than him. It was very likely that Zhao Tong had already reached the hierarch realm when Ning Qi reached the sixth step. Unfortunately, Ning Qi's cultivation speed increased again towards the end. This time, he even absorbed an endless amount of energy from the netherworld's Spider Mother, directly breaking through the seventh step and reaching the God King realm. An ultimate god like Zhao Tong could be easily killed by Ning Qi with just a thought. Until that moment, Ning Qi finally felt the attitude Heavenly Star Divine King had towards him. Ants. Whether it was a first tribulation ultimate god or a fourth tribulation ultimate god, they were no different from ants in the eyes of the Divine King. Unfortunately, Senior Brother is still Senior Brother. Senior Brother's cultivation base improved tremendously when we were in the homeworld. Now, even if I come to the Fangyan Great World, I still can't catch up with Senior Brother's pace. Zhao Tong sighed softly with a hint of gloom flashing in the depths of his eyes. After a pause, he asked, Senior Brother, can I go now? The 4 sedan bearers will be a gift to Senior Brother. Who said you can go? Ning Qi smiled. Zhao Tong was slightly startled. If I don't go back in time, the Divine King can lock on to my location. Aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? Ning Qi smiled. Zhao Tong's face suddenly became a little ugly, and at the same time, a trace of doubt rose in his heart. Let me ask you, did you come to the Shinluo Great World as the vanguard? Is the Fangyan Great World ready to fight against the Shinluo Great World? Ning Qi smiled. War. Zhao Tong's expression was a little strange. Then he shook his head. Although the Shinluo Great World is weak, you have the Ocean King here. He is considered strong among the Divine Kings. Therefore, the Fangyan Great World has agreed to let you become a subsidiary world. You will fight for the Fangyan Great World in the war between the Great Worlds. Affiliated World. Fang Lingming and the others were surprised. They naturally had no way of knowing the decision of the higher-ups from their position. They did not expect the Sea King and Heavenly Star Divine King to have found an ally in such a short time. However, from Zhao Tong's tone, it could be seen that the Fangyan Great World did not treat the Shinluo Great World as an ally. They probably wanted to use the Shinluo Great World as the vanguard in the war. How strong is the Fangyan Great World? How many Divine Kings? How many ultimate gods? Ning Qi asked faintly. Zhao Tong's eyes moved before he smiled proudly. The Fangyan Great World has a total of 12 Divine Kings and more than 100 ultimate gods. After a pause, he continued, Among them, there are 3 Divine Kings who are comparable to the Sea King. The great Divine King's strength is even more powerful than the Sea King. I'm the subordinate of the demonic Divine King, one of the 12 Divine Kings. If I don't return to the Fangyan Great World within the stipulated time, the demonic Divine King's primordial spirit will come personally. Demonic Divine King? Ning Qi was slightly surprised. He recalled the demonic cult he had encountered some time ago. Well, not just some time ago. His time was stolen by the Netherworld Spider Mother for more than 100 years. Senior Brother, it seems like you've heard of the demonic Divine King. Zhao Tong's eyes flashed with a smile. In his opinion, even if Ning Qi was stronger than him, he was at most a 4-tribulation ultimate god. Since he knew of the demonic Divine King's name, there was no reason for him to keep him. I've heard of it. It seems like the demonic Divine King came to this world a long time ago. Ning Qi said with a strange expression. I've never heard of this. It's just a rumor that a long time ago, when the Shinluo Great World was still very powerful, the Divine King of the Fangyan Great World did come to this world. However, the Shinluo Great World collapsed, and even the Divine King found it difficult to come. Zhao Tong said, Well, this rumor might be true. Ning Qi smiled. After a pause, Look at me, I really have a bad memory. How can I let you chat at the door? Come in with me. Oh, eh. Zhao Tong looked at Ning Qi blankly. Senior Brother, are you sure you want me to stay? Yes. Ning Qi smiled. Aren't you afraid that the demonic Divine King will come? Zhao Tong frowned. If he comes, I'll make him stay here as a guest. Ning Qi smiled faintly. The eyes of Fang Lingming and the others who knew Ning Qi moved slightly as an exciting guess arose in their hearts. Still looking for the strongest Dragon Slayer system for free? Baidu directly searched. Speed reading pavilion. Speed reading without waiting. =. Chapter 4176. Zhao Tong sat on a stool in a daze. The stool was shorter than normal stool, so it only reached everyone's waist when he sat down. Ning Qi sat on the main seat in the middle and smiled at Zhao Tong. Junior brother, are you comfortable with the stool I prepared for you? Comfortable. Zhao Tong forced a smile on his face, but he felt extremely humiliated. All the great emperors around him sat on normal stool, but Ning Qi made him sit on a stool that was meant for a child. Wasn't that humiliating? Zhao Tong regretted keeping his previous appearance. He would have changed his appearance if he knew it would be like this. Fang Lingming glanced at Zhao Tong and told Ning Qi about the things that happened in the heavenly court during his absence. The original location of the heavenly court had been occupied by the Silver Dragon. 20 to 30% of the previous people had joined the Silver Dragon. The Silver Dragon. Ning Qi sighed. Does he really think the providence is in the heavenly court and he can escape this calamity? That's right. Fang Lingming nodded with a smile. Everyone smiled. Niu Dazhuang sneered. I've said it before. The providence is in the master's body. The heavenly court is where the master is. Unfortunately, the Silver Dragon Senior doesn't believe me. It's normal that he doesn't believe me because he knows I went to a place where even a divine king can't escape. Ning Qi smiled faintly. In his eyes undead, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Hearing Ning Qi say this, could it be that the Silver Dragon really wasn't lying to them? Did Ning Qi really go to a dangerous place? Everyone was relieved after the shock. At least Ning Qi was back. No matter how dangerous it was, they couldn't stop him. Zhao Tong's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. What other place in the world could trap an ultimate god and a divine king? The Silver Dragon has helped me a lot, so it's fine to give him the heavenly court. Ning Qi smiled. Niu Dazhuang and the others were disappointed, but they wouldn't hold a grudge since Ning Qi had spoken. Senior brother, it's getting late. If I don't go back... Zhao Tong said slowly. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the hall. When Zhao Tong saw this, he immediately revealed a look of joy. He subconsciously stood up and said, Demonic Divine Monarch! God King? A God King really came to find Zhao Tong? Everyone's hearts skipped a beat, but they quickly calmed down because they saw a smile on Ning Qi's face. It seems that Brother Ning has really reached that legendary realm. Dongfang Haojia's eyes flashed with a sigh. Why haven't you returned to the Fangyan Great World after so long? Could it be that you met someone you know here? The Devil Fiend Deity King slowly walked into the hall and smiled. His body was the polar opposite of Zhao Tong's. One was as short as a child, while the other was as tall and strong as a giant. As soon as he arrived, he seemed to have his own domain. With him as the center, the ground was gradually stained with a layer of black gas. Just as the layer of black energy was about to attack everyone, Ning Qi stood up to meet it. In an instant, the black energy was like darkness meeting the light of dawn, instantly returning to the Devil Fiend Deity King's body. The Devil Fiend Deity King was slightly startled. His gaze shifted from Zhao Tong to Ning Qi, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Zhao Tong did not notice that as he immediately trotted to the Devil Fiend Deity King and said respectfully, Sir Deity King, I did meet some acquaintances here. After saying that, he pointed at Ning Qi. This is my senior brother. I only realized after coming to Shenluo Divine Net that he, who was once like an ant, has also reached the ultimate god realm. Ant. Using the word ant to describe Ning Qi was enough to show how confident Zhao Tong was at that moment. He thought that after the devil-fiend deity king's arrival, he had a backer and no longer had to fear Ning Qi. You said he's an ultimate god. The devil-fiend deity king's expression was quite strange. Yes, at least a second tribulation ultimate god. Zhao Tong said respectfully, "Ha ha ha." The devil-fiend deity king could not help but laugh. Zhao Tong's face showed a touch of doubt as he did not know why the devil-fiend deity king laughed. You really have no eyesight at all. A dignified deity king is here, and you think he's an ultimate god? I didn't expect your former senior brother to be able to advance to deity king in the collapsed Shenluo Great World. It's really beyond my expectations. This also proves that your senior brother's qualifications are rare even in the Fangyan Great World. The devil-fiend deity king smiled and then looked at Ning Qi. I am one of the 12 deity kings in the Fangyan Great World, the devil-fiend deity king. How should I address you? Ning Beixian. Ning Qi smiled. Deity king? How is that possible? Zhao Tong's eyes flashed with a touch of shock as he looked at Ning Qi in disbelief and gasped. He did not want to believe that Ning Qi was a deity king, but the devil-fiend deity king would never lie to him about such things. Why, I came to the Fangyan Great World and obtained countless opportunities, but I've only just stepped into the ultimate god realm. Why is he a deity king? Why can he advance to deity king in a collapsed great world? Even in the Fangyan Great World. Zhao Tong's mind kept turning as his eyes flashed with jealousy. So it's the North Mystery Deity King. The devil-fiend deity king smiled faintly. Now that your Shenluo Great World has attached itself to our Fangyan Great World, we're considered comrades in arms. In addition to the fact that you used to be Zhao Tong's senior brother, our relationship should be closer. Devil-fiend deity king, is there any misunderstanding? Didn't junior brother Zhao Tong tell you about our relationship back then? Ning Qi smiled faintly. The devil-fiend deity king was slightly startled and frowned slightly. He vaguely sensed that there was a hidden meaning in Ning Qi's words, and then looked at Zhao Tong. Zhao Tong stuttered and did not know how to explain until his face turned red. His lips moved slightly, and he transmitted a few words to Ning Qi. The smile on the devil-fiend deity king's face gradually disappeared. He looked at Zhao Tong expressionlessly and then looked at Ning Qi. The grievances between you and Zhao Tong have been in the past for many years. Why don't I be a peacemaker and let these grievances go? I've long since forgotten about the grudges of the past. I didn't expect that Zhao Tong could still bully us while I was away. Devil-fiend deity king, if I didn't return in time, what do you think he would do with his temper? Ning Qi smiled faintly. The devil-fiend deity king's face slightly changed, and his voice became gloomy. He suddenly smiled faintly. Oh, how does the North Mystery Deity King plan to deal with the grievances between you and Zhao Tong? I plan to hang him on a tree. Ning Qi smiled. A tree? The devil-fiend deity king's eyes flashed a trace of doubt, but he could tell that Ning Qi did not intend to let this matter go. Do you know that as long as my Fangyan Great World is willing, we can destroy your Shenluo Great World in an instant? Chapter 4177. Zhao Tong gradually calmed down after hearing the devil-fiend deity king's threat. That's right. So what if Ning Qi was a divine king? There are strong and weak divine kings too. Moreover, the Fangyan Great World was much stronger than the Shenluo Great World. Would Ning Qi dare to attack them? If they really fought, the Fangyan Great World could destroy the Shenluo Great World in minutes. It did not matter even if they lost an ally. Anyway, as far as he knew, the Fangyan Great World had agreed to the Shenluo Great World's vanguard to deal with the sacred Dragon Great World. Are you threatening me? Ning Qi smiled. Fang Lingming and the others' expressions changed slightly, but they believed that Ning Qi would make the right choice. Yes, I am indeed threatening you. The Shenluo Great World only has 5 divine kings, including you. Only the Ocean King is worthy of my attention. The rest of the divine kings are ordinary and on par with me. Compared to them, your qualifications should be a little shallower, right? The Devil Fiend Deity King smiled faintly. The fact that the other party knew Zhao Tong meant that the other party had not really set foot on the path of cultivation for long. To be able to become a divine king in such a short time, he had to admit that the other party was indeed talented. However, the God King realm was also a form of tempering. In this realm, those who were overflowing with talent had no choice but to calm down and let their foundations become even more solid. A newly advanced divine king could not possibly be a match for a veteran like him who had experienced several heavenly wars. I did set foot in the divine king realm much later than them. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. That's good. I'll take Xiao Tong away today. If there's a chance in the future, we can sit down and talk about how to resolve the feud between you two. He's only an ultimate god now, and you're a divine king. You shouldn't hold a grudge. Why don't you let the feud of the past fade away with the wind? The Devil Fiend Deity King smiled. Zhao Tong's face darkened. He was afraid of being seen by the Devil Fiend Deity King, so he lowered his head slightly. However, his eyes flashed with unwillingness and jealousy. Ning Qi was a divine king while he was an ultimate god. It seemed like there was only a realm difference, but compared to when they were on Ancestral Star, the gap between the two was even greater. There was a huge gap between them. At that time, they were both second-step cultivators. Although Ning Qi was stronger than him, the gap was not that big. How did he manage to cultivate to such a level in such a shattered world? A hint of unwillingness flashed through Zhao Tong's eyes. I have a habit. If I'm not strong enough, I'll say that it's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. If I'm strong enough, I naturally won't let the hatred linger overnight. You also know that overnight dishes don't taste good, let alone hatred? Ning Qi chuckled indifferently. Today, Devil Fiend God King, since you're here as a guest, I welcome you with open arms. If you want to leave, I will not stop you. However, you can't bring Zhao Tong away. No matter what, he is still my junior brother. Now that he has gone astray, I have the obligation to make him turn over a new leaf. Devil Fiend Deity King, do you think what I said makes sense? In that case, you really don't give me any face at all. Devil Fiend Deity King's eyes revealed a hint of savagery. In the next moment, the ground was once again corroded by the black energy surging out of his body. Ning Qi chuckled, and the black energy returned to the Devil Fiend Deity King's body. The Devil Fiend Deity King frowned slightly. This time he was the one initiating the attack, and the other party was able to block it so easily. I only used 20% of my strength just now. Try again. The Devil Fiend Deity King's lips curled up. The black energy surged out once more. Ning Qi chuckled again, and without any movements, the black energy was forced back into the Devil Fiend Deity King's body. The Devil Fiend Deity King was slightly taken aback. Sir, don't be so petty. Show me what you've got. How about letting me see the strength of the great Feng Yen world? Ning Qi chuckled. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. The Devil Fiend Deity King snorted coldly. In an instant, his aura surged, and the black energy continued to leak out of his body. Fang Lingming and the other women immediately sensed danger. But before they could do anything, Ning Qi snorted coldly. The energy was forced back into the Devil Fiend Deity King's body, and his soaring aura was constantly suppressed. It was like a person who had just broken through the shackles, but was instantly beaten back to his original realm. The Devil Fiend Deity King grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before the blood landed on the ground, it was refined by Ning Qi and turned into a wisp of green smoke. There's no reason to dirty someone's house when you're a guest. As a deity king, don't you know this? Ning Qi said indifferently. The devil-fiend deity king looked at Ning Qi in shock, and a deep sense of fear flashed in the depths of his eyes. He no longer had that sense of superiority. The deity king in front of him, who was supposed to be a junior, had unfathomable strength. The other party did not even make a move, and he was already injured. A deity king's injury was no small matter. He could not remember how many years it had been since he was injured. Every time he was injured, he needed a long time to recuperate, and even his lifespan would be affected. Only the deity kings themselves knew that their lifespan was not even as long as that of an ant in their eyes. The reason they were able to live was because of the constant killing in the world, and absorbing the life force that overflowed from the killing in the world to survive. Devil-fiend deity king. Zhao Tong's face was filled with disbelief. The devil-fiend deity king was considered average among the 12 deity kings. Even so, he was not someone that a deity king who had just ascended to the great world could deal with. But why did the devil-fiend deity king show weakness in front of Ning Qi? Who exactly are you? The devil-fiend deity king's voice was a little hoarse, and there was a hint of doubt in his tone. Me? Didn't I introduce myself just now? Ning Qi smiled faintly. You're definitely not the Ning Beixian that Zhao Tong mentioned. I know. You've taken over this body flesh. Which ancient deity king are you? The devil-fiend deity king seemed to have guessed something, and his eyes were filled with shock. He subconsciously took a few steps back. Take over the body? Fang Lingming and the others had a strange look on their faces. You're not Ning Beixian. Zhao Tong also exclaimed. He felt that the devil-fiend deity king's guess was very close to the truth. How could Ning Qi have such a cultivation speed? If he had been possessed by an ancient godly king whose heroic spirit had yet to disperse, then the possibility of it being possessed was even higher. People always find excuses for their failures. Devil-fiend deity king, I'm willing to give you a chance to leave this place safely. Do you cherish it? Ning Qi sighed softly and said, We will meet again. The devil-fiend deity king said with a hoarse voice. Then he turned around and walked away. Zhao Tong looked at him in shock, then looked at Ning Qi and said with difficulty, Lord Deity King? Chapter 4178. The devilish deity king ignored Zhao Tong's call and left. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Tong could no longer sense his aura. He had probably used some means to return to the Fangyan Great World. Don't shout, he won't dare to stay. Ning Qi smiled. Zhao Tong's face became very ugly. He twisted his stiff neck and looked at Ning Qi. Senior brother, I didn't make a big mistake this time. Can you forgive me this time? Junior brother, I've already let you go. You're lucky to go to the Fangyan Great World and even become an ultimate god now. Why do you still remember the past hatred? Ning Qi sighed softly. I remember at that time. There shouldn't have been any gap between us. It was because of your jealousy that led to this bitter fruit. If you don't eat this bitter fruit, who will? What do you want? Kill me? Although the devilish deity king has left, the great deity king of the Fangyan Great World will definitely not stand idly by if I really die in the Shenluo Great World. Zhao Tong's voice became cold and sinister. Since he could not leave, he might as well get rid of the fear in his heart. He just wanted to know his ending from Ning Qi. I said, I'll hang you on a tree, so I'll hang you on a tree. I rarely go back on my words. Ning Qi said with a smile. Hang me on a tree? Zhao Tong's expression changed slightly. He immediately saw Ning Qi raise his palm and was so scared that he quickly ran out of the hall. However, he only ran halfway when his entire body froze on the spot as if he was struck by lightning. Then he began to tremble crazily. Every time he trembled, a wisp of green smoke would seep out from his body. Originally, the surrounding spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth was extremely barren, so very few cultivators would set foot here. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Lingming had chosen this place for them to stay temporarily. However, as the spiritual energy in Zhao Tong's body overflowed, the surrounding spiritual energy was replenished crazily. Greenery grew continuously under the yellow soil of the mountains as green plants broke out of the soil like crazy. It wasn't long before the entire mountain range became overgrown with greenery, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was extremely abundant. It was even to the extent that it was comparable to when they'd stayed in the divine realm of creation. Zhao Tong's face became paler and paler. Finally, he turned around and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. "You destroyed my cultivation? How was this possible? As an ultimate god, even if he was beaten half to death by someone of the same level, it was impossible for them to destroy his cultivation base. Those who could reach this stage would have their life forms changed." However, Ning Qi had only raised his hand and his cultivation level had dropped to the ultimate god realm. Even his life form seemed to have returned to before he became an ultimate god. Even a god king wouldn't be able to do something like that, right? What kind of power is this? "The power of divine grace," continued. Ning Qi chuckled as he looked at Zhao Tong, while everyone else looked around in surprise. They had already noticed that the soaring spirit qi had a lot to do with Zhao Tong. After Zhao Tong's cultivation fell from the Emperor realm, it continued to fall. Soon, he fell back to the imperishable realm. It took Zhao Tong countless years to go from the 5th step to the 7th step. However, it only took him a dozen breaths' time to go from the 7th step to the 5th step. To put it bluntly, even if he destroyed his cultivation base, he wouldn't be able to quickly fall back to the 5th step. This is fake. It can't be real. That's right, this must be an illusion. It must be an illusion. Ning Qi is trying to force me to beg for mercy. He's trying to scare me. Zhao Tong's eyes suddenly showed a hint of hope. He felt that his cultivation base definitely did not fall. That was because such a method did not exist in this world. Even a divine king would not be able to destroy his cultivation base so easily. With that thought, Zhao Tong's face suddenly became a little better. He looked at Ning Qi and sneered. "Ning Beixian, I will never beg for mercy from you. Just you wait. Wait for the great divine king of the Fangyan Great World to stand up for me. When that time comes, I will destroy your family, your wife, your children. They won't have a good ending. So what if you're a divine king after offending the Fangyan Great World? If you stop now, we can forget about the enmity between us. From now on, you can go your own way, and I'll go my own way." Zhao Tong uttered a string of threats. Fang Lingming's face turned cold. She said to Ning Qi, "Husband, why don't we kill this person and not give him any more chances?" "Young master, madam is right. Kill him." Little Yu stepped forward and looked at Zhao Tong coldly. As long as Ning Qi gave the order, she would kill him. Zhao Tong's cultivation base had already fallen to the 4th step. In little Yu's eyes, this level of cultivation was no different from an ant. Any one of the people present could easily crush an ant at the 4th step. "It's fine. Just kill him like this. Maybe he can find a chance to reincarnate. After all, even a divine king can't interfere with the reincarnation of the infinite realms." Ning Qi smiled. From the moment he returned to the Shenluo world, he could deeply feel how terrifying the reincarnation of the infinite realms was. Even a divine king couldn't see the essence of that place. It was probably a place on the same level as the giant city guarded by the netherworld's spider mother. Instead of killing him, why don't we just destroy his cultivation base? Even a divine king wouldn't be able to help him recover unless he continues to cultivate step by step and rely on himself to reach the ultimate god realm. Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, a smile appeared in everyone's eyes. They trusted Ning Qi very much. Since Ning Qi had spoken, it meant that Zhao Tong's chances of rising again were very slim or even impossible. "Who are you kidding? My cultivation base is destroyed. I'm an ultimate god, not an ant. It's easier said than done for you to destroy my cultivation base so easily. You're just using an illusion to confuse my eyes and mind, using this to make me kneel and beg for mercy. Zhao Tong could not help but laugh. You don't dare to kill me, and you don't dare to destroy me, because you're afraid of the Fengyan Great World. He paused. By the way, even if the Fengyan Great World doesn't do anything, as long as the Ocean King of the Shenluo world knows about this, he won't let you do as you please. This is related to the relationship between the two great worlds. In the current war between the heavens and realms, the Shenluo world can only be crushed into mud without the support of the Fengyan Great World. Ning Qi did not say anything. He only looked at Zhao Tong indifferently with a hint of pity in his eyes. Soon, Zhao Tong realized that his cultivation base had fallen to the level when he left the Xianjian sect. He could not help but laugh again. How nostalgic. If it weren't for you, I might not even remember how weak I used to be. You can slowly think about it in the future. Ning Qi smiled, then glanced at Emperor Liu, who was standing in the corner of the palace. Emperor Liu smiled and nodded. He walked to the entrance of the main hall and waved his hand. His doppelganger immediately appeared. Jiang Tianshu and the others were still hanging on top of it in one piece. Ever since the divine Luo world was completely integrated, Lu Huang had brought his doppelganger along with him. Before Ning Qi returned, he didn't even use his doppelganger's ability to transform this mountain range filled with yellow sand. He was afraid that it would attract the attention of others. However, he no longer had to be afraid of that. Zhao Tong was quickly hung up. He looked down at Ning Qi and the others. Senior brother, remove the illusion. This trick is useless against me. Jiang Posha and the others slowly opened their eyes and glanced at the newcomer. They then looked at Ning Qi and slowly closed their eyes. Every newcomer was always unwilling to accept reality. It would be fine after a while. Chapter 41-79. 69 Chinese Language Network. Wonderful pop-up window, free reading. After hanging Zhao Tong on the tree, Ning Qi told Fang Lingming and the others about some of the things he encountered after heading to the cosmic void. But in the end, he didn't tell anyone about the giant city, the mother of Nether Spider, or the terrifying illusion that Ning Qi had experienced. A few days later, I'm going to see the Silver Dragon and the 4 Divine Kings. I want to see how the war between the heavens and the earth should be fought. Ning Qi held Fang Lingming's hand and smiled. Fang Lingming patted the back of his hand. Be careful. I will. On the tree, Zhao Tong kept mumbling that he had fallen into an illusion. In the end, Jiang Posha, Jiang Tianshu, and the others could not take it anymore and wanted to wake him up. Shut up, you ants. How dare you lie to me? Zhao Tong scolded. Divine King? This idiot was a Divine King? Jiang Posha and the others were shocked. They could not believe that Ning Qi had become so powerful. Even in Divine King was hung on the tree? You're really in Divine King? Jiang Tianshu was a little lost. I fell into an illusion today and was rescued by the great Divine King of the Great Flame World. Humph! Zhao Tong snorted. Bullsh * T Divine King. I think his cultivation level was lower than an ant when he was hung on the tree. Someone snorted. It's just an illusion. Zhao Tong looked coldly at the person who spoke. When I leave this place, you'll be the first one I'll turn into an ant. He said it was an illusion. Everyone had a strange expression. Could it be that the Divine King's cultivation level was destroyed by Ning Qi? Thinking up to this point, everyone's hearts were filled with shock and despair. Heavens! Am I really going to be a fruit hanging on this tree for all eternity? Someone could not help but feel sad. At that moment, everyone suddenly went silent. Zhao Tong noticed something was wrong. He looked up and saw Ning Qi walking under the tree. Ning Beixian. Zhao Tong greeted him. Ning Qi glanced at him and continued to walk, ignoring him. Zhao Tong's face was filled with anxiety. Ning Beixian. Ning Qi. Ning, Senior apprentice brother, if you don't kill me, it must be because of our brotherhood. What will it take for you to let me go? Let you go? Even if I let you go now, the outside world is still very dangerous for you. Why don't you just hang here and think about life? Think about why you're hanging here today. Maybe one day you'll understand, Li. He might even become a Buddha. Ningqi smiled and waved his hand. Then he moved and disappeared in front of Zhao Tong. Fellow apprentices? These two are fellow apprentices? Jiang Posha and the others finally believed that Zhao Tong was most likely a divine lord. None of those who are brothers with such a monster would be easy to get along with. Damn it! I will escape! Ning Beixian, I will escape! Zhao Tong roared furiously. In the next moment, countless willow branches trembled. Jiang Posha and the others immediately knew what was going to happen, and their faces revealed gloating expressions. Do what? What do you want? Zhao Tong looked at the willow branches that kept gathering in front of him in shock. In the next moment, the willow branches rained down on Zhao Tong's head. Zhao Tong was on the verge of death, and his head was twice as large as before he finally stopped. At the same time, a wave of energy flowed into Zhao Tong's body to protect his heart so that he would only have to suffer superficial injuries and would not be killed by accident. The entire process was too real for Zhao Tong. It was not that he had never stepped into an illusion after becoming an ultimate god, but none of them could make him feel so depressed and desperate. The great divine Lord will come and save me. Fan Yan Great World won't give up on me, Zhao Tong murmured to himself. The next moment, a green shadow flashed in front of him. Again, Ning Qi had just left and appeared at the former site of the Heavenly Court in just a few breaths. It was still called the Heavenly Court with the Southern Heavenly Gate and the Soaring Heaven Palace. However, the ruler of the Heavenly Court had changed. Ever since the Silver Dragon wanted to borrow the Heavenly Court's luck to survive the calamity, he had established relationships with countless forces, be it allies or protection. Almost every day, there would be people giving gifts in an attempt to get the Heavenly Court's protection. After all, the Shenlua world was in chaos. Although the Heavenly Court had a new ruler, the new ruler was also an ultimate god expert. The divine clans in the Shenlua world also wanted the Silver Dragon's protection in hopes of surviving the calamity. Apart from the original forces in the Shenlua world, countless forces that had never set foot in the Shenlua world would also try to become the Heavenly Court's vassals through their connections. When Ning Qi was still around, the Heavenly Court might just be a title. However, after the Silver Dragon became the ruler, the Heavenly Court might be more worthy of its name. Countless forces respected the Heavenly Court as their ruler, apart from the Holy Assembly and the local forces in the Creation Divine Territory. The Heavenly Court had also become an existence that no one could ignore in the Shenluo Great World. Hurry up! Someone else will beat us to it. I heard that the Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom, the Octaterra Divine Kingdom, the Sunset Divine Kingdom, and the Oceanic Divine Kingdom have sent their ultimate gods to attend the Jade Emperor's birthday. The Holy Assembly's old King Qilin will also be there. We're late. We might not even be able to get a seat. Anxious shouts came from behind Ning Qi. Then he saw a group of great emperors rushing towards the soaring heaven palace. Jade Emperor's birthday? Ning Qi could not help but laugh. He wondered if the Silver Dragon had gotten this term from him. Did he even know how to make himself the Jade Emperor? Did he think that was the only way to truly borrow the Heavenly Court's luck? Who is this guy? Everyone is rushing over there. Why is he just standing here in a daze? When someone passed by Ning Qi, they could not help but show a hint of suspicion. These great emperors looked very unfamiliar. They were probably not local great emperors from the Shenlua world. They were probably from the myriad worlds. Don't bother. The Jade Emperor's birthday is more important. This person might not be able to get an invitation and can only stare here. I heard that this time, the Jade Emperor's birthday will reach an important agreement with the Creation Divine Territory. I wonder what the agreement is. You'll know when you get there. As the voices faded away, Ning Chi smiled. With a slight movement of his body, he appeared in the soaring heaven palace. No one noticed his appearance. It was as if he was a transparent existence. However, when someone came to his side, they would subconsciously move aside and not touch Ning Chi. The huge soaring heaven palace was filled with great emperors. These great emperors looked different. Ning Chi recognized some of them, but he did not recognize some of them. Chapter 4180. Ning Chi sat quietly, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the great emperors. He saw Great Emperor Feng and the others, as well as some 6th grade divine realm warriors from the divine realm of creation. In a short period of time, the soaring heaven palace was filled with hundreds of great emperors. Some of the great emperors were on good terms with each other, occasionally chatting, while others sat alone in a daze. No one knew what they were thinking. Suddenly, the voices in the soaring heaven palace disappeared. Everyone shut their mouths, their gazes landing on a figure that was walking towards the center of the hall. It was a middle-aged man in a silver robe with an elegant demeanor. Behind him were more than 10 martial monarch realm experts. "Greetings, Jade Emperor." The great emperors all stood up and bowed. Ning Chi didn't stand up, nor did he bow, but no one, including the silver dragon, noticed this. After the silver dragon sat on the main seat, he smiled and nodded at everyone. "Thank you for your kind intentions." Ning Chi looked at him, a hint of emotion flashing through his eyes. In the illusion, he had obtained the dragon blade from a mountain, and there were 2 cultivators fighting over it. But in reality, the silver dragon was transformed from the dragon blade. If that illusion was real, and he represented one of Ning Chi's lives, then it was very likely that the silver dragon had been fated with him since then. The Berserk Lion Divine Sovereign of the Star Divine Kingdom has arrived. The Berserk Lion Divine Sovereign of the Star Divine Kingdom? Everyone hurriedly looked out of the hall. A lion swaggered into the numinous Heaven King Hall. Behind him was a group of great emperors. Each of them was holding a birthday gift that they had brought. "Jade Emperor, congratulations, congratulations," the Berserk Lion Divine Sovereign said with a smile. When the great emperors in the hall heard his voice, they all felt their eardrums swell, as though an invisible hammer was pounding on their hearts, and they felt an extremely strong pressure. The silver dragon smiled and slowly stood up. The surrounding great emperors immediately felt the pressure disappear. The Berserk Lion Divine Sovereign came all the way here. "Sorry for not welcoming you earlier. Sorry for not welcoming you earlier." The silver dragon cupped his fists and smiled. "Jade Emperor is too courteous. Who doesn't know the name of the heavenly court? Now that the divine Luo realm and the creation realm have merged to form the divine Luo Great World, we have to get closer to each other. I think the other 3 are about to arrive," Wild Lion Deity said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, another voice came from outside. "The 8 Desolation Divine Kingdoms, Infant Phoenix Divinity, has arrived. Young Divine Phoenix." The faces of the great emperors present changed slightly. This was an existence that was even stronger than Mad Lion Deity, venerable. The young Phoenix Divinity, who was draped in beast skin, slowly walked into the numinous sky palace of the Golden Arches. Behind her was a group of thearchs with gifts in their hands. "Mad Lion, you are quite fast." The young Phoenix looked at the wild lion hierarch with a faint smile on her face. Mad Lion Deity heard this and stood up, cupping his fists in greeting. He smiled and said, "This one's cultivation is not high enough, so I can only set off 1 step earlier, lest I miss the Jade Emperor's birthday." The young Phoenix Divinity smiled and nodded slightly. Her gaze landed on the silver dragon. "Jade Emperor, congratulations." "Young Divinity Phoenix is too polite. Please take a seat." The silver dragon laughed. "The setting sun god kingdoms, shining Buddha divinity arrives." Another voice rang out. The great emperors in the numinous sky palace of the Golden Arches were slightly surprised. Even the silver dragon had a serious look in his eyes. Although he was once a divine king, he was now only comparable to a four-tribulation ultimate god. Meanwhile, the shining Buddha divinity's cultivation level was even higher than the young phoenix divinity. The shining Buddha divinity walked into the palace with a smile. He did not bring any followers with him. Shining Buddha divinity, the young phoenix divinity, and the wild lion hierarch stood up and greeted him. Everyone, please don't stand on ceremony. The shining Buddha divinity smiled and nodded. After greeting the silver dragon, he looked around. Are the people from the Oceanic Kingdom not here yet? The Oceanic Kingdom is a long way away. It doesn't matter if they are late. The silver dragon smiled and waved his hand. Everyone, please take a seat. Everyone is giving me face by coming to my birthday. Jade Emperor, you must be joking. Jade Emperor, you're too kind. The shining Buddha divinity and the others smiled and waved their hands. The young phoenix divinity smiled and said, Jade Emperor, what do you think about my previous suggestion? Suggestion? The great emperors immediately pricked up their ears. They were here because they heard that the local forces from the Creation Dominion had proposed an agreement with the Silver Dragon. The agreement might affect the current Heavenly Court forces, but no one knew if it was a good or bad idea. I've thought about it, but I think we should wait for the Oceanic Kingdom's ultimate god to arrive before we discuss it, right? The Silver Dragon smiled. The Oceanic Kingdom's ultimate god Qinlong has arrived. What a coincidence! The shining Buddha divinity and the other two looked at each other and smiled. Qinlong? The silver dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Qinlong was only a junior ultimate god, a first tribulation. His cultivation level was incomparable to any of the ultimate gods present. It would be understandable if the Heavenly Star Divine Kingdom could only send the Wild Lion Hierarch due to Skyless Ultimate God's early death. However, the Oceanic Kingdom did not even have a single Four Tribulation Ultimate God, yet they sent a First Tribulation Ultimate God. It was obvious they did not take the Heavenly Court and him seriously. Ning Qi smiled faintly. He did not expect to bump into Qinlong this time. Qinlong slowly walked into the soaring Heaven King Palace without any followers. You're fast, ultimate gods. Qinlong cupped his fists at the shining Buddha divinity and the others. The great emperors in the palace looked at Qinlong with a hint of scrutiny in their eyes. They already knew that the Oceanic Kingdom was the strongest force in the Creation Dominion. Hence, they were even more curious about the representative of the Oceanic Kingdom to attend the Jade Emperor's birthday banquet. Jade Emperor, since Qinlong is here, shouldn't we have an answer to that matter? The young phoenix divinity asked. Everyone had a strange expression on their faces. The birthday banquet had not even started, but they were already asking for an answer. It meant that the young phoenix divinity and the others did not take the silver dragon seriously. The silver dragon smiled. Regarding your proposal to form a vanguard army and have the celestial courts Tharch spearhead the attack on the other great worlds, I have thought about it carefully. I hope that you can send a message to the godly monarchs behind you. Vanguard army? Be the first to attack the Fangyan great world? The phoenix divinity and the others paled slightly. Wasn't that asking them to be a suicide squad? The other great worlds were not so easy to deal with. The Shenluo Great World had only recovered its origin in recent years, while the other great worlds had existed for God knows how long. The experts from those great worlds were probably stronger than those from the Shenluo Great World. Jade Emperor, feel free to state your request. We can also make the decision. The shining Buddha divinity chuckled. I'm afraid you can't make the decision. The silver dragon smiled and shook his head. Feel free to state it. Qinlong said indifferently. He did not even have the intention to sit down. When his gaze landed on the great emperors around him, a hint of disgust flashed across his eyes. He knew that this was where Ning Qi had once stayed. Ever since the Shenluo Great World had completely fused, Ning Qi's origins were no longer a secret. I want the 4 divine kings to protect me and help me reach the divine king realm. I wonder if you can make the decision? The silver dragon smiled faintly. The moment he said that, the shining Buddha divinity and the others were shocked. Chapter 40, 181. Become a godly king? Was this Jade Emperor out of nowhere crazy? Even if it was the fortune divine realm, had there been a new god king in all these years? The difference between a godly king and a godly king was like the difference between a first-step divine emperor and an ultimate god. Jade Emperor, are you going to reject our proposal? Qinlong asked. Yinlong glanced at him and smiled. If I wanted to reject your proposal, I would have said it directly. There's no need to beat around the bush. Then what's the point of your proposal? Qinlong asked coldly. Is my request too much? I just need the 4 godly kings to protect me. During this period, the godly kings will not be harmed. Yinlong said. Becoming a godly king is not just about talking. After so many years, there hasn't been a single godly venerable who managed to become a godly king. With 4 godly kings protecting you, do you think you can advance? Young divine venerable Feng Chu said. Just because you guys can advance doesn't mean others can't. Yinlong smiled. I only have this proposal. You guys just need to pass on my message. Whether you agree or not will be decided by the 4 godly kings. Young divine venerable Feng Chu's eyes flashed with suspicion. Does this person really know a way to become a godly king? Come to think of it, they had followed the 4 godly kings for so many years, but they had never heard of the conditions required for a godly venerable to become a godly king. Even if someone had asked, the godly king's answers were ambiguous. Wild Lion Divine Venerable and Shining Buddha Divine Venerable exchanged glances and had the same thought as Young Divine Venerable Feng Chu. Only Qinlong didn't react. He said coldly, the Celestial King won't waste his energy to protect you. Change your conditions. After a pause, he continued, even if you don't agree today, the formation of the vanguard is imminent. The 4 godly kings ordered us here just to prevent the situation from getting ugly. When the time comes, they will have to fight even if they don't want to. With that, Qinlong's gaze swept across the great emperors nearby. The great emperors were shocked. Did the divine realm really intend to use them as cannon fodder and send them to the heavenly great world's battlefield? What right do you have to make decisions for the divine king? Yinlong frowned and suddenly waved his sleeve. Qinlong was sent flying by a huge force. The Ling Shao Palace fell silent. No one expected Silver Dragon to suddenly attack. Only then did Buddha Illumination Divinity and the young divine phoenix realize that Silver Dragon's strength seemed to be much stronger than theirs. This person is really extremely close to the God King realm. A look of surprise flashed in the eyes of the two, and their gazes towards the Silver Dragon became more serious. After a dozen breaths, Qinlong returned to Lingshao Palace in a sorry state. He looked at Yinlong angrily and said, "You dare to attack me? Why wouldn't I? You're only here today to deliver my message. You're making decisions for your Sea King. Does the Sea King know about this?" Yinlong chuckled. "I'm afraid that if he finds out, he will definitely punish you severely." Qinlong was about to speak when Fazio Divinity stood up with a chuckle and cut him short. "Jade Emperor, you seem to be very confident in becoming a God King? If I have 4 God Kings protecting me, I have a 50% chance of becoming a God King." Yinlong said calmly. In reality, he was not being too confident. If he really had 4 God Kings protecting him, he had an 80% chance of becoming a God King again. If he had 8 God Kings protecting him, he had a 99% chance of becoming a God King. However, there were only 4 God Kings in Shenluo Great World. As for Fangyan Great World, he did not even consider it. The God Kings there would definitely not let Shenluo Great World have another God King. If they knew about this, it would be good enough if they did not cause trouble, let alone ask them to protect him. 50%? Buddha, Illumination Divinity, and the others were shocked. You're bragging, Qinlong said instinctively. How could there be a 50% chance? Which divine venerable in this world would dare say that they had a 50% chance of becoming a God King? Not even 10%, let alone 50%. Not even a single percent. If you continue to be so presumptuous, I will send your head back to the Oceanic Kingdom. Yinlong looked at Qinlong coldly. In an instant, Qinlong felt a chill envelop his entire body. It was as if he retorted again, Yinlong would really dare to cut off his head. Qinlong immediately became obedient. He was indeed not as strong as Yinlong. If Yinlong was really not afraid of the Oceanic Kingdom's revenge, he would not be able to bear the injury even if one of his arms was cut off, much less his head. The higher one's cultivation, the more precious one's flesh was. Even the slightest injury would be very troublesome. Not only would it harm one's foundation, but one's lifespan would also be shortened. Jade Emperor, Buddha Illumination Divinity's face turned serious. If what you say is true, I will pass on your words. He paused. But I have a request. I wonder if Jade Emperor will agree to it? What request? Let's hear it. Yinlong smiled. If God King agrees to protect the Jade Emperor, I wonder if you can let us watch from the side? Buddha Illumination Divinity asked. Even if I agree, the God Kings will not allow it. With your strength, you will only get yourselves killed if you watch from the side. Yinlong smiled faintly. Seeing that he did not seem to be lying, everyone's expressions changed slightly. Was the advancement of an ultimate god to a God King so terrifying that even they would be affected? However, if I succeed, I can tell you the essence of advancing from an ultimate god to a God King. Yinlong smiled. At that moment, even Mad Lion Divine Venerable, who was still a long way from becoming a four-tribulation ultimate god, was tempted to move. It's a deal. Buddha Illumination Divinity smiled. It's a deal. Yinlong smiled and nodded. Qinlong did not say anything else. He thought about it. If he lost this opportunity just because he was angry, it would not be worth it. According to what Jade Emperor said, Ning Beixian had already died in the void of the universe. His debts are gone. Qinlong thought to himself, Everyone, you have heard what we said just now. Fanyan Great World has requested for us to send a vanguard consisting of about 300 great emperors. Do you have any objections? Yinlong's gaze swept across the great emperors. In an instant, a heavy pressure fell on the group of great emperors. Everyone's expression changed slightly. Even the rank 6 divine realm warriors who had stayed behind to follow Yinlong, who were actually from the creation's celestial realm, had a slight change in expression. Jade Emperor, about this matter, don't we wait for Master to come back to make a decision? The great emperors are the foundation of the divine Luo Great World. If hundreds of great emperors die, no one will be able to advance to the ultimate God realm in the future. A figure slowly stood up. It was Great Empress Feng. Everyone's gaze fell on her body, and they felt that it was rather strange. Great Emperor Feng's cultivation level was not considered high among the great emperors. In fact, it was very low. However, they all knew that Great Emperor Feng and her group had another identity. Ning Beixian's nominal disciple. Chapter 4182. More than 100 years ago, Ning Qi stepped into the cosmic void and the silver dragon appeared to dominate the heavenly court. Not long after that, there were rumors that Ning Qi had died in the cosmic void. No one believed it at first, since ultimate gods were already the pinnacle of the world in the eyes of those cultivators. However, as time passed, Ning Qi never showed up. In addition, many cultivators knew that there were divine kings above ultimate gods, and Ning Qi was not invincible in the world. Gradually, some people began to believe that Ning Qi had died in the cosmic void. There were all kinds of rumors about Ning Qi's death. Some said that Ning Qi was killed by Heavenly Star Divine King because Ning Qi had killed Skyless, Ultimate God. Some said that Ning Qi had encountered a terrifying monster in the cosmic void and was eventually swallowed by the monster. There were all kinds of rumors, and no one came forward to clarify it. Gradually, the news of Ning Qi's death became a fact. With that, Great Emperor Feng and the others who were once Ning Qi's registered disciples were in an awkward situation. I've said it before, your master has died in the cosmic void. The silver dragon sighed softly and said. The expressions of everyone became even more strange when they heard this, and the gazes they shot at Empress Feng contained pity, pleasure in her misfortune, and curiosity. Many of the martial monarchs had appeared after the merging of the 10,000 worlds. They had never met Ning Qi before and had only heard about him from others. Great Emperor Feng smiled sadly. Master has only been missing for more than 100 years. Not to mention ultimate gods. Even great emperors like us are only in the blink of an eye. Which of you here didn't spend hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to cultivate in seclusion? That makes sense. 100 years shouldn't be enough to determine the life and death of an ultimate god. Many people secretly thought, but they dared not say it out loud lest the silver dragon bore a grudge against them. I was there when your master went to the cosmic void. I'm his good friend, so I won't tell anyone about his life and death. The silver dragon shook his head lightly. She's that guy's disciple? Qin Long sized up great monarch Feng and suddenly said, I once had some enmity with your master. You were his disciple. Since he's dead, why don't you return the enmity to me on his behalf? Emperor Feng's expression changed slightly. Great Emperor Wei, Great Emperor Yu, the Black Wind Cave Master, and the others were Ning Qi's in-name disciples, just like Great Emperor Feng. When they saw that Qin Long was targeting Great Emperor Feng, their faces turned pale. Divine Venerable Qin Long, there's no need to involve his nominal disciple in your feud with him. The silver dragon smiled faintly. It's not that. I just feel that she's as arrogant as Ning Beixian for daring to interrupt a conversation between divine venerables as a mere grade 6 divine realm warrior. Qin Long smiled. Pausing for a moment, he continued, How about this? Since your master is already dead, logically speaking, the enmity should be over. You should kowtow to me a few times on behalf of your master and end this matter. Great Empress Feng was slightly taken aback, and her expression turned ugly. She subconsciously looked at Yin Long. Yin Long pondered for a few breaths and said, Supreme Divinity Qin Long, how about we just forget about this matter? No. Qin Long shook his head. We've already agreed to your request. Now, I just want her to kowtow a few times on behalf of her master to end the enmity between us. If you can't even agree to such a small request, I don't think there's any need for us to continue this discussion. Yin Long remained silent for a few breaths before looking at Great Emperor Feng and said faintly, Since you're his nominal disciple, you're also responsible for ending some enmity after his death. Kowtow! The Great Emperor's eyes were immediately filled with sympathy. It was actually a good choice to end the enmity with just a few kowtows. Otherwise, even a Pete Great Emperor would not be able to sleep well if a divine venerable from the Sea clan bore a grudge against them. Senior Qin Long, I'm also Master's nominal disciple. Why don't I kowtow on behalf of Great Empress Feng? The Black Wind Cave Master suddenly stood up and said to Qin Long with an awkward smile. Qin Long was slightly stunned. Then you can kneel and kowtow together. He then glanced around. Who else is Ning Beixian's nominal disciple? Everyone subconsciously looked at Great Emperor Wei, Great Emperor Yu, and the others. They could not help but curse in their hearts, with a bitter smile on their faces. This is strange. Didn't we end the enmity between us back in the creation divine territory? If it wasn't for the Sea King, you wouldn't even have a corpse left. How dare you look for my nominal disciple? A voice suddenly resounded in the hall. Great Emperor Feng and the others were pleasantly surprised when they heard the voice and quickly looked toward the source of the voice. Silver Dragon, on the other hand, was shocked as he looked in Ning Chi's direction in disbelief. The young phoenix, Divine Venerable, and the others looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. Only Wild Lion Divine, Venerable, showed a hint of joy in his eyes when he heard the voice. It's him? Is this Ning Beixian? Everyone looked at Ning Chi in shock. Great Emperor Feng and the others immediately came before Ning Chi and cupped their fists. Greetings, Master. You didn't die? Qinlong looked at Ning Chi with a strange expression. However, he was relieved when he remembered that Buddha Illumination Divine Venerable and the young phoenix Divine Venerable were also present. At the very least, there was still the Silver Dragon. No matter what, he would not let him die here. I won't die so easily. Ning Chi mocked himself with a smile. Impossible. The Silver Dragon stared at Ning Chi. No one has been able to walk out of that huge city unscathed. Who are you? Everyone could even see the fear in Silver Dragon's eyes when he finished his sentence. They were curious as to what kind of place the giant city was. Even a Hierarch Realm expert, like Yinlong, was so afraid of it. Maybe the others didn't make it out, but I was lucky. I made it out after I went in. Ning Chi smiled. What's inside? Silver Dragon suddenly calmed down and asked with a complicated expression, I'll talk to you after I'm done with the matter at hand. Ning Chi smiled. Qinlong's heart skipped a beat. He immediately put on a fake smile when he saw Ning Chi looking at him. I thought you were dead. I didn't expect you to be so tough. Didn't you want my disciple to end the grudge between us? Since I'm not dead yet, let me end it with my own hands. Ning Chi smiled. How do you want to end it? Qinlong said coldly. Kneel on the ground and kowtow a few times. Ning Chi smiled. As long as you make me happy, we'll forget about the grudge between us. Chapter 40, 183. Kneel and kowtow. Qinlong's expression changed. The great emperors who knew Ning Chi's methods felt that it was normal. If Ning Chi didn't make Qinlong kowtow and give him a taste of his own medicine, he wouldn't be Ning Beixian. The great emperors who had only heard of Ning Chi's name but had never seen him saw Ning Chi for the first time. They could not help but sigh in their hearts when they saw Ning Chi making Qinlong kneel and kowtow. Ning Chi was indeed, as the rumors said. The Black Wind Cave Master revealed a gloating expression and chuckled at Qinlong. Senior Qinlong, Master asked you to kneel and kowtow to settle the grudge. Hurry up and kneel. Didn't you want to settle the grudge with us, no matter what? Don't wait. It won't blossom even if you wait any longer. I see that the floor of this Ling Shao Palace is incomparably smooth. Kowtowing here won't be a disgrace to your esteemed self. Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? Qinlong glared at the Black Wind Cave Master. He's right. If you don't want to kneel, do you need my help? Ning Chi smiled. I'm here today to discuss some matters with the Jade Emperor. As for the grudge between us, there's plenty of time to settle it. There's no need to do it today. Qinlong said coldly. Everyone's expression turned strange. That wasn't what Qinlong said just now. Why was he so terrified all of a sudden? Qinlong ignored everyone's strange gazes as if he had cultivated the golden bell shield. What if I have to do it today? Ning Chi smiled. Qinlong immediately looked at the young phoenix and Buddha Illumination Divinity. You can settle the grudge between you two. We won't interfere. Buddha Illumination Divinity hesitated for a moment before smiling. Qinlong's expression changed. The young phoenix had no intention of interfering either. To put it bluntly, the ocean race was the ocean race, and the human race was the human race. Although the Creation Divine region and Shenluo world were on opposite sides and had only joined forces temporarily due to external pressure, Ning Chi was still a human. It was already good enough that they didn't side with Ning Chi. They definitely wouldn't stand on Qianlong's side. Jade Emperor, what do you say? Qianlong looked at Yinlong. Today, we're here to discuss the vanguard. As for the grudge between me and Ning Beixian, I'll settle it myself later. This is your territory. You have the final say. Silver Dragon looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Divine Venerable Qianlong represents the Sea clan. Today, we are indeed here to discuss the matter of the vanguard. Can you put aside the grievances between you two? Yinlong, I have said that I will talk to you after I have dealt with this matter. You should not interfere in this matter. Ning Qi said lightly. Jade Emperor, if anything happens to me here, the Sea King will not let this matter rest. Qianlong said immediately. The Silver Dragon frowned slightly and looked at Ning Qi. I need the 4 great divine kings to protect me. Give me some face. What if I don't want to? Ning Qi smiled. Silver Dragon's aura continued to surge, instantly surpassing Fazio Divinity and the others. So strong. He's really close to the Divine King realm. Fazio Divinity and the young Phoenix Divine Venerable looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Silver Dragon's aura was so strong that it had even surpassed the 4 tribulation ultimate gods. It could be said that there was no ultimate god as strong as him in the creation divine realm. However, there was still a gap between him and a divine king. Sigh. Ning Qi sighed softly. The soaring aura around the Silver Dragon disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. You're all ready? Silver Dragon's eyes were filled with disbelief. How was that possible? He had watched Ning Qi grow up with his own eyes. However, even though he knew Ning Qi very well, he could not believe that Ning Qi had not only not died in the void, but had also broken through the ultimate god realm and become a divine king. How was that possible? Did he really obtain something in that giant city that even the divine masters could not? Fazio Divinity and the others could also see that Silver Dragon had been silently suppressed by Ning Qi. There was only shock left on their faces. Kneel. I won't repeat myself. Ning Qi looked at Qianlong indifferently. He really dared to kill me. Qianlong's eyes flashed with horror. His knees suddenly stopped listening to him and slightly bent. Bang! Qianlong knelt on the ground. Many great emperors were initially excited to watch the fight and thought that there would be a fierce battle. However, Qianlong did not even dare to make a move and directly knelt down. You! Qianlong stared at Ning Qi. He had no intention of kneeling. Why wasn't his body listening to him? Kowtow! Ning Qi said coldly. Bang! Bang! Qianlong's hands were on the ground as he continuously knocked his head on the ground. If not for the Lingxiao Palace's floor being forged, it would not have been able to withstand Qianlong's head. You have become a divine king? Silver Dragon slowly spoke with a complicated expression. Become a divine king? Ning Beixian became a divine king? Fazio Divinity and the others gasped while Great Empress Feng and the others looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Divine King, Shenluo world was beaten so badly by the creation divine realm back then. Even the Supreme Saint Parliament was torn apart. Today, no divine venerables dared to show themselves in front of Qianlong and the others because Shenluo world did not have a divine king. If Shenluo world had a god king, then when the 2 worlds had just fused, Shenluo world wouldn't have lost so many cultivators and lives wouldn't have been plunged into misery and suffering. I was lucky. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Silver Dragon stood rooted to the ground with a blank look in his eyes. If he did not leave Ning Qi back then and followed Ning Qi into the cosmic void, would he have returned to his peak? It had been so many years since he reincarnated and went through so many hardships to finally reach where he was today. He was only 1 step away from returning to the Divine King realm. By then, he would have a second chance to find the answer that even the divine masters were searching for. However, he missed such a great opportunity. Instead, Ning Qi, whom he did not think highly of, had surpassed him and became a divine king before him. Did he really become a divine king? That's impossible. How long has it been? Fazio Divinity's eyes flashed with disbelief. How long had it been since the supremacy competition ended? How could a divine venerables become a divine king in such a short period of time? The creation divine realm had been passed down for so many years, yet there were only 4 divine kings. Qianlong, who was kowtowing uncontrollably, also had a look of shock on his face. After that, his face was filled with despair. If Ning Qi had advanced to the God King realm, how was he going to resolve the grudge between him and Ning Qi? He didn't kill me and only made me kowtow. He must be afraid of the great ancestor. As long as the great ancestor takes action, I won't die. Thinking of this, Qianlong's mood suddenly improved a little. Chapter 4184. Everyone, please go back and tell the 4 godly kings that I don't agree with the idea of Shenluo world forming a vanguard to fight for Fengyan world. Ning Qi's gaze landed on Buddha illuminating divinity and the others as he smiled. We understand. Buddha illuminating divinity nodded slightly, not daring to refute at all. Such matters could only be discussed by the godly kings themselves. As ultimate gods, it was enough for them to act as messengers. This, the young ultimate god hesitated for a moment before looking at Qianlong. She then smiled awkwardly at Ning Qi. Beixian, godly king, can Qianlong come back with us? Are you friends with him? Ning Qi smiled. The young phoenix divinity hurriedly shook her head. He's at most my junior. There's no relationship between us. Then why are you pleading for him? Ning Qi smiled. After all, we came here together. If Qianlong can't go back, the Ocean King will blame us, the young ultimate god said awkwardly. It's because of the Ocean King that I didn't kill him. Go back. The Ocean King won't blame you. Ning Qi smiled faintly and shook his head. The young ultimate god and the others were relieved when they saw that Ning Qi really did not intend to kill Qianlong. They bowed to Ning Qi and left in a hurry. Qianlong heaved a sigh of relief again. It seemed like the other party was afraid of the Ocean King and did not dare to kill him. Before the smile in his eyes could form, Ning Qi's voice rang in Qianlong's ears. I'll punish you by making you kowtow here for 1,000 years. After 1,000 years, we'll settle the score. Kowtow for 1,000 years? Great Emperor Feng and the others gasped with a strange expression on their faces. An ultimate god had to kowtow here for 1,000 years? Many great emperors gulped. Even they would not die from such a punishment, let alone an ultimate god. But the humiliation they felt would be hard to erase for the rest of their lives. For a moment, many great emperors seemed to feel pity for Qianlong. The scene of Qianlong kowtowing was deeply imprinted in their memories. They would not forget it even after countless years. He wants me to kowtow here for 1,000 years. Qianlong's eyes were filled with shock. Then an emotion called fear expanded in his heart and gradually filled his entire body. Even though Qianlong had gone through all kinds of hardships and even stepped into the gates of hell, he had never been so afraid. Kowtowing here was already an extremely humiliating matter. Kowtowing for 1,000 years? That kind of humiliation was enough to shatter a divine, Lord's state of mind. In less than 100 years, his cultivation base would fall from a hierarch back to a grade 6 god realm warrior. Ning Qi retracted his gaze from Qianlong and looked at the silver dragon. There are some things that you should tell me, right? The silver dragon's expression fluctuated. Finally, it clenched its teeth and said, "Follow me." Then he walked out of Ling Xiaobao Palace. Ning Qi followed him slowly. Senior sister, what should we do? The Black Wind Cave Master looked at Empress Feng. We'll wait here, of course. The corners of Empress Feng's lips curled up slightly as her gaze landed on Qianlong, Supreme Divinity Qianlong. You look so graceful when kowtowing. Qianlong was furious, but he couldn't say anything. His entire body was out of his control, and he continued to kowtow. Every kowtow was extremely fast, causing the air around him to swirl. His robes fluttered in the wind, and he was indeed as elegant as Empress Feng had described him to be. Outside the palace, the silver dragon looked at Ningqi and remained silent for a long time before slowly saying, "Your disciple once told me that the heavenly court's providence is with you and not with you." Ningqi smiled and did not say anything. "I believe what he said now." The silver dragon looked at Ningqi with a sigh. Ever since he knew that Ningqi had become a divine king, he saw countless white airflows sweeping from all directions and entering Ningqi's body. That was his innate divinity. Others could not see it, not even Ningqi. Only he could see it. "What did you see?" Ningqi smiled. "Providence. It's like a rolling torrent of providence." The silver dragon smiled bitterly. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. "I've never believed in providence. You can see providence, but it doesn't mean that you can control it. Indeed, no one can control providence." There was a hint of bitterness on the silver dragon's face. All these years he had been constantly plotting in hopes that his luck would become stronger. However, due to various reasons, his luck had never become stronger. Only when he followed Ningqi did he feel that his providence was constantly strengthening. Now it seemed that it was indeed fated. "What did you see in the huge city?" the silver dragon asked again. "I saw another life." Ningqi smiled. "I don't know if it was an illusion or if it really existed before." "Another life!" The silver dragon god shuddered slightly upon hearing this, and he hurriedly asked, "In this life, did you not sense it before? Did you only see it after entering the giant city?" "That's right." Ningqi nodded. "I once entered the infinite realms of reincarnation and saw some things related to my previous life. However, I have never seen the scene in the huge city. It was very real. It seems that the legend is true." "The legend is true," the silver dragon muttered to himself. "What legend?" Ningqi chuckled. "I'm already an 8th step cultivator. There are some things that you don't need to hide from me, right? Since you've become a god king, have you noticed that your lifespan is constantly disappearing?" the silver dragon asked. "There are indeed such signs." Ningqi nodded slightly. However, the signs were not very obvious. The speed at which his lifespan was disappearing was not as exaggerated as the silver dragon had said. Whether it's a god king or a god master, it is difficult for them to achieve immortality. Their lifespans are not even as long as those ants below. The silver dragon smiled and shook his head. Therefore, every god master and every god king is seeking a way to survive, a true way to survive. Immortality? Ningqi frowned. "In this world, there is no immortality." The silver dragon laughed coldly and raised his head to look at the void in the sky. "Immortality does not exist in this world. Otherwise, the higher one's cultivation is, the longer one's lifespan should be with the heavens and earth. How could the ancient divine masters and divine kings still be missing because of their lifespan?" After a pause, the silver dragon looked at Ningqi with a strange expression. "Beixian, do you know that we might have died a long time ago?" Ningqi was silent for a few breaths and said slowly, "You mean we are like ghosts living in the underworld?" "More or less. The infinite realms are probably an even larger underworld and an even larger infinite realms of reincarnation. In this reincarnation cycle, you're not allowed to step over that boundary. In the past, those god masters and god kings died and disappeared because they wanted to step over that boundary." A ferocious look flashed in the silver dragon's eyes. Chapter 40, 185. Ningqi was silent for a while before chuckling. "Maybe it's just a legend and not real. If we're already dead, how can there be so many new lives in this world?" The silver dragon smiled. "To us, a newborn is a new life. To them, it's a new life. But to the real living, it's just a new soul. So, what those divine lords and divine kings are looking for is the real way to live. So what if you're strong in this world? Only by stepping out of that boundary can you see the real world. Silver Dragon said. At that moment, a few figures arrived one after another. In Silver Dragon's eyes, those people were glowing and their faces could not be seen clearly. However, Ning Chi could clearly see their essence. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Ning Chi smiled and cupped his fists. Silver Dragon instinctively took a step back before looking at the four figures. He had already guessed who they were. You've really advanced to the Divine King realm? Heavenly Star Divine King looked at Ning Chi with a complicated expression. She first heard that Ning Chi had died in the cosmic void, but she did not expect Ning Chi's strength to reach the same level as her 100 years later. Divine King, Divine King. She still remembered the hardships she had gone through to finally reach that level. As far as she knew, Ning Chi had just advanced to the ultimate God realm not long ago, but he was able to advance to the Divine King realm in such a short time. He's indeed at the 8th step. The Sea King slowly said. Luo Re Divine King and 8 Wilderness Divine King looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. After the exalted divinity and the others left the heavenly court, they quickly reported the news they had received. When they first heard the news, the godly kings did not believe it. However, the matter was of great importance, so they had no choice but to personally make a trip to find out the truth. Now, it seemed that the faint Divine King aura that Ning Chi exuded was indeed proof that he had stepped into the Divine King realm. Apart from the Sea King, the other 3 Divine Kings could vaguely feel a sense of threat from Ning Chi. Fellow Taoists, about the vanguard, did Buddha, illuminating divinity, and the others convey my message? Ning Chi smiled. He did. Celestial King, Heavenly Star, nodded slightly. Then he frowned and said, the vanguard army was requested by the Fangyan Great World, so it still needs to be formed. However, you can send fewer people on your side. Our 4 divine kingdoms can also send some rank, 6 divine realm warriors. The Fangyan Great World wants them to become cannon fodder. Should Celestial Star, godly monarch, be aware of this? Ning Chi smiled. A strange look flashed across Heavenly Star Divine King's eyes. Of course we know. These cannon fodder are also the source of our lifespan. No matter which side loses more people or less, all the Divine Kings present will get a share of their lifespan. Luo Re Deity King nodded slightly. Fangyan Great World has prepared more Great Emperor experts to participate in this battle. By then, both sides will have dozens of deity kings. Ning Chi's expression became slightly strange. You mean that the outcome of the battle isn't important? What's important is that enough great emperors die. Then, as a divine king, you can get a satisfactory amount of lifespan? Isn't that the only goal of the battle between the heavenly great worlds? The Octaterra Divine King smiled. Perhaps the North Mystery Divine King has just advanced and hasn't had the chance to experience the feeling of his lifespan decreasing rapidly. If we want to live, we must keep fighting. The more people die, the longer we can live. Ning Chi smiled. It seemed that in the eyes of these divine kings, those below the divine king level, be it 1st step cultivators or 7th step cultivators, were all ants. The only use of these ants was to die in this world to increase their lifespan. If you want to increase your lifespan, you can go kill the ultimate gods and great emperors of other great worlds. Why do you have to sacrifice your own great world? Ning Chi smiled and shook his head. If I didn't guess wrongly, the experts that the Fangyan Great World have prepared won't enter the battlefield for a very long time. They're like vampires that want to suck the divine, civ great world dry before they're willing to let their pigs enter the battlefield. Right? The 4 great divine kings looked at each other and nodded with a strange expression. The Sea King smiled. The Fangyan Great World gave us a promise. As long as the Shenluo Great World's consumption meets their requirements, we don't have to send a single soldier in the upcoming battle between the heavens and realms. We can follow them to conquer the heavens and absorb their lifespan. One more divine king means one more person to share their lifespan with. If a divine king dies, not only will their lifespan increase, but they will also have one less person to share their lifespan with. Sea King, do you really believe in the Fangyan Great World's promise? Ning Qi smiled. Of course not. The Sea King smiled and nodded. Although I don't believe it, this is the only way to delay for a while. Our Shenluo Great World has just merged. Even I have a certain gap between me and the great divine king of the Fangyan Great World. When the Sea King's strength is comparable to that great divine king, we will devour the Fangyan Great World instead. By then, we can make up for the loss of the Shenluo Great World in one fell swoop. Divine King North Profound, what you are worried about will not happen. We won't be stupid enough to give up our foundation. Divine King Heavenly Star smiled. Since everyone is clear about this, I have a suggestion. Ning Qi smiled. What suggestion? Divine King Heavenly Star's eyes were filled with curiosity. Let's go talk to that great divine king directly. Shenluo Great World will not send a single soldier in the upcoming battle. All losses will be borne by them. Ning Qi smiled. How is that possible? Divine King Heavenly Star frowned slightly. 8 wilderness divine kings sneered. Why would the great divine king of the Fangyan Great World agree to your request? It's very simple. Ning Qi smiled. If they don't agree, they will die. Die. Luo Re-Divine King sized Ning Qi up. Your aura is indeed much stronger than I imagined. But even so, the 5 of us together are definitely not a match for that great divine king. Your idea will truly lead to the complete annexation of the Shenluo Great World. Even we may perish in this war. Wait. The Sea King suddenly raised his hand and stopped the 3 from continuing. He looked at Ning Qi with a serious look in his eyes. Are you confident that you can deal with the great divine king? Confident? I think so. Ning Qi recalled the scene of him absorbing the power of the mother of Nether Spider in the temple. In that short period of time, he did not know how many powerful divine kings he had absorbed. Chapter 4186. The Netherworld Spider Mother had been guarding the giant city for an unknown number of years. During this period of time, it had sucked and licked countless divine kings and divine masters dry. The power contained in its body was extremely likely to exceed the divine master realm. Ning Qi had quietly absorbed a portion of such a huge amount of energy. It didn't seem like much, but it was actually incomparably majestic. If it wasn't for the Netherworld Spider Queen's reaction, Ning Qi felt that he would have had the chance to advance to the divine master realm. Ning Qi suspected that there might be 1 or 2 divine lords mixed in the energy he had absorbed. However, the limits of his current strength were indeed not enough to break through the 8th step. Presumably, he still needed a few other conditions to become a god lord. Great divine lord! The silver dragon raised his head in bewilderment. He knew that Ning Qi had advanced to the godly king realm, but according to his estimation, Ning Qi's current realm should be at the early stage of the godly king realm, which was much weaker than his peak. However, even at his peak, he was not confident that he could defeat the Sea King, let alone be comparable to a great god king. In the past, among the 108 god kings of the divine Civ world, only 2 great god kings had appeared, and both of them had died in the void of the universe. Only he, because he could see fate, used various methods to protect his divine sense from being destroyed, and was able to recultivate. Impossible. Even if he obtained some opportunities that even I can imagine in that huge city, it doesn't make sense for him to reach the realm of the great divine king in such a short period of time. The silver dragon still didn't believe it. The 8th Baron Divine King looked at Ning Qi and burst into laughter. North Mystic Divine King, do you know the difference between the Grand Divine King and us ordinary Divine Kings? I would like to hear the details. Ning Qi smiled. Looks like he really doesn't know the difference between a great divine king and an ordinary divine king. Heavenly Star God King thought. Luo Re-Divine King also smiled. Although you could defeat Heavenless Ultimate God and the others when you were still an Ultimate God, Divine Kings and Ultimate Gods can't be treated the same. A Grand Divine King could easily suppress an ordinary Divine King. He could suppress a new Divine King with just a thought. These are two completely different powers. Although I am only slightly weaker than the Great Divine Lord, if he wants to deal with me, one move is enough. The Sea King smiled. An error of a millimeter can lead to a difference of 1,000 miles. Ning Chi nodded slightly. Then, with a thought, he saw Heavenly Star Divine Monarch and the others reveal a look of surprise. In that instant just now, they saw with their own eyes an extremely terrifying power surge from Ning Chi's body. The degree of terror was not far off from when they saw the Great Divine Lord of the Fengyan Great World back then. The difference between the power in their bodies and the power that Ning Chi had just surged was like the difference between a small puddle and a vast ocean. How is this possible? Heavenly Star Divine King and the other two revealed a look of shock. The Sea King suddenly laughed maniacally. Great Godly King? Ha ha ha, good. Ocean King, is he really the Great God King? The Eight Desolation Divine King found it hard to believe. After hearing the Sea King's words, the silver dragon once again fell into silence. There seemed to be a hint of confusion in its eyes. Even at his peak, he was still far from the Great God King realm. In just a short 100 years, Ning Chi had actually achieved a realm that even he dared not imagine back then. The silver dragon looked at Ning Chi. He did not know if it was an illusion, but the torrent of providence between heaven and earth had become even more ferocious. In his eyes, the only target of these torrents of providence was Ning Chi. Even the Sea King and the others could not be separated from it at all. Congratulations to Great Divine King Beixian for reaching the peak of Step 8. The Sea King cupped his fists and said. On his face, Ning Chi could only see endless joy. There was no trace of shock, envy, or jealousy like the eyes of Heavenly Star Divine King and the others. Congratulations to Great Divine King Beixian for reaching the peak of Step 8. Heavenly Star Divine King and the other two looked at each other and forced a smile on their faces. They had cultivated hard for many years, but there was still a long way to go before they could reach the Great God King realm. And now, a junior had actually surpassed them and reached the Great God King realm before them. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that Su Han was not from the Sea Clan, but the Human Clan. Sea King, why are you so happy that I became a Great God King? Ning Chi smiled. This means that both our paths are correct. The Sea King's lips curled up slightly. Heavenly Star Divine King and the others did not quite understand the Sea King's words, but Ning Chi and the Silver Dragon looked shocked. So, you were the one who obtained the Godhead from the Fortune Divine Realm. Ning Chi smiled. No wonder you can fight against 3 of us and not be at a disadvantage. Divine Spark, Heavenly Star Divine King, and the other two looked at each other and were a little shocked. Could it be that the Sea King could be so strong because he obtained the divine spark left behind by a legendary divine master? Then, they all looked at Ning Chi with envy in their eyes. At this moment, they thought that they had discovered the mystery behind Ning Chi's promotion to the Great God King realm in such a short time. So it's not that our aptitude is not good, but our providence is not enough. I was lucky. I remember that year I was just a small sea snake, an ordinary sea snake. I couldn't even be considered a member of the sea tribe. I accidentally swallowed a small stone. From then on, I developed spiritual wisdom, and my cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. I transformed into a dragon, became an ultimate god, and became a divine king. I almost didn't encounter any bottlenecks on my cultivation path, and I even encountered equivalent enemies. The Sea King's eyes revealed a faint trace of reminiscence. Hearing the words equivalent enemies, Heavenly Star Divine King, and the other two were a little embarrassed. Their strength was indeed far from the Sea King's. The Sea King's gaze fell on Ningqi. On the day of the Overlord competition, I felt that your aura was very similar to mine. So that day you guessed that I was like you and obtained a divine spark. But I'm a human, and you're a member of the Sea Clan. Logically speaking, you should have caught me and forced the divine spark out of me. Ningqi smiled. It's your luck to be able to obtain a divine spark. I also hope that you can grow. Otherwise, it'll be too lonely if I'm the only person in this world who seeks Tao. The Sea King smiled, but there was a hint of emotion in his tone. But I didn't expect you to grow to a level that even I didn't dare to imagine in such a short time. I didn't see this coming back then. So the Sea King gave him the Sea King token back then, because he knew that the two of them had similar experiences. A flash of realization flashed in the 8 Wilderness Divine King's eyes. At this moment, a paper crane suddenly flew out of the void. Then, the paper crane burned and turned into a ball of flames to form words. Fong Yen Great World wants to see the newly promoted Divine King. Heavenly Star Divine King and the others looked at each other strangely. Then their gazes fell on Ningqi. The newly promoted Divine King was obviously referring to Ningqi. Chapter 40, 187. How did they know there was a new Divine King in Shenluo Great World so quickly? Heaven Star Divine King and the other two exchanged glances, shock flashing in their eyes. Could it be that the great Divine King of Fangyan Great World's divine power had reached such a level? The other party had been watching Shenluo Great World without them noticing? There's no need to be surprised. I've already seen the Devil Fiend Deity King before you. Ningqi smiled. Seen the Devil Fiend Deity King before? The 8 Wilderness Deity King looked at Ningqi strangely and pondered about the relationship between Ningqi and the other party. Could it be that he had already gone to the Fangyan Great World before meeting us? The Heavenly Star Deity King was suspicious. If that was the case, she would have to think about whether Ningqi was on Fangyan Great World's side or Shenluo Great World's. To a divine king, it didn't matter which great world they were born in. As long as there were enough benefits, they could even give away the great world they controlled. There's an ultimate god in Fangyan Great World that I'm acquainted with. The Devil Fiend Deity King is his commander, so he came personally after I left the ultimate god in Shenluo Great World. Ningqi seemed to see through the doubts of the Heavenly Star Deity King and the others. So that's it. But everyone still felt strange. Fangyan Great World appeared after Ningqi disappeared. How did Ningqi get to know the ultimate god of Fangyan Great World before that? Great Divine King Beixian, you fought with the Devil Fiend Deity King? The Ocean King asked curiously. No, he knew he couldn't beat him, so he retreated. Ningqi smiled. The Heavenly Star Deity King and the other 2 Divine Kings had strange expressions because they had seen the Devil Fiend Deity King before and knew his strength. Seems like the Ocean King's guess was right. He really became a great Divine King. The 3 thought, Ocean King, do you know how strong the Devil Fiend Deity King is among the 12 Divine Kings of Fangyan Great World? Ningqi asked. He's weaker than me, but he beat many Divine Kings. He should be above average. The Ocean King said. Ningqi nodded and had some understanding of the Fangyan Great World strength. After a pause, Ningqi smiled and said, If there's nothing else, why don't you follow me to the Fangyan Major World? All right. The Sea King let out a deep laugh, and a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Seeing that the Sea King had agreed, Heavenly Star Divine King and the other 2 naturally did not decline, although they were very fearful of the Great Flame World. After learning that Ningqi was very likely to be the Great Divine King, there was a hint of anticipation in the depths of their hearts. Perhaps this time they would be able to fight for better conditions for them. Their cooperation would no longer be an alliance on the surface. but a vassal in reality. Ning-Chi looked at the silver dragon and said with a smile, "If you really want this celestial court, I can give it to you. With you guarding this place, I will feel more at ease." After several breaths of silence, the silver dragon squeezed out a bitter smile. "Since destiny doesn't lie here, I naturally won't stay here. However, I can help you guard this place." "Very well." Ning-Chi smiled and nodded. He still had many things to do, so he couldn't stay here all the time. Now that the Great World War was about to begin, having the silver dragon here would provide some protection for the Shenluo world. An ordinary for-tribulation ultimate god was no match for the silver dragon. If a divine king really appeared, Ning-Chi would naturally notice it, and it would not be too late to take action then. Soaring Heaven Palace, Great Emperor Feng and the others suddenly saw a few figures walking in from outside. Many great emperors were shocked after seeing the appearance of the Sea King and the others. They had seen the 4 divine kings on the day when the creation divine territory and Shenluo world completely merged. They did not expect the 4 divine kings to appear together that day. After the shock, everyone noticed a small detail. Even the Sea King was half a body's length behind Ning-Chi. In the world of cultivation, there was practically no one who didn't know what that meant. Great Empress Feng and the others gasped before looking at Ning-Chi with a face of ecstasy. The Sea King is half a body's length behind the North Xian Divine King. Could it be that the North Xian Divine King's current strength is stronger than the Sea King's? Thinking of that, countless great emperors looked at Ning-Chi with respect from the bottom of their hearts. "We will leave this place for a few days. When I'm not here, the silver dragon will still be the lord of the celestial court." Ning-Chi smiled at Great Emperor Feng and the others. Great Emperor Feng and the others glanced at the silver dragon before bowing in unison. "Yes, master." Ning-Chi's eyes moved as he slowly walked in front of Great Emperor Feng and the others. He raised his hand and gently patted their foreheads. The Black Wind Cave Master and the others jumped in fright, but they did not resist at all. They allowed Ning-Chi's palm to land on their foreheads. After Ning-Chi's palm landed on their foreheads, there was a boom in their heads, as if the world had been split apart. The next moment, Ning-Chi, the Sea King, and the others disappeared. Everyone stared blankly at Great Emperor Feng and the others, who stood rooted to the ground with blank eyes, not knowing what had happened. They have received guidance from the Divine King and have a chance of becoming an ultimate god in the future. Don't disturb them and leave. The silver dragon slowly said, "A chance of becoming an ultimate god in the future?" The group of great emperors looked at Great Emperor Feng and the others blankly for a while before walking out of the soaring heaven palace. Every great emperor clenched their fists tightly. Jealousy. They could not obtain such an opportunity, but a group of Great Emperor Feng and the others who were not even considered the best among the great emperors had obtained such an opportunity. Fangyan Great World Ning-Chi, the Sea King, and the others appeared one after another. This world was not much different from Shenluo world. The only difference was that the sky here was filled with white clouds. It was not a layer of clouds, but a phenomenon manifested when the spiritual energy was extremely dense. Perhaps the mortals living here were all born with the first step of cultivation. This was the teleportation point created when Fangyan Great World descended into Shenluo Great World. Someone seemed to have been waiting here before Ning-Chi and the others appeared. He's the new divine king of your Shenluo Great World. A young man in golden armor walked in front of the Sea King and the others with a group of ultimate god experts. His gaze fell on Ning-Chi, but the person he asked was the Sea King. That's right. Divine King North Profound is the new divine king of our Shenluo Great World. The Sea King nodded slightly and smiled at Ning-Chi. This is one of the 12 divine kings of Fangyan Great World, Divine King Qingyang. I don't think you're the one who wants to see me. Lead the way. Ning-Chi looked at him indifferently and said, Divine King Qingyang frowned slightly when he saw Ningqi's attitude. Chapter 4188. Divine King Qingyang stared at Ningqi expressionlessly. The ultimate gods he brought along also narrowed their eyes. They did not seem to have sufficient respect for the Sea King and the others from the Shenluo Great World. Instead, they had a hint of arrogance on their faces. Divine King Qingyang, shall we go? Divine King, Heavenly Star hesitated for a moment before asking. Divine King Qingyang ignored her and continued to stare at Ningqi. Ningqi smiled and gave him a backhand slap. Before anyone could even react, half of Divine King Greensun's face had been completely destroyed by Ningqi. The eyeballs on the other half of the face suddenly bulged out, looking at Ningqi in shock. "What are you doing?" The ultimate gods were shocked. They did not expect someone to dare attack a divine king from the Fangyan Great World. Ningqi flipped his hand and gave another palm strike. A terrifying pressure instantly fell on the group of ultimate gods. Their bodies instantly turned into dust and dissipated between heaven and earth. Even before they died, they could not react. Endless life force surged over and injected into Ningqi and the others. Even Divine King Qingyang received some. However, if the life force was divided into 10 parts, Ningqi alone took 90%, while the remaining 5 Divine Kings only got 1. Divine King, Heavenly Star, and the others were even more shocked when they noticed that. They completely believed that Ningqi had become a great Divine King. Although Divine King Qingyang only had half his mouth left, he could still speak. At that moment, his heart was filled with astonishment. Wasn't he a new Divine King? Why was he so strong? He couldn't even budge a muscle right now. Wasn't the other party's means already at the great Divine King realm? What about me? Ningqi smiled. Damn, Divine King Devil Fiend. Divine King Qingyang could not help but curse in his heart. The other party had returned from the Shenluo Great World and casually mentioned that a new ultimate god had appeared there. However, he had never told anyone that the new ultimate god's strength had reached such a terrifying level. No wonder he had noticed something wrong with Divine King Devil Fiend's expression, but did not think too much about it. Who would have thought that he would bump into the other party's muzzle today? Do you want to lead the way? Ningqi smiled. Bring. God King Greensun's voice became a little hoarse. The next moment, he realized that the aura that had locked him in place had disappeared, and he regained control of his body. With a single thought, the wounds on his face healed at a visible rate, but the amount of lifespan consumed in the process was incalculable. This was a huge headache for him. This way, please. Greensun no longer dared to put on airs in front of Ningqi. His expression even improved a bit when facing the Sea Kings group. The Fangyan Great World was very large, but to godly monarchs it was still within an acceptable range. The group did not fly for too long before they arrived at a sky city. The surface area of this sky city was probably 1/10 of the entire Fangyan Great World. Along the way, they encountered a few cultivators from the Fangyan Major World. When they saw Divine King Qingyang, they would immediately stop whatever they were doing and stop to pay their respects. Only when Divine King Qingyang's group had passed did they dare to continue with their work. Is that the Divine King from the Shenluo Great World? He came once last time and now he's here again. It must be about the vanguard. Some of the cultivators in the Sky City were slightly taken aback when they saw the Sea Kings group. After Divine King Qingyang and the Sea Kings group disappeared from their sight, they began to discuss in low voices. The vanguard. I can't believe it's already so soon after the previous agreement. Our Fangyan Major World will have a real war with the Celestial Capital Major World in the near future. That battle is of utmost importance. Whoever loses will have their entire great world annexed, and who knows how many cultivators will die. Hee, what does that have to do with us? We can live in sky cities. As long as the lowly commoners don't all die, we won't have to fight. Now that the Shenluo Great World is at the bottom as cannon fodder, it won't be our turn either. I believe that with the great godly monarch's strength, he won't lose to the celestial capital major world. That's true. This is the palace of the 12 godly monarchs. Divine King Qingyang led everyone to a place enshrouded in mist. Not far away, there was a large palace that was heavily guarded. When the guards saw Divine King Qingyang, they immediately raised their weapons and waved them a few times, as if this was a special etiquette of the Fangyan major world. Lead the way, Ning Qi said lightly. Divine King Qingyang's expression changed slightly. He suppressed the anger in his heart and smiled. Yes, he couldn't act up. He could only act up when he saw the great godly monarch. He had to endure it for now. He believed that with Ning Qi's strength, even if he was in the palace of the 12 godly monarchs, the great godly monarch would not be able to save him in time if Ning Qi really acted. Only when he saw the great godly monarch would he truly have no need to fear Ning Qi. Divine King Qingyang tried hard to control his emotions. Before long, he led everyone into a large palace. As soon as they entered the palace, more than a dozen gazes fell on Ning Qi and the others. Of course, most of these gazes were sizing Ning Qi up because they had already met the Sea King. Among these gazes was the devilish, divine King's gaze. He looked at Ning Qi with a hint of a smile in his eyes. He was not Ning Qi's match in the Shenluo Great World, but Ning Qi had come to the Fangyan Major World and was one of the 12 godly monarchs in Sky City. He did not believe that Ning Qi could still be as calm and composed as before. Among the dozen gazes, the gaze in the middle was the deepest. His gaze fell on Heavenly Star Divine King and the others, making them feel extremely pressured. Great godly monarch, this is the new godly monarch of the Shenluo Great World. He killed 13 of my ultimate gods not long ago. The figure in the middle of Divine King Qingyang cupped his fists and said. At the same time, his gaze fell on the devilish Divine King, and he glared fiercely at him. The devilish Divine King was stunned for a moment, and his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that even Divine King Qingyang was not the opponent's match? He did not report the truth because he did not want others to know that he had been defeated by Ning Qi. This time, Divine King Qingyang went to welcome him because he knew that Divine King Qingyang was stronger than him. That was why he did not inform him in advance. There was no reason for Divine King Qingyang to lose to the opponent. You came to the Fangyan Major World and even dared to kill our ultimate gods. One of the godly monarchs looked at Ning Qi with a dark expression. Not only do I dare to kill your Fangyan Major World's ultimate gods, but I also dare to kill Fangyan Major World's godly monarchs. Do you want to try? Ning Qi looked at the gloomy God King and chuckled. Chapter 4189. How dare you? The godly kings were shocked and furious when they heard Ning Qi's arrogant words. Not only did the Fangyan Great World have 12 godly kings, but there was also a grand godly king among them. This kind of strength was among the best in many great worlds. All these years, no godly king had dared to stand in the 12 godly kings' palace and say such arrogant words to them. You dare to kill a godly king of the Fangyan Great World? Ha ha ha! Why don't you kill one and show me? The gloomy godly king couldn't help but chuckle. He looked at Ning Qi with disdain and a hint of mockery. All right, I'll show you. Ning Qi nodded with a smile and slapped godly King Qingyang. Godly King Qingyang looked at Ning Qi in shock. Why? Why did he really listen to that guy and dare to attack a godly king in the 12 godly kings' palace? And why did he attack him of all people? After asking why, Ning Qi did not reply in the end. King Qingyang's body gradually vanished before everyone's eyes. He turned into ashes in an instant. At the same time, the terrifying vitality from the godly king's death surged toward the heads of the godly kings. The godly kings, who were still in shock from godly King Qingyang's death, looked at Ning Qi's head in shock. They saw with their own eyes that the vitality injected into Ning Qi's body was extremely thick. Even their grand godly king of the Fangyan Great World was slightly weaker than Ning Qi. Impossible. This person's cultivation is even stronger than great godly King Fangyan? How is that possible? Isn't he a new godly king? Everyone was so shocked that they didn't dare to speak. Many godly kings subconsciously looked at godly King Devil Fiend, wanting to know the truth. Godly King Devil Fiend had returned to tell everyone that there was a new godly king in the Shenlua world. From his words, he seemed to express some disdain for that godly king's strength. Now, they got what they wanted and called that new godly king to the Fangyan Great World to teach him a lesson. However, the current situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Not only did they fail to knock the other party down, but the other party had even killed Divine King Qingyang, whose strength was above average among the 12 divine kings, right in front of them. Grand Divine King Beixian is stronger than Grand Divine King Fangyan? Heaven Star God King and the other two stared dumbfounded at the life force pillars above their heads. From the amount of vitality absorbed, one could determine the cultivation of both parties. If it wasn't for Ning Qi being a level stronger, the vitality injected into Ning Qi's body wouldn't be as much as Divine King Fangyan in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Most of the life force produced by God King Qingyang's death was absorbed by the God Kings, while the rest was scattered into the world, nourishing it and benefiting other cultivators. At least 70 to 80% of it was absorbed by Ning Qi. I didn't think that the divine Civ world would have an expert like you just after being promoted to the Great World Sequence. It's really amazing. Please take a seat. Great Divine King Fang Yen suddenly cracked a smile. He gave up his position with a smile and made a gesture of invitation to Ning Qi. Heaven Star God King's expression became even weirder. The God Kings on Fangyan Great World side had a trace of hidden fear in their weird expressions. Facing an expert, it was reasonable for Great Divine King Fangyan to have such an attitude. When the other party killed Divine King Qingyang with a wave of his hand and absorbed his vitality, it showed that his cultivation was much stronger than Divine King Fangyan's. If Great Divine King Fangyan didn't lower his status, the Fangyan Great World might very well be destroyed today. The way the other party attacked just now was decisive and ruthless. He definitely wasn't an indecisive person. Ning Qi smiled and sat on the seat that belonged to Great Divine King Fangyan. Then he looked around. The cold-looking God King immediately jumped up as if his boat was on fire and hid behind Great Divine King Fangyan. He was already covered in cold sweat. His unintentional words had actually caused Divine King Qingyang's death. Who knew if the other party would take revenge on him? The other God Kings also stood up subconsciously and didn't dare to sit down anymore. Divine King Devil Fiend stood behind Great Divine King Fangyan, expressionlessly with his hands behind his back. At an angle that no one could see, his palms were constantly trembling. The four of you, please take a seat. Ning Qi smiled at the Sea King and the others. Here. Heaven Star God King and the other two looked at each other, still feeling a little uneasy. However, the Sea King took the lead and sat on Ning Qi's left. Seeing this, the three of them were suddenly enlightened. With Ning Qi around, they didn't need to be afraid of the God Kings on Fangyan Great World side. Thinking of this, they didn't feel any psychological pressure and sat down. Instead, Great Divine King Fangyan and the others, who were supposed to be the owners of this place, stood below everyone with different expressions. I heard that Great Divine King Fangyan wants to see me. What's the matter? Ning Qi smiled and started to size up Great Divine King Fangyan. This Great Divine King Fangyan was silent for a few breaths, then smiled. You also know that the Shenluo Great World and the Fangyan Great World are allies now, right? As for the previous alliance, I have reservations. Ning Qi smiled. That's right. Previously, we thought that the Shenluo Great World didn't have a great divine king. Hence, Rather than saying that it was an alliance, it was better to say that the Shenluo Great World was a vassal of the Fangyan Great World. However, times are different now. The relationship between the two naturally has to change. Great Divine King Fangyan nodded slightly and said calmly. The eyes of the Sea King and the others moved slightly. The other party's words clearly showed that he had adjusted his attitude. Celestial Star Divine Monarch was somewhat impressed. A godly monarch had just been killed, but great, godly Monarch Fangyan could immediately make the most correct choice without getting angry. If it were her, she might not be able to do so. That's good. Then, we can continue discussing the next matter. I heard that you want to form a vanguard army? Ning Qi smiled. Great, divine, King Fangyan sighed in his heart, then nodded. That's right. We are about to start a war with the celestial capital, Great World. The vanguard army is a common practice in previous battles. You're sending people to die. Ning Qi smiled. After a few breaths of silence, Great Divine King Fangyan nodded slightly. Then, without waiting for Ning Qi to speak, he continued, The vanguard army can all come from the Fangyan Great World. However, I hope that you can ambush the great Divine King from the celestial capital Great World with me. If we can kill him, the vanguard army won't have to sacrifice too many people. Divine King Devil Fiend and the others were stunned at first, then their eyes lit up. Although the person from the celestial capital Great World knew of the existence of the Shenluo Great World, they didn't know of Ning Qi's existence. If they could really successfully kill the great Divine King from the celestial capital Great World, they would receive extremely generous rewards. Chapter 4190. If we take down celestial capital world, even if we can only get some vitality, it's still a considerable amount of lifespan. Deity King devilish calculated in his heart. He suddenly realized that even if Fangyan Great World lost to Deity King, the benefits would be greater than the value of Deity King Qingyang. Everyone was looking forward to it, including Deity King Heavenly Star and the others. They could also imagine the benefits of taking down a great world. My Shenluo Great World does not intend to participate in this battle. Ning Qi smiled, stood up and said, I came here today just to inform you. I hope you can convey my message to the other great worlds. The Shenluo Great World will not take the initiative to fight this pointless war, but the Shenluo Great World is not afraid of war. Whoever dares to provoke the Shenluo Great World, I will definitely descend. With that, Ning Qi walked out of the 12 Deity King's palace. Deity King Heavenly Star and the others were taken aback, their eyes filled with uncertainty. But when they saw that the Sea King had followed, they hurried to catch up. He refused. Deity King Devilish and the others looked at each other, dumbfounded. They all saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. How could he refuse? 2 deity kings working together to ambush the great deity king of celestial capital world. Victory was almost certain. Who did not know the benefits of taking down celestial capital world? Why did Ning Qi refuse so decisively? He did not even want to participate in the Great War. For countless years, as long as it was a great world, which great world could stay out of this battle? Hee, great deity King Fangyan suddenly chuckled. He looked in the direction Ning Qi and the others had left, his eyes turning cold. It seems that this person still has a trace of mortal pity in his heart. He does not want to participate in the Great War? I want to see if he will reverse his decision today when his lifespan is at its end. Great Deity King, what should we do now? Now that God King Qingyang is dead, I'm afraid our chances of winning against the celestial capital world are very low. Deity King Devilish said in a low voice. It's all because of you. Why did you not tell us about his strength when you saw him? A God King stared coldly at God King Devil Fiend with a cold gleam in his eyes. The Devil Fiend God King was taken aback before snorting coldly. How would I know that he was that strong? I didn't even fight him then. If not for God King Qingyang offending him for no reason, he would not have died today. All right, There's no need to argue pointlessly. It's a fact that divine King Qingyang is dead, not to mention that you've all received quite a bit of lifespan. Great divine King Fangyan said indifferently. When everyone heard this, they immediately shut their mouths. After a few moments of silence, Great divine King Fangyan sneered. Since Shenluo World is unwilling to join forces with us, we will join forces with Heaven Capital World. If we can take down Shenluo World, the benefits will not be too bad. Everyone was slightly shocked. Join forces with Celestial Capital World? The two of them had been fighting for countless years. Could they really join forces so casually? As long as there are enough benefits, that person in the Celestial Capital World will temporarily put aside the hatred between us. Great divine King Fangyan said indifferently before glancing at the devil fiend God King. You will go to Celestial Capital World and tell him what I mean. What? The devil fiend God King was slightly stunned. A flash of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he subconsciously wanted to refuse. However, when he sensed great divine King Fangyan's aura circulating around his body, he immediately nodded and agreed. Great divine King Beixian, are we really not joining forces with Fangyan World? The 8 wilderness divine King finally could not take it anymore and asked when no one said anything. The Heavenly Star Divine King had a strange look in his eyes as he recalled a conversation he had with Ning Qi a long time ago. Ning Qi was only an ultimate god then. Now that he thought about it, Ning Qi seemed to have already expressed his attitude during that conversation. He did not particularly approve of divine kings using the deaths of living beings in the world to increase their lifespan. As long as I'm alive, I will not allow the flames of war to spread to the Shenluo great world. Ning Qi said indifferently, but the Sunset Divine King gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, if no living beings die, how can we guarantee our lifespan? Even the great divine kings need to absorb the life force of dead living beings to ensure their own survival. Absorb the life force of dead living beings? Ever since Shenluo World and the creation Celestial Territory merged, Shenluo World has been connected to the other worlds outside. Both sides can descend at will. Have you ever thought about it? If you join this war, then for the next countless years, every day, every moment, you will be in a state of war. If you rely on such methods to survive, then what's the point of becoming God Kings? You might as well destroy your own cultivation base, and you won't have to worry about your lifespan anymore. Ning Qi smiled faintly. The 8 Wilderness Divine King and the Sunset Divine King did not speak anymore, but it was clear from their eyes that they did not agree with Ning Qi's words. If you want to survive, it's very simple. You might not know, but Shenluo World had 108 Divine Kings. Or maybe 109. These God Kings did not choose to participate in the war between the heavens and the 10,000 worlds. Instead, they chose another path. Although they died, they left behind some clues for future generations. Ning Qi said indifferently, 109 God Kings? The Heavenly Star Divine King and the other 2 gasped, thinking that Ning Qi was bragging. Even the Fangyan world only had 12 Divine Kings. Even if the other worlds were stronger than the Fangyan world, they would not be much stronger. Great Divine King Beixian is right. The Sea King suddenly laughed. Shenluo World did have more than 100 Divine Kings in the past. Sea King, you? The 3 deity kings looked at the Sea King in unison, their eyes still showing a hint of disbelief. You should know that the oceanic race has a special method to communicate with the mysterious existence in the void. The Sea King smiled faintly. Heavenly Star Deity King and the other 2 deity kings were shocked. They revealed thoughtful expressions. They had known about this method for many years, but they could only guess about the mysterious existence in the void. They had no way of knowing exactly what kind of existence it was. That mysterious existence should be the ancestor of my Sea clan. He's also one of the god kings in the past, said Jianqin. The Sea King smiled. No wonder. Ning Qi's eyes flashed. Now he finally understood why the oceanic race could communicate with that monster. The divine kings who died in the void would probably turn into similar monsters, and those who died in the giant city would turn into dried corpses. Chapter 40, 191. Ocean King's Ancestor. Heavenly Star Divine King and the other two were slightly stunned. The sacrificial ritual that the Oceanic clan had been using was actually communicating with the Ocean King's ancestor, one of the hundreds of godly kings. According to records, my ancestor was also a great godly king, but he followed the master god into the cosmic void and never returned. The Ocean King smiled. After he left, the Oceanic clan's powerful enemies came to us. Due to fate, we arrived at the creation dominion. In that case, Ocean King, you were once a cultivator from Shenluo realm? Heavenly Star Divine King asked with a strange expression. That was because they were certain that they were indeed natives of the creation dominion, but they never expected the Oceanic clan to migrate from Shenluo realm. That's right. The Ocean King nodded slightly. Does that ancestor of yours still have his spiritual consciousness? Ning Qi suddenly asked. A long time ago, my ancestor would occasionally regain consciousness and pass down some techniques. However, in recent years, my ancestor has completely lost his consciousness. The Ocean King shook his head. My ancestor once said that the cosmic void is very dangerous and told us not to step in easily no matter what. However, if there's really no way out, there's a path of survival in the cosmic void. There's a path of survival in the cosmic void? A path of survival that allows us to no longer be restricted by our lifespan? Heavenly Star Divine King was slightly stunned and asked doubtfully. That's right. The Ocean King nodded. That's what my ancestor told me. But this path of survival is very difficult. After all, none of the hundreds of godly kings in the past managed to make it out and eventually died in the cosmic void. At this point, the four's expression suddenly changed as though they recalled something and looked at Ning Qi. According to their understanding, Ning Qi had previously entered the cosmic void and returned after 100 years, turning from an ultimate god to a great godly king. He must have experienced some fortuitous encounter. The other godly kings died in the cosmic void, but Ning Qi returned alive with his cultivation level skyrocketing. They could not help but suspect that Ning Qi might have found the path of survival mentioned by the Ocean King's ancestor. Your ancestor was right. There's indeed a path of survival in the cosmic void. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After getting an affirmative answer, Heavenly Star Deity King and the rest were overjoyed. They finally had a chance to get rid of this kind of life force that could be used up at any time. Ever since they became godly kings, although their divine arts had grown, they didn't dare to casually use them. Every time they used them, they would lose a portion of their lifespan. It was as though this world no longer had the ability to nurture godly kings like them, causing their lifespans to be even shorter than ordinary cultivators. However, there is an extremely terrifying existence in that path of life. That existence might have surpassed the divine master realm. Ning Qi smiled and said, If I wasn't lucky, I might not have been able to come back this time. What kind of terrifying existence is it? Asked the Sea King in a low voice. Its name is the Netherworld Spider Mother. I don't know much about it, but I do know that it can devour god kings and even god lords. Back when I escaped from that place, there were many dried corpses. These corpses should be the god kings and god lords that died to it over the years. In that situation, you wouldn't even know that you had fallen into its mouth. You would gradually die in an incomparably realistic illusion. Ning Qi slowly said. Everyone was dumbfounded by Ning Qi's words, but none of them doubted the danger Ning Qi was talking about. None of them believed that they could easily transcend. The Netherworld Spider Mother. The Sea King frowned slightly as the knowledge and memories he had accumulated over the countless years flashed through his mind. But even after a long time, he couldn't find anything related to the Netherworld Spider Mother in his memories. "I've never heard of these words." The Sea King bitterly smiled and shook his head. Heaven Star God King and the other two also shook their heads, indicating that they had never heard of it. "I might be the first God King to escape from its hands, but I can't be sure that no God Kings from other great worlds have escaped from it. Perhaps there are some records in those great worlds." Ning Chi smiled. He paused. "If you have time, you can communicate with the God Kings of those great worlds and see if there are any records of the Netherworld Spider Mother in their great worlds. If you want to find that path of life, you must know what kind of existence it is and what it is guarding in that giant city." "I understand. I will go and communicate with the God Kings of the other great worlds." The Sea King nodded. "Great God King Baixian, will there be any more trouble in Fang Yen Great World?" Heavenly Star Divine King's eyes flashed as he asked. "Even if they have other ideas, we don't have to be afraid." Ning Chi smiled and said, "Let's guard our land first. If there's really no other way, then we'll call these godly kings together and let them find a way to survive in the void of the universe. With these macro worlds, the life force produced by the natural cycle of life and death is enough for us to survive." All right. Heaven Star God King and the other two looked at each other with delight. At the same time, Devil Deity King had also arrived at Celestial Capital Great World. Speaking of this Celestial Capital Great World, it had existed even longer than Fang Yen Great World. It had lost once, but ever since it became a great world again, Celestial Capital Great World had never lost again. Devil Deity King, you dare come to my Celestial Capital Great World? Just as the Devil Fiend God King descended, a few figures appeared beside him. "Why are you guarding this place personally?" Devil Deity King was stunned. They were God Kings of Celestial Capital Great World, and there were 3 of them at once. How could there be 3 God Kings guarding a mere descent point? "We are here today to wait for a few God Kings, but we did not expect you to come before they did. Speak. What are you planning to do by sneaking into our Celestial Capital Great World? Is your great God King Fang Yen planning to surrender?" One of the God Kings with a minotaur body said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, "Waiting for a few God Kings? Could it be that they had found help too?" Devil Deity King was taken aback. Then, seeing that the few of them were looking at him unkindly, as though they were about to make a move, he hurriedly said, "I am here on the orders of Great God King Fang Yen to seek an audience with Celestial Capital Great God King. I have something important to discuss with him." What a joke! If you want to surrender, your Great God King Fang Yen should have come personally. Other than surrendering, what else is there to report to Great God King, Celestial Capital Great God King? The Minotaur Body God King laughed coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "It really is a big matter. You guys pass on a message for me. This major matter concerns a great divine king, a new great God King." Devil Deity King hurriedly said, "New great God King?" The few of them were slightly taken aback, a hint of suspicion in their eyes. Chapter 4192. It's about a new great divine king? The divine king with a bull's head and a human body was suspicious. He then communicated with the other divine kings in a low voice before looking at Devilish Divine King. "Follow me." Devilish Divine King was slightly delighted. It was great that the other party was willing to introduce him to Heaven Do Great Divine King. When he came here, he was nervous. He was afraid that he would be surrounded and beaten to death before he could even see Heaven Do Great Divine King. Along the way, Devilish Divine King did not say a word. It was not until he was about to see Heaven Do Great Divine King that he finally could not hold back his curiosity and inquired, "Divine King Guanyo, which great world's divine king were you waiting for?" Why? Are you trying to pry into the secrets of my heaven-do great world? Divine King Guanyo sneered and looked at devilish Divine King mockingly. Devilish Divine King smiled awkwardly. No, I'm just curious. If Divine King Guanyo is unwilling to say, I won't force you. It doesn't matter, I'll tell you. Divine King Guanyo chuckled. We were waiting for the Divine King of Heavenly Book Great World. Heavenly Book Great World? Devilish Divine King shuddered. With so many great worlds, if all the great worlds were divided into a level, they could basically be divided into 4 types. The first type was a great world that had failed before. The great world was broken and then promoted again. This was the lowest grade of great worlds. It was similar to Shenlua World. The second type was Fangyan Great World and Heaven Do Great World. Most of the great worlds were also in this category. Then there was the third type. There were only a few of these great worlds, and each of them could make all the great worlds fearful. Heavenly Book Great World was the third type. There were 49 divine kings, and as many as 3 great divine kings. Their strength was extremely terrifying. If it were not for the 3 great divine kings that caused Heavenly Book Great World to be unable to be unified, and other similar great worlds were the same, Fangyan Great World and Heaven Do Great World would not have happened. As for the fourth type, that kind of great world was high above. So far, Devilish Divine King had not been there. Even if it was a war between great worlds, such great worlds were disdainful. The godly monarchs of such a great world could easily roam the various battlefields, and the godly monarchs of the other great worlds had no choice but to make things convenient for them. No one dared to offend them. The consequence of offending the fourth type of great world could lead to the instant destruction of the great world he was in. Damn it, the celestial capital world has actually established contact with the heavenly book world? Which god kings are they waiting for? Which great divine lord subordinate? Are they going to join forces to attack our great flame world? The expression of the devil fiend divine king immediately became not very calm, and his mind turned quickly. If the Fang Yen great world could ally with the divine sifting great world, then he would not be so afraid. However, the divine sifting great divine king had rejected the Fang Yen great divine king, and he knew that the heaven capital great world was actually related to the heavenly book great world. In that case, wouldn't the Fangyan major world be in great danger in the upcoming war? If the opponent's great divine kings joined hands, they could similarly easily kill great divine King Fangyan. Scared? The corners of deity King Ox Ghost's mouth curled up slightly. Let me tell you, the Fangyan great world is about to be destroyed. Why don't you think about how you're going to spend the remaining time after this? Why do you think I told you? Because you came to my heaven capital great world today. So don't think about going back, ha ha ha. No, there's still a turning point. As long as their target of attack is shifted to the divine, sifting great world, there will definitely be a turning point. The devil fiend divine king thought to himself. Not long after, deity King Ox Ghost brought the devil fiend divine king to a hall shrouded in black fog. Along the way, the devil fiend divine king could feel many cold gazes sweeping over him. He braced himself and entered the hall. In an instant, countless gazes fell on the devil fiend divine king. These gazes came from the divine kings of the heaven capital great world, and they brought him great pressure. In the middle, there was a figure shrouded in black fog. No, it should be said that it was formed by black fog. It had no eyes, but the devil fiend divine king could feel that it was staring at him. There was a ripple in the black fog. Devil fiend divine king, why did you come to my heaven capital great world today? Great divine monarch Tiandu, I came here today to discuss a very important matter. The devil fiend divine king cupped his fists and said, Arrogant, how dare you? You have a death wish. Who are you to discuss with heaven capital great divine king? Let him continue. Heaven capital Great Divine King said slowly. The other divine kings immediately shut their mouths and stared at the devil fiend Divine King coldly. The devil fiend Divine King could suddenly understand how the divine kings of the first great world felt when they came to the 12 Divine King Palace. Great Divine Monarch Tiandu, this is what happened. Divine King Devil Fiend explained the situation in a low voice. He spoke in sufficient detail, and everyone listened attentively. When they found out that there was a new divine king in the divine Civ world, and that he was comparable to Great Divine Monarch Fong Yen, the expressions of Divine, King Ox Ghost, and the rest changed drastically. I know that you are cooperating with the divine, sifting great world. No, rather than cooperating, it would be better to say that the divine, sifting great world is a vassal of you. It has been shattered countless times, and now it has just become a great world. There are only a few divine kings, and their strength is nothing to write home about. Heaven capital Great Divine King said slowly, You said that a great divine king was born in such a world? Do you know how harsh the conditions for a great divine king are? Even in our great worlds, we can only give birth to one great divine king. Heaven capital Great Divine King, I am definitely not lying to you about this. It is precisely because of this that Great Divine King Fong Yen decided to send me here. He hopes to discuss with Heaven capital Great Divine King and see if we can join forces to seize the divine, sifting great world together. The devil fiend Divine King said hurriedly. With that, his eyes revealed a trace of anticipation. Only if Heaven capital Great Divine King agreed to this matter could he possibly leave this place alive. He, Heaven capital Great Divine King, laughed lightly. Your Fong Yen Great World and my Heaven capital Great World have been fighting for many years. Why would you want to join forces with me this time? Could it be that the divine, sifting great world no longer intends to ally with you, and even wants to bite back at you? That's right. The devil fiend Divine King was silent for a few breaths, then nodded slightly. The other party's strength is similar to that of Great Divine King Fong Yen. Great Divine King Fong Yen feels that this new Great Divine King is so arrogant and must be suppressed. Great Divine King, the devil fiend Divine King has always been cunning. I don't think his words can be completely trusted. Divine King Ox Ghost said, On this matter, I am absolutely not lying at all. The devil fiend Divine King had a sincere look. He was just holding back on Ning Chi's strength. He definitely could not let Heaven capital Great World know that Ning Chi's strength was even above that of the Fong Yen Great World. Chapter 40, 193. Grand Divine King Tian Du looked at Devil Fiend Deity King indifferently. The mist suddenly condensed and turned into a slender figure. The devil fiend God King was extremely nervous. He knew that whether he lived or died today depended on whether the other party believed him. Or rather, the divine Gau's great world was not enough to attract the great godly King Tiandu. Those from the heavenly book world are here. Great divine King Tiandu said indifferently. Devil fiend deity king's eyes flashed as he turned to look. The deity kings who had been waiting with Bull, Ghost Deity King at the descending point escorted a few deity kings into the hall. The deity kings surrounded by them were dressed like secular scholars. Devil fiend deity king's eyes narrowed slightly. The deity kings of the heavenly book world were indeed powerful. The auras emitted by these scholarly deity kings were above that of the devil fiend deity king, not much different from the ocean king of the divine Civ world. Devil fiend God King sighed. We greet the great divine King Tiandu. The divine king of the heavenly book world cupped his fists and bowed slightly. Don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Great divine King Tiandu smiled faintly and said, Let me introduce everyone. This is Fong Yen Great World's Divine King Devil Fiend. Divine King Devil Fiend. These are heavenly book Great World's Divine King Kong. Divine King Kong was a collective name, unlike other great worlds. As long as an ultimate god in the heavenly book Great World advanced to the Divine King realm, they would be called Divine King Kong. The character Kong in the heavenly book Great World represented a supreme being. You can call me Mr. Kong Lu. The one with the strongest aura among the Kong Divine Kings smiled at Devil Fiend Divine King. With that, he looked at Grand God King Tian Du. Today, I came here to discuss with Grand God King Tian Du on how to suppress the Fangyan Great World. Why would a God King from the Fangyan Great World appear here? Don't say it so blatantly, okay? Devil Fiend God King thought with a strange expression, and at the same time felt a little awkward. Great Divine King Tian Du smiled and said to Devil Fiend Divine King, "Repeat what you just said to me to these Divine Kings Kong." The Devil Fiend God King hurriedly agreed, and then went on to explain the cause and effect of the incident. He still did not tell them that Ning Chi's strength was actually above the great God King Fangyan. The Devil Fiend Deity King was a little nervous. A new great world actually has a great God King. Mr. Kong Lu chuckled and said, "I've heard of the Shenluo Great World. A long, long time ago, its foundation could even be ranked at the top. It was even stronger than my heavenly book, Great World. It seems that although the Great World has been shattered several times because of the war, some of its foundation has been preserved." Speaking up to this point, Mr. Kong Lu looked at Great Divine King Tian Du. Great Divine King, I believe that Mr. Kong Lu will be interested in the Shenluo Great World, rather than attacking the Great Yen Great World. Why don't we attack the Shenluo Great World? There might be some inheritances inside that will be beneficial to us. Success! The Devil Fiend Deity King's eyes flashed with joy. If the heavenly book Great World could participate in this battle, it would naturally be for the best. Although that fellow is strong, if 3 great God Kings attack him together, I believe that he will also fall. A great God King's vitality, even if he can only give me 1/10,000th of it, it will be enough to increase my lifespan by a lot. Thinking up to this point, the Devil Fiend Deity King hurriedly looked at Great Divine King Tian Du as long as the other party agreed. Then the following matters could be carried out according to the previous plan. Since Mr. Kong Lu thinks that Mr. Kong Lu will also be interested in this, why don't we ask Mr. Kong Lu to go back and send a message? If Mr. Kong Lu really wants to attack the Shenluo Great World, then we will join forces to descend to the Shenluo Great World and suppress the new Great God King. Great Divine King Tian Du smiled. There's no need, Mr. Kong Lu has already agreed. Mr. Kong Lu's pupils suddenly turned white and returned to normal after a few breaths. Then he smiled at Great Divine King Tian Du. The Devil Fiend Deity King was slightly startled. What method did the other party use to actually send a message across the great world? His gaze swept across, and when he saw Great Divine King Tian Du, he discovered that a hint of fear seemed to flash in the depths of the other party's eyes. To be able to make the Great Divine King of Tiandu feel fear, it seems that the strength of the great Mr. Kong of the Heavenly Book World is not to be underestimated. This is Kong Lu and that is Kongda. I'm afraid that the other Divine Kings are also ranked based on this. Oh, since Mr. Kong Lu is interested in this, then we can have a good discussion next. Great Divine King Tian Du smiled. Shenluo Great World. After returning to the Shenluo Great World, Ning Chi split up with the Sea King and the others. They were responsible for finding ways to establish contact with the Divine Kings of the other great worlds and find information related to the Netherworld Spider Queen. Ning Chi, on the other hand, came to an old place, the Netherworld, the place where he first saw Ziyin. Ever since that incident, Ning Chi had never stepped into the Netherworld again. Now that the great worlds had merged, the Netherworld had also become a part of the Shenluo Great World. However, the strength of the Netherworld was not high. It was not even comparable to the underworld that King Yama had re-established. The underworld was now second only to the myriad realms reincarnation and was responsible for managing souls. As for the netherworld, it was much weaker than the underworld. It was a familiar place, but not a familiar scene. Ning Qi slowly closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them again. In the void in front of him, countless scenes suddenly flashed past. These scenes were not memories, but various corners of the Shenluo Great World. He wanted to use the familiar aura here to find Zi Yan's whereabouts. Only from Zi Yan's mouth could he find out whether the illusion that he had created under the control of the Netherworld Spider Queen was real or fake. "Senior sister, there's someone here?" A voice sounded behind Ning Qi. A few young Netherworld cultivators came up to Ning Qi with curious looks on their faces. "Is he in a daze?" "He looks like he's looking at something. Don't complicate things." The cold-looking woman who was addressed as senior sister snorted coldly and looked at Ning Qi with a slightly fearful gaze. Then she said to the junior brothers and sisters behind her, "We are here to look for opportunities. The reason we came here is to search for opportunities. Back then, something big happened here, and Master predicted that opportunities would appear here. However, in all these years, I've never seen anyone obtain any sort of opportunity. However, I've heard that a terrifying powerhouse once appeared here." "A terrifying expert? Who is it?" "Haven't you heard? It's that Heavenly Emperor Beixian, the current #1 expert of the Shenluo Great World." "Hiss! Heavenly Emperor Beixian actually came here? Is that true?" "I only heard it from others. As for whether it's true or not, who knows? I only heard that Heavenly Emperor Beixian was very young at that time, and his strength was not as strong as it is now. Okay, we should go." The cold-looking woman interrupted the junior brothers and sisters' conversation. "Hey, aren't you Han Guzi's disciples? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to meet you here." A sinister laugh sounded behind them, sending chills down their spines. Chapter 4194. It's over. Isn't that Master's nemesis, Pei Shuoluo? Why is he here? When everyone heard the sinister laughter, they turned around and looked over. Their faces were instantly filled with shock and fear. Pei Shuoluo's body was unusually tall. He looked down at the cold lady and the others with a sinister smile. "Where's Han Guzi? Didn't he come?" "Senior Pei, Master is cultivating in seclusion." The cold lady took a step forward and cupped her fists with a fearful expression. "Cultivating in seclusion? Why would he need to cultivate in seclusion with his cultivation level? I'm afraid he won't be able to reach the 3rd step in his lifetime, right?" Pei Shuoluo sneered. Then he looked up and down at the glamorous woman and suddenly laughed. "Little girl, I remember you. What's your name again?" "Li Yushuang," the cold lady said in a deep voice. Yes. Li Yushuang. When I first saw you, you were only this tall, right? I didn't expect you to become so slender and elegant in the blink of an eye." Pei Shuoluo gestured with his hands, and a faint smile appeared in his eyes. "Senior, if there's nothing else, I'm leaving with my junior brothers and sisters." Li Yushuang's eyes were filled with caution. "Leaving? To where?" Pei Shuoluo laughed. "Since I've bumped into you today, if I don't capture you back and ravage you, wouldn't I be letting down your master for slapping me back then?" Everyone's eyes were instantly filled with fear. Their cultivation levels were far inferior to Pei Shuoluo's. If he really attacked, they wouldn't be able to escape at all. "Senior Pei, you're of the same generation as my master. If word gets out that you're bullying the weak, I'm afraid you won't be able to look good." Li Yushuang took a step back. "What's face? Can it be eaten? As long as I can make Han Guzi feel sorry for me, I'm willing to do anything. Moreover, you're so beautiful now. You can be my cauldron. Don't worry, I won't kill you in one go." Pei Shuoluo smiled faintly. Li Yushuang's heart skipped a beat. Cauldron? A chill rose from the bottom of her feet to the top of her head. In that instant, She seemed to imagine the terrible treatment she would receive if she fell into the hands of the other party. After Pei Xiaolua finished speaking, he suddenly waved his hand. Li Yushuang and the rest instantly felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. No matter how they circulated the netherworld energy in their bodies, they couldn't move at all. And you? Pei Xiaolua looked at Ning Qi, who had his back facing him and had not uttered a single word. Pei Xiaolua smiled and waved his hand at Ning Qi. The next moment, Pei Xiaolua suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and he stumbled a dozen steps backward. His eyes bulged, and there was a look of horror in his eyes. Just now, he seemed to have felt an incomparably majestic power surging out from the void. In an instant, it had scattered the cultivation in his body. However, this power would not harm his body, and the only effect it could cause was that it would cause him to lose his life. His cultivation was crippled. What's going on? Who is he? Pei Xiaolua stared at Ning Qi's back, and his heart was filled with fear. Based on his knowledge, the other party's cultivation was definitely far beyond the second step, and it was extremely likely that he was a third step expert. Li Yushuang and the rest were also shocked. They only saw Pei Xiaolua waving his hand at Ning Qi, and his entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning. At that instant, Li Yushuang's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly cupped her fists at Ning Qi. "Thank you, Senior, for saving us." However, Ning Qi had no intention of speaking at all. He remained silent with his back facing everyone. Not only Li Yushuang, but Pei Xiaolua's heart was also racing. They didn't know what Ning Qi meant. "Say, Senior, I failed to recognize you just now, and I unintentionally offended you. Please be magnanimous and let me off." Pei Xiaolua covered his chest and spoke with difficulty. Everyone could hear that his voice was obviously trembling, and his tone was extremely horrified. Why has his cultivation aura become so weak? Li Yushuang's eyes moved slightly, and an unbelievable thought suddenly rose in her mind. Could it be that Pei Xiaolua's cultivation has been crippled? In that invisible exchange of blows just now, his cultivation was crippled by this senior? Then wouldn't this senior's cultivation be? Li Yushuang looked at Ning Qi in shock, but her heart was suddenly filled with boundless joy. With Pei Xiaolua's cultivation crippled, not only would her master have one less enemy, but they could also avoid the fate of being captured alive and tortured by Pei Xiaolua. Ning Qi still didn't make a sound. Seeing that Ning Qi was silent, Pei Xiaolua's expression changed a few times, and he spoke again. "Senior, I'm willing to accept the punishment. Please spare my life." Now that his cultivation had been directly shattered, it was basically impossible for him to return to his peak state in the future. However, with the means that he had, as long as he didn't die, he was confident that he could recover 30 to 40% of his cultivation within a short period of time. Ning Qi still didn't make a sound. Pei Xiaolua's heart gradually sank to the bottom, and he didn't dare to make a sound in the end. He could only stand on the spot in a slightly disheveled manner, looking down at his feet. Li Yushuang and the rest looked at each other, and they also didn't dare to make a sound. It was because the temperament of some powerhouses was just so strange. Who knew if they would suffer the same treatment as Pei Xiaolua if they spoke up and disturbed the senior in front of them? Time passed by, and the atmosphere was very solemn. The sun and the moon rotated, and after a few days, Ning Qi still didn't make a sound. On the other hand, everyone felt a little tired because they had been under a lot of pressure these few days. "Everyone, what are you waiting for here? Is there some kind of spiritual treasure that has appeared?" Suddenly, a few figures broke through the air and arrived. One of them saw Li Yushuang and the rest standing on the spot like wooden statues, and he couldn't help but stop and ask curiously. The other person's gaze fell on Pei Xiaolua, and his eyes became a little bewildered. He seemed to have recognized Pei Xiaolua, but he wasn't too sure. Li Yushuang glanced at this group of netherworld cultivators, but she didn't say anything in the end. This group of people naturally became more and more curious. The netherworld cultivator, who seemed to have recognized Pei Shua, whispered a few words into everyone's ears. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they all looked at Pei Shua. After more than 10 breaths, one of them said with a face full of resentment, "Pei Shua, how come your aura has become so weak? Are you seriously injured?" Pei Shua frowned and looked at the other party. He couldn't remember who the other party was at all. Moreover, the other party's cultivation level was only about the same as Li Yushuang and the rest. Pei Shua wouldn't have cared about such a small fry in the past. Even if his cultivation level was crippled now, he wouldn't care about such an ant. "Why aren't you talking? Everyone, he should be Pei Shua, and there seems to be a problem with his cultivation level. His aura is even weaker than ours now. Kill him. Wait." Someone felt that this place was really too strange, and his gaze finally fell on Ning Qi, whose back was facing everyone. One of them took a step forward, cupped his hands, and said, "Senior, you are—" Chapter 40, 195. May I know who you are? Ning Qi did not reply after a long while. He did not even turn around. Their expressions changed slightly. "Senior is busy here. Don't disturb him," Li Yushuang suddenly said. "Busy?" They looked at her suspiciously, now that they had recognized Pei Shuo's identity and noticed that he seemed to be in a difficult situation. Even though they did not know what had happened, they could guess that it was not a simple matter. Everyone fell silent. Finally, one of the underworld cultivators who had a grudge against Pei Shuo could not hold it in any longer. He suddenly attacked Pei Shuo. Pei Shuo saw a fist getting bigger and bigger in front of him. Finally, it landed on his face. Pei Shuo, one of the most powerful cultivators in the underworld, was sent flying by a young cultivator. "His cultivation has really been crippled. Go, kill him while he's down." Li Yushuang was dumbfounded as she watched Pei Shuo being beaten by a group of cultivators. At first, Pei Shuo was still cursing, but gradually his voice became weaker and weaker. In the end, he did not even show any signs of struggle. Pei Shuo did not know how long the fight lasted. Perhaps it was 2 hours or maybe 4. In short, Pei Shuo's body was flattened to the ground like a piece of paper. "He's dead? I think he's dead." Who would have thought that one of the most powerful cultivators in the underworld would die in our hands? Ha ha ha. I'm going to tell my family about this. We've finally avenged our blood feud. I'm going to tell my sect about this too. The group of cultivators shouted and soared into the sky again, disappearing from everyone's sight. "Senior sister, is Pei Shuo really dead?" Li Yushuang's junior sister walked up to her and looked into the distance. There was even a trace of pity in her eyes. Pei Shuo's death was too tragic. He was a great cultivator from the underworld, but he was killed by a few juniors in such a miserable manner. If news of this were to spread out, Pei Shuo's infamous reputation would be ruined in an instant. "He is indeed dead. His cultivation was crippled just now. Even if it were you all, you would be able to easily kill him." Li Yushuang nodded slightly. Everyone's expression suddenly became strange. They all looked at Ning Qi's back. "Senior sister, should we also leave first? Don't be fooled by the fact that those people just now were making a ruckus. Wasn't it because they were afraid of the senior that they pretended to be free and easy and ran away from here? No. If it weren't for you, we would have been killed by Pei Shuo. Therefore, we have to thank you in person before we leave." Li Yushuang shook her head. The crowd did not object and waited quietly. A few days passed. During these few days, people would occasionally pass by, but they all felt that something was not quite right. Basically, they would only stare at Ning Qi for a few seconds before quickly leaving. Sigh. A sigh sounded. Who sighed? Li Yushuang looked at her junior brothers and sisters. Everyone was dumbfounded. Only after a while did someone react and look at Ning Qi. "There's actually no aura of her in Shenluo. Could it be that she went to another great world? Ning Qi pondered. A few breaths later, he looked at Li Yushuang and the others and asked with a faint smile, "Who are you?" Li Yushuang quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Junior Li Yushuang, thanks Senior for saving my life." "Saving your life?" Ning Qi thoughtfully glanced at the paper corpse in the distance. During this period of time, he had been concentrating on looking for traces of Ziyun and did not notice the outside world. Even so, Ning Qi was not afraid that he would be plotted against. If there was really someone who could threaten him, he would come to his senses in an instant. Could it be that this senior had never known? Pei Shuelua's death was too light a matter of fact. Everyone's expression became extremely strange, but they were more and more terrified of Ning Qi's strength. Who was Pei Shuelua? He was one of the top 9 cultivators in the underworld. He had been in the underworld for many years and had a great chance to step into the 2nd or 3rd step. But such an existence, after attacking someone, was directly shaken to the point that his cultivation was completely crippled. The most frightening thing was that the target of his attack actually didn't know about this from beginning to end. Li Yushuang quickly explained the cause and effect of the matter. Ning Qi nodded slightly and said with a smile, "You don't have to thank me. This is your own luck." After saying that, Ning Qi's figure moved slightly and disappeared in front of everyone. Senior's demeanor. This senior must be a 3rd step cultivator who came to our underworld from somewhere else. That's right, apart from being a 3rd step cultivator, there is no other reason to explain this senior's strength. Mr. Kong the 6th, this is the place. Devil's Spirit King followed behind Mr. Kong the 6th and said with a respectful expression. He was no longer in the great world of Tindu, but in the great world of Shenluo. Is the great world of Heavenly Book so careless that they only sent Mr. Kong the 6th? They should have at least sent a great Divine King expert. Demonic God King thought to himself. Not long after, another figure walked out of the void. "Greetings, great Divine King Tindu." Devil's Spirit King hurriedly bowed. "Where is Fang Yen?" "Great Divine King," Tindu said lightly. "I have sent a message. I believe great Divine King Fang Yen will be here soon." Devil's Spirit King hurriedly said. As soon as his voice fell, a voice sounded in the void. "Tindu, long time no see." Devil's Spirit King immediately breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice. Great Divine King Fang Yen walked out of the void and smiled at Great Divine King Tindu. Then his gaze fell on Mr. Kong the 6th. Mr. Kong the 6th. Fang Yen smiled and cupped his fists. Strange. Devil Spirit King's eyes flashed with a hint of doubt. He finally found out what was wrong. It seemed that from the beginning, Great Divine King Tindu's attitude towards Mr. Kong the 6th was very kind, as if he completely treated both sides as equals. But Mr. Kong the 6th's aura was clearly that of an ordinary Divine King, not a great Divine King. Devil Spirit King previously thought that Great Divine King Tindu was afraid of the great world of Heavenly Book behind him, so he was very polite. Now that even Great Divine King Fang Yan's attitude towards Mr. Kong the 6th was so similar, this made Devil Spirit King very puzzled. Long time no see. Mr. Kong the 6th smiled faintly. After a pause, don't waste time, go find the Great Divine King of this world. Devil Spirit King, lead the way. Great Divine King Fang Yen smiled. Yes. Devil Spirit King hurriedly nodded. A dozen breaths later, Devil Spirit King brought Great Divine King Fang Yen and the other 2 to the place where Zhao Tong was suppressed last time. He pointed to a willow tree not far away and said, 3 great Divine Kings, this is the lair of Great Divine King North Profound. Chapter 4196. I can only sense the aura of countless weak, living beings here, but I can't sense the Divine King Beixian that you mentioned. Divine King Tian, Du said calmly. Divine King Devil Fiend was startled. Is he not back yet? It's good that he hasn't returned yet. These living beings should be people that he values. Let's suppress them first and wait for the Divine King, Bei Xian, to return. It'll be a surprise for him. Divine King Fang Yen smiled. Mr. Kong Lu frowned. Why would we divine kings care about these living beings? Why would we use them to threaten the Divine King? Mr. Kong Lu, you may not know this, but this Divine King Bei Xian has just reached the Divine King realm, but his temperament is still the same as before. He values these weak living beings very much. I invited him to join forces to attack Heaven Capital Great World, but he rejected it. Divine King Fang Yen smiled. Divine King Tian Du's eyes flickered. Then he looked at Divine King Fang Yen with a faint smile. If he had agreed, it would be you two divine kings descending on Heaven Capital Great World, right? Of course. Divine King Fang Yen nodded honestly. But I didn't expect you to contact Mr. Kong Lu. If he and I really descended on Heaven Capital Great World, I'm afraid we'd suffer a lot. Divine King Tian Du sneered. He moved and appeared in front of Emperor Lu's clone. Divine King Fang Yen and Mr. Kong Lu disappeared on the spot. When they reappeared, they were already next to Divine King Tian Du Fang. Divine King Fang Yen. On Emperor Lu's clone, Zhao Tong suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Fang Yen, dumbfounded. Great Divine King? Jiang Posha and the others opened their eyes one after another. When they saw Divine King Fang Yen and the others, there was a flash of astonishment in their eyes. They sensed an aura that was extremely similar to Ning Qi's from this group of people. Could it be that this group of people is at the same level as Ning Bei Xian? Did they appear here today for this Zhao guy? Jiang Posha and the others' eyes flickered. They were suddenly filled with anticipation. This group of people was obviously not simple. If they could suppress Ning Qi together, wouldn't they have a chance to escape today? Jiang Posha and the others could not remember how long they had been hanging on the tree. Zhao Tong, your cultivation was crippled by him? Devil Fiend Deity, King, appeared in front of the tree and stared at Zhao Tong. No matter what, Zhao Tong was still his subordinate. Previously, he had abandoned Zhao Tong and left. Now that he saw Zhao Tong in such a state, he felt somewhat angry in his heart. As the saying goes, you have to look at the owner before beating the dog. Devil Fiend God King. Zhao Tong regained his senses when he saw the Devil Fiend Deity King. His eyes were filled with excitement. Here it comes. The Devil Fiend God King had finally invited the great God King Fang Yen. He must have specially come to save him today. With his monstrous aptitude, he still had the chance to become a god monarch in the future. The Fang Yen Great World, indeed, did not choose to give up on him. The last time you came to the Shenluo Great World, you fought with the great divine King Bei Xian. Great divine King Fang Yen suddenly looked at divine King Devil Fiend. The Devil Fiend Deity King revealed an embarrassed smile. We didn't fight. I was just intimidated by his aura. In order to preserve my life, I handed Zhao Tong over to him. Hearing that, Zhao Tong's expression did not change. He was still filled with joy, but a hint of gloominess flashed in the depths of his eyes. The Devil Fiend God King had abandoned him once. He would remember this deeply. Humph! Great divine King Fang Yen snorted coldly and looked at the Devil Fiend God King coldly. The Devil Fiend God King was a little upset. Even if he killed the great divine King Bei Xian this time, he would probably be blamed when he returned to the Fang Yen Great World. That was because divine King Qingyang was indirectly killed by him. Who are you? A tall and slender figure slowly walked out. Great divine King Fang Yen. He's the original body of this willow tree. He's Ning Beishuan's subordinate. Zhao Tong hurriedly said. Then he stared at Emperor Lu with a gloating look in his eyes. During this period of time, he had been whipped by Emperor Lu countless times. Today he could finally take revenge. In his heart, Zhao Tong had already thought of how to vent his anger on Emperor Lu. Great Divine King? Emperor Lu's eyes moved. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that he could not move. A faint aura pressed down on his body. This aura was not heavy, but it was like a huge mountain. Interesting. This is a star demon, right? Mr. Kong Lu smiled and looked at Emperor Lu. Rumor has it that there is a type of demon in the Shenluo Great World. Its life has nothing to do with reincarnation, and it will not enter reincarnation after death. A star demon like this willow tree that has turned into a spirit can be planted in front of the Heaven Book Academy for the students to enjoy. Emperor Lu looked at him calmly. 1, 2, 3, 4. For divine kings. There might even be a great divine king among them. He recognized the devil-fiend God King and thought that Fang Yan and the others were called over by the devil-fiend God King. Now that Ning Qi was not around, protecting Fang Lingming and the others was the most important thing. As for his own life and death, Emperor Lu did not take it to heart. Mr. Kong Lu, if you want, you can totally plant this willow tree in front of the Heaven Book Academy. Great Divine King, Tiandu smiled. Seniors, we were also harmed by that despicable Ning Beixian. Please, since we all have a common enemy, could you please save us? Jiang Posha took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to interrupt. He was afraid that when the two sides fought, no one would be able to take care of them. If they were killed by the shockwaves, it would be too unjust. Unfortunately, Great Divine King Fang Yan and the others had no intention of paying attention to Jiang Posha. In their eyes, Jiang Posha and the others were just ants. Is your Great Divine King not here? Great Divine King Fang Yan suddenly asked. Emperor Lu instantly felt the pressure lighten. Although he still could not move, at least he could speak. The Celestial Arch is in seclusion. If you want to see the Celestial Arch, I can pass the message on his behalf. Emperor Lu said in a deep voice. Seclusion? Ha ha ha. Do you think we can't sense the aura of a divine king? Devil Fiend Divine King laughed out loud. Don't be so petty. Tell all the Great Divine King. Where did that guy go? Great Divine King? Emperor Lu's eyes swept across Great Divine King Fang Yan, Mr. Kong Lu, and Great Divine King Tiandu, and his heart sank. The strength of these three people was obviously not to be underestimated. We have guests. Emperor Lu, brew a pot of tea. A voice was heard. Emperor Lu's expression changed, and he looked ahead with a surprised look. Great Divine King Fang Yan and the others also turned to look, and a trace of doubt flashed in the depths of their eyes. A figure walked over, and it was Ning Qi. However, they did not sense Ning Qi's arrival just now. If Ning Qi did not speak, they might not have noticed Ning Qi's aura at all. Chapter 41-97. Lu Huang realized that he could move, so he turned around and left. Jiang Posha and the rest tensed up when they saw Ning Qi. Then they looked forward to it. They felt that there was a high chance that Ning Qi would be suppressed today. If Ning Qi was suppressed, they would have a high chance of leaving this place alive. Great Divine King Fang Yan, Divine King Devil Fiend, we just met not long ago. Why are you here? Ning Qi stood in front of everyone with a faint smile on his face. Divine King Devil Fiend was still traumatized and didn't dare to make a sound. Great Divine King Fang Yan smiled. As the saying goes, it's impolite not to reciprocate. If Great Divine King Beixian can come to my Great Yan world as a guest, I can naturally come to Shenluo world as a guest too. That makes sense. Ning Qi nodded and looked at Mr. Kong Lu and Great Divine King Tiandu. Then, who are these two? Let me introduce them to Great Divine King Beixian. This is Mr. Kong Lu from Heavenly Book World. This is Great Divine King Tiandu from Great Divine King Tiandu from Great Divine King Tiandu. Great Divine King Fang Yan smiled. Great Divine King Tiandu? Oh, the Great Divine King that you want to join forces with me to kill? Ning Qi smiled. Great divine King Tiandu smiled insincerely. But you rejected great divine King Fangyan. Therefore, great divine King Fangyan invited me and Mr. Kong Lu to Shenlua World to see the elegance of the new great divine king. Isn't it just a pair of eyes and a nose? What elegance is there to speak of? Ning Qi smiled. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. He waved his hand and some stone tables and chairs appeared around him. Lu Huang flew over from afar with tea in his hands. Behind him, there were many figures. Fan Lingming and the others had obviously been notified as well, and they had followed along. Since you're here as guests, please take a seat. Try the tea of Shenlua World and see if it's rude. Ning Qi smiled and gestured for them to sit down first. Fan Lingming and the others arrived and sat beside Ning Qi. At the same time, they sized up Great Divine King Fangyan and the rest. Great Divine King Fangyan and the others looked at each other. Then they chuckled and sat down. Since they had met Ning Qi today, there was no need to rush. Since he was idle, he might as well see what plans this newly advanced Great Divine King had. Why was he still so calm when facing the joint forces of several Great Divine Kings? Husband, who are they? Fan Lingming swept his gaze across and said indifferently, Oh, let me introduce Madam. This is the Devil Fiend Divine King. Madam has already met him. This is the Great Divine King of the Fangyan Major World. Great Divine King Fangyan. These two are from the Heavenly Book Major World and Tiandu Major World, Mr. Kong Lu and Great Divine King Tiandu. Ning Qi introduced with a smile. This is his wife. Great Divine King Fangyan and the rest squinted their eyes as surprise flashed in the depths of their eyes. The wife of a Great Divine King was only at step 6. She was not even at step 7 and could not be compared to a step 8 Divine King. The Great Divine King's strength was above an ordinary step 8 and was infinitely close to step 9. They were surprised because a step 6 cultivator was an ant in their eyes. Wouldn't they be laughed at if word got out that they let an ant be their wife? Young master, are they here to avenge Xiao Tong? Lil Yu'er smiled faintly. When Li Xian and Wang Shui heard this, they smiled and glanced at Xiao Tong on the tree. If they really have such a plan, then their plan is wrong. Until now, no one who was personally hung on the tree by Bei Xian has been able to escape. Li Xian smiled faintly. Arrogant. Great, divine King Tiandu scoffed and looked at Li Xian and the rest of the women with a hint of pressure in his eyes. However, this trace of pressure did not have time to extend in front of Li Xian and the other women before it dissipated, as if it had never appeared. Great divine King Fangyan and Great divine King Tiandu's eyes changed slightly when they saw that. There's no hurry to talk about other things. Everyone have some tea first. I'll give a toast to Great Divine King Fangyan. It's kind of you to come from afar and visit us as guests. Ning Qi smiled as he raised his teacup and gestured to Great Divine King Fangyan from afar. Great Divine King Fangyan looked at the teacup in front of him and suddenly had a strange feeling. However, when he thought about Mr. Kong Lu and Great Divine King Tiandu beside him, he felt that he was thinking too much. Great Divine King Fangyan smiled as he raised his teacup and said to Ning Qi, Thank you, Great Divine King Bei Xian, for this cup of tea. He drank it in one gulp. Before he put down the teacup, he heard Ning Qi's voice again. Since you finished drinking, please go on your way. Go on my way? To where? Great Divine King Fangyan was slightly stunned. Then he realized that his aura had become extremely strange. The aura that originally belonged to a great divine king was rapidly regressing. Soon, it fell to the divine king realm, then the hierarch realm. In front of everyone, not only did great divine King Fangyan's aura deteriorate, but his body was also shrinking. What's going on? Great divine King Fangyan's eyes were no longer calm. There was even a trace of fear in them. The process seemed slow, but it was extremely fast. Before anyone could react, Great Divine King Fangyen had turned into a baby, then into a wisp of flame. In the end, the wisp of flame was extinguished. There seemed to be remnants of Great Divine King Fangyen's aura on the stone chair, but there was no one there. This. Divine King Demonic Fiend's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Although Mr. Kong Lu and Great Divine King Tiandu were expressionless, their auras were much more serious than when they first arrived. So Great Divine King Fangyen was once a wisp of spiritual flame. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Jiang Posha and the rest were dumbfounded as they watched the scene from the tree. In just a few breaths' time, an enemy was taken care of. After Jiang Posha and the rest reacted, they closed their eyes and pretended to be dead again. They knew Ning Qi very well. If he could sit there and drink tea with the enemy so calmly and even introduce his wife to the enemy, it meant that he had the confidence to win. Fang, Great Divine King Fangyen. Zhao Tong's eyes were wide open. He was so shocked that his eyeballs almost popped out of his eye sockets. Ning Qi glanced around and smiled at Emperor Lu. Aren't you going to serve tea to Great Divine King Tiandu? Wait. Great Divine King Tiandu waved his hand to stop Emperor Lu. He looked at Ning Qi with a gloomy gaze. What kind of technique did you use just now? I'll tell you after drinking tea. Ning Qi smiled. Can I not drink? I don't really like drinking tea. Great Divine King Tiandu said. No way. If I don't let my guest drink a cup of tea before leaving, people will say that I'm rude. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head, refusing. Chapter 4198. Leave after drinking the tea. Great Divine King Tiandu glanced at the chair that Great Divine King Fangyen had sat on previously. There seemed to still be some lingering charm that belonged to Great Divine King Fangyen. It was a pity that Great Divine King Fangyen was already gone. No need, I'm not drinking. Great Divine King Tiandu smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Kong Lu had been staring at Ning Qi since Great Divine King Fangyen disappeared. His pupils turned completely white again, and his aura started to become unusual. Divine King Devil Fiend had no idea what happened, but he knew that Great Divine King Fangyen might already be dead. He died without a sound. This kind of method really made people shudder. Divine King Devil Fiend's body started to tremble uncontrollably. He looked at the teacup in Lu Huang's hand with a terrified expression. After drinking the tea, they were going to be on their way. You have to drink when you should. That's how I treat my guests. Ning Qi smiled. Lu Huang, give Great Divine King Tiandu a cup of tea. Lu Huang nodded slightly. Great Divine King Tiandu wanted to stop him, but he realized that the aura around him had become strange. His body seemed to have fallen into some kind of sticky substance, and it became difficult to move. While he was in a daze, a cup of tea had already appeared in front of Great Divine King Tiandu. Drink it. Ning Qi smiled. Let's get straight to the point. What do you want? Great Divine King Tiandu's face became incomparably gloomy as he stared at Ning Qi. At the same time, he was also sizing up Mr. Kong Lu from the corner of his eyes, as if waiting for something. Aren't you the ones who came here as guests today? Why are you asking what I want? What do you mean? Ning Qi asked curiously. Great Divine King Tiandu's gaze swept across Fang Lingming and the others. After a dozen breaths, he had to admit that he might have taken the initiative to step into the most dangerous area. Great Divine King Fangyen died in a way that he could not understand. The only thing that could prove was that the other party was indeed right. Divine Gau's world did indeed have a new great divine king. But this great divine lord's means made people somewhat unable to see through. After drinking this cup of tea, you will use the method that you used against Great Divine King Fangyen to deal with me, right? Grand Divine King Tiandu stared at Ning Qi. I'm just sending the guests off. What tricks do I have? After drinking the tea, I naturally have to send them off. I can't possibly give you food and lodging, right? Ningqi laughed. Chuckles could be heard from the surroundings. Great divine monarch Tian Du only felt that his heart was filled with humiliation. For so many years, ever since he became a great divine monarch, how long had it been since he felt this kind of emotion? Humiliation. As long as he had the slightest bit of confidence, he would have acted at this moment. However, he had no confidence at all. He even doubted that he would have the chance to make a move. This person's cultivation, why is it so terrifying? Could it be that he is the great divine king that has lived in the divine civ world since ancient times? Doesn't that mean he's incomparably close to the divine master realm? The more he thought about it, the more terrified great divine King Tian Du felt. At this moment, Mr. Kong Lu spoke. I am Mr. Kong. Greetings, divine King Beixian. Mr. Kong Lu cupped his fists and said to Ningqi. His demeanor and tone of voice had changed slightly. Grand divine monarch Tian Du immediately heaved a sigh of relief. With Mr. Kong Lu's appearance, he would at least have more confidence. Unlike Fang Yan, Grand Divine King Tian Du did not know how strong Mr. Kong Lu was. He only knew that Mr. Kong Lu's methods were divine, and ordinary great divine kings were definitely not his match. Moreover, there was an extremely strange thing about the heavenly book world. From the great divine kings to the ultimate gods, perhaps they were all just Mr. Kong Lu's incarnation. Whether it was second Kong, third Kong, fourth Kong, or just sixth Kong Lu, as long as Mr. Kong Lu was willing, they could all be Mr. Kong. Grand Divine King Tian Du did not know what kind of method it was. He only heard that it was related to some kind of spiritual will in the heavenly book world. Mr. Kong Lu. Ningqi smiled. Does Mr. Kong Lu want some tea? Don't be anxious. After great divine King Tian Du drinks it, I'll get someone to pour you a cup. We won't drink tea. This time we came rashly because we were bewitched by great divine King Fang Yan. Now that he has been executed, let's put an end to this matter. Is that all right? Mr. Kong Lu smiled. No, this is not how I treat my guests. Ningqi smiled and shook his head. Anyone who comes uninvited, I have to treat them to a cup of tea before sending them off. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave first. Mr. Kong Lu nodded slightly. Then his eyeballs returned to normal again. Grand Divine King Tian Du was stunned. Even Mr. Kong Lu was stunned. Mr. Kong Lu left just like that? He left so quickly? Drink. Ningqi said lightly to Grand Divine King Tian, Do you? Grand Divine King Tian Du suddenly stood up. Just as he was about to make a move, his body suddenly slammed and he sat down again. Then he could not control himself and reached out to pick up the teacup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. It's over, it's over. He's going to be gone too. Divine King Devilfiend's eyes revealed a look of horror. Sure enough, after drinking the tea, Grand Divine King Tian Du's body experienced the same scene as Great Divine King Fang Yan's. After a dozen breaths, he finally turned into a wisp of black mist and disappeared. His original body is a wisp of netherworld qi. Ningqi smiled. My lord, who should we pour tea for next? Emperor Lu smiled and looked at Divine King Devilfiend and Mr. Kong Lu. On the willow tree, Zhao Tong looked at this scene dumbfounded. He was in disbelief. How did Ningqi's strength grow to such an extent? Wasn't this too terrifying? Why did he come here in the first place? Wouldn't everything be fine if he stayed in the great Fang Yan world? Endless regret rose in Zhao Tong's heart. Even his last glimmer of hope was destroyed today. He felt that it was already impossible for him to escape from Ningqi's clutches. Pour tea for Mr. Kong Lu first. He came from afar. I've already been here, so don't pour tea for me. Divine King Devilfiend smiled awkwardly. Mr. Kong Lu's face darkened. He looked at him coldly and then said to Ningqi, Your Excellency, I admit defeat. If you let me go, I can guarantee that the heavenly book Great World will never set foot in the divine God's great world again. Okay. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Mr. Kong Lu was slightly delighted and immediately stood up. Drink tea before you leave. Ningqi's voice was heard again. Mr. Kong Lu's body became a little stiff. Then he sat down again. Great divine King Beixian, do you know Mr. Kong Lu's strength? Mr. Kong Lu said slowly. I don't know. He has already run away. Ningqi smiled. Mr. Kong Lu choked on his words. At this time, Emperor Lu had also poured tea and placed it in front of Mr. Kong Lu. Drink it quickly. Ningqi smiled and said, Drink it so we can go on our way. Chapter 40, 199. You will regret it. Mr. Kong Lu looked at Su Han coldly. Maybe. Su Han smiled. The tea is getting cold. The will of the heavenly book world is inherited from ancient times. Mr. Kong Lu did not reach out to pick up the teacup, but planned to say something to Ningqi. Drink it. Ningqi advised softly. If you don't drink it, I can only go to the heavenly book world as a guest and treat all of you, Mr. Kong, to a cup of tea. You will regret it. Mr. Kong Lu repeated his words again, then picked up the teacup in his hand and drank it in one gulp. In the next moment, a power that was several times stronger than devil fiend deity, King, surged out of his body. However, just as this power left his body by an inch, it was directly suppressed by another invisible power and returned to Mr. Kong Lu's body. Mr. Kong Lu looked at Ningqi in despair and could not say anything. His body had the same reaction as great deity King Fangyan and great deity King Tian do after a dozen breaths. Mr. Kong Lu finally turned into a baby. Everyone thought that it was over, but after he turned into a baby, he continued to change. Instead of changing in the direction that everyone expected, he turned into a piece of paper, a piece of white paper without any writing. Ningqi was a little surprised. He reached out, and the white paper fell into his hand. Young master, is he a paper spirit? Tissue? No, he's a spirit monster made of paper. Little you, explained to Zuoling, Zuoling, I had a look of realization. Logically speaking, that Mr. Kong Lu should be a paper spirit. Heavenly book world, spiritual will, doppelganger. The corner of Ningqi's mouth rose slightly. It seems that the deity kings of the heavenly book world should be formed from a book. That Mr. Kong Lu is most likely the essence of this book. I should go and read it to see what's written in this book. Young master, bring us along. We also want to go to those great worlds to take a look. Little you, I said with some anticipation. Ningqi glanced at Fang Lingming and the others and smiled. Are you interested in traveling together? We won't be going. These two little girls have been bored to death during this period of time. You can bring them along. Fang Lingming smiled and shook her head. Now that the divine Luo Great World has been reborn, we still have to face external enemies. Little sister Xan, little sister Shui, and I plan to set up a welfare organization to save those who lost their homes because of the changes in the divine Luo Great World. Ningqi was slightly startled, then nodded and said with a smile, As long as you want to do it, then do it. The devil fiend deity king, who was standing at the side, could tell what was going on. His face revealed a look of horror. Was Ningqi going to the heavenly book Great World? He hasn't killed me yet. He should be planning on letting me live. Luckily, I haven't said anything crazy since I came here. Good. Devil Fiend God King said with some relief. But at this moment, Emperor Lu silently walked up to Divine King Devil Fiend and poured him a cup of tea. The devilish Divine King looked at Emperor Lu and said in a hoarse voice, Grand Divine King Bei, Xian didn't say anything. Why did you take the initiative to pour tea for me? This fellow was deliberately trying to kill him. I'm used to it. Emperor Lu smiled and then looked at Ningqi. Since you've poured it, then drink it. Ningqi smiled. There was a look of despair in the devil fiend God King's eyes. His hands trembled as he picked up the teacup and drank it bit by bit. Soon, he finished the tea and then knelt in front of Ningqi. Grand Divine King Beixian, I'm willing to forsake the darkness for the light and become your servant. Please spare my worthless life. Grand Divine King Beixian. Did I say I'm going to kill you? Ningqi smiled faintly. There was a look of surprise in the devil fiend God King's eyes. His body did not change. Thank you, Grand Divine King Beixian. Thank you, Grand Divine King Beixian. The devil fiend God King quickly kowtowed a few times. Don't thank me. Take me to your Fang Yen great world first. Ningqi stood up slowly. The devil fiend God King was stunned for a moment before he immediately got up and said, Yes, Grand Divine King Beixian. Let me tell you, there are still a few people in the Fang Yen Great World who are loyal to Grand Divine King Beixian. Those few must not be left alive. I believe the rest are people who know how to adapt to circumstances. We'll talk about it when we get there. Ningqi smiled. Little you, Anzueling, stood up excitedly. The thought of going on an adventure with Ningqi to other great worlds made them extremely happy. Fang Yen Great World. It was still the 12 Divine King Palace. Divine King Qingyang was dead. Grand Divine King Fang Yen and Devil Fiend God King were not here. There were only 9 Divine Kings here. The 9 Divine Kings had solemn expressions. A look of worry flashed in their eyes occasionally. They did not know if Grand Divine King Fang Yan's plan would succeed. Someone's here. It's the aura of Devil Fiend God King. And the other ones are? Suddenly, the group of Divine Kings raised their heads and looked outside the palace. They first saw and heard Devil Fiend God King's voice. Grand Divine King Beixian, this way please. They're all here. There's no need to trouble you to make a few more trips. Grand Divine King Beixian? Hearing Devil Fiend God King's flattering voice, the group of Divine Kings immediately had a bad feeling. As expected, they saw Ningqi Little Yu, Anzueling, but Grand Divine King Fang Yen. This is the Fang Yen Great World? It doesn't seem like a big deal. Little Yu looked around before looking at the dumbfounded God Kings. She smiled and said to the Devil Fiend God King, Are they all around the same strength as you? Yes, Lady Yu. Devil Fiend God King nodded with a fawning expression. The ominous feeling in the group of Divine Kings grew stronger. Only Devil Fiend God King was here, but Grand Divine King Fang Yen was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that Grand Divine King Fang Yen was... What are you guys waiting for? Grand Divine King Fang Yen has been executed. The Fang Yen Great World now belongs to Grand Divine King Beixian. Hurry up and greet him. The Divine Kings of Devil, Fiend, God King berated. What? Grand Divine King Fang Yen has been executed. How is that possible? There was no reason for the Grand Divine King to die so quietly. Devil Fiend God King, are you lying to us? A Divine King stood up and stared at Ningqi. Are you cooperating with him to lie to us? Tell us, where is Grand Divine King Fang Yen? Grand Divine King Beixian, this is one of Grand Divine King Fang Yan's loyal followers. Devil Fiend, God King Ningqi smiled fawningly. Ningqi nodded slightly and gently pointed at the godly monarch. Everyone watched as the godly monarch's body expanded like a balloon and instantly exploded. Before the blood landed on the ground, it turned into vitality and filled the air. Most of the vitality landed on Ningqi, and only a small portion was divided among the Divine Kings present. The scene was silent,